Hey all, thanks for being here. Um, hey, Chiba Hawk. I never actually pronounced your name. I feel like I've seen you know what? I think I've in my head, like I've always pronounced it as cheese. Like honestly, I've always seen when I looked at your name, I always saw as cheese. I don't know cheese. I knew it was more than cheese, but like cheese is where that's not your name. I think it's the very first time I ever pronounced it out loud, though. But thanks for being here. All right, let's move on with our lives. You don't. I hope you don't hate me for that. All right, let's see. Let's put this all together. All right. Oh my God! Every time, when Discord has a new feature, they put that feature. They notify that new feature when you go into a server, and it's like really annoying because like I'll come into a server when I'm about to start a show. It's like, hey, why don't you learn about new features? Hey, would you like to jump into it? Start messing around with your settings right now? No, I actually would not Discord. If you could get the fuck out of my way. Yeah, shit to do, but I don't know. Like a minor streamer problem. I'm sorry. All right, back to it. Hello, fellas. But you guys are muted.
So,
hey.
We up? We live, baby? We doing the things?
Indeed, we are. All right. Getting things together. Bam, help me out.
Got you.
What's
So,
up?
what the F did you get me invested in, Prom?
Invested?
Yeah.
He's talking about Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or rather, Jujutsu jumping. Jumping Kaisen.
Jumping Kaisen.
Niggas die. That's what they should call the show. They should just call the show Niggas Die. Because niggas is dying.
Have you watched Attack on Titan?
Yeah, I was just about to say, you ain't even watched Attack on Titan.
I have watched Attack on Titan. And I feel like this is a different level of niggas dying.
Nah.
Attack on Titan kills niggas.
No way.
But Attack on Titan kills niggas that kills irrelevant niggas.
Main character's mom died episode 1?
He's right.
Exactly.
He's right.
You know what her name is? Her name is main character's mom.
The army, bro. The leader of the army led half the army to their death.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, but that's like season 4. Nigga, we in season 2.
Yeah,
like
but in season 2, Levi's
season 2 part 2.
Right.
This is different. Like you don't know the squad. You just know that them niggas is his squad. I'm talking about
but
like
even still.
This is like I said, this is like Game of Thrones level of killing off niggas. Like and I just don't I don't understand why would you put me through this? Like I thought you loved me. And now I clearly you don't. Like you just want me to feel pain. Like I was like Prom would do me like this, but he is, and now I'm here. He just he was suffering. This like it was all a scheme. This nigga was suffering, and he wanted me to suffer with him. Like
no, Bam. See, I made a mistake, right? I didn't know you were soft. So like I should have put that into my calculation.
Like that?
That like oh man, these characters, right, who go out like a boss each and every time, right? Who have all these great moments, these great fights, right? But they die. I didn't know you'd be curled up in a ball over it, right? But like that was my miscalculation. It's okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just wanted to like the thing is everybody's really cool. Everybody's really cool. But like almost nobody wins. Like no matter how cool they are, they can still die. And I'm like, what the heck? Like I'm like, it's breaking a lot of the, and again, without even spoiling, like it's just breaking a lot of the tropes I expect. Like, okay, this nigga did a cool power up. He ready now. And it's like, oh no, he's still gonna die. He just wanted to show you, something cool before he died. Like, okay.
Don is here. Don, we was talking bad shit about you, bro.
What's up, fellas?
They was talking bad shit about you, bro.
You saying, you just got it's a little bit of a different angle. I thought you was in a different space. I was like, you gonna change something?
Nah, I just try to show more of my area, more of my personality.
Oh, are you an artist?
Your personality is a blank wall? Because that's most of what I see there.
Bring that to the screen. No, this is serious art. I can already tell. Don't let him do you like that, Don.
There, you got a long ass extension cord.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, I like it. That looks
This
nice.
is quality. Oh, this is dope.
That's pretty
What's
cool.
this for?
Yeah,
All right, is this
It's
like a
for,
school thing, or are you drawing
nah.
pussies over there? Is that
Me and-
vagina?
No, that's
Me
a
and-
rib cage, bro.
actually,
Don't
me-
even do them like that.
Me and Swerve we're actually writing a manga / comic together. So I'm working on character models for it.
Oh wait a minute, y'all are people. Y'all
Yeah,
are.
we're actually people.
I
Yeah, it's
didn't
my
know
boy.
y'all was people. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Chief.
Yes, sir. Doughboy 2023 coming soon. 2024, 2025. Med episodes. It's
Have
happening.
y'all have any of y'all read? I mean, it's only like one chapter, but the chapter RDC's
I haven't.
manga.
No,
I didn't know we
haven't,
had
but
one.
I'm going to now that you told me that.
It's actually it's quality. It's
Dude.
super quality.
That dude Aphion is fucking brilliant. He's fucking brilliant.
Which
Mhm.
one's he?
He's the dude with the dreads.
Yeah, he's usually behind the camera. He does a lot.
Yeah,
he's
he
not
does
really-
With
a
the
lot
one with the
of
list?
Yes, actually,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I guess
He
so.
raps too, and he's pretty nice on the mic too.
But as far as like a black like anime, I don't even know. They consider it manga, so I'm gonna call it manga, even though it's American. But no,
What
yeah,
up, Reza?
it's quality work.
What was the topic? What you guys
Bass,
talking
I need you to turn on your camera and stream it.
Hold on.
Also, Prime, how you doing, man? How's it going?
Set up.
Thanks for
Something up,
having me.
man. Yeah,
Thanks for
of
having
course. Very happy to have you.
We're talking about free will.
Free will. Free will.
Who was talking about that?
What?
No, we're talking about Bam complaining, right? Because like actual like drama, like actual stakes happen in a comic that he was reading, and he couldn't handle it. Like,
It's not even stakes. It's just trauma porn.
motherfuckers getting fucked up. That's what we're
Yeah.
doing here. All right, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We get that's the only kind of manga that I like. When people get
you like the
fucked
grit.
up.
You like just like
Yeah.
you
That
just like
line,
what you do.
and that is the line
What do you know
that
about
opened
Chainsaw?
up my stream. Thank you, Prime.
That's what we do here.
What up, Bass?
Bass,
What's up,
I
you
met
guys?
you. New nigga.
Yeah, nice to meet you,
I
bro.
am now.
What's up, Bass?
What's up? What's up?
Pro shop.
That was so nice.
Nah, you know what has some of the most like you said, trauma porn is Berserk. Honestly, I
Yeah.
think
To
Berserk
be
is.
fair, he's right about that.
Although I do
I
like
missed-
Berserk, it is kind of trauma porn.
Okay,
I
so
actually stopped
JJK
reading
is
it.
kind of putting Yuji through the group.
So Berserk is definitely up there, and that's a very good suggestion, right?
Yeah,
but no,
Berserk's
if you want to get serious with people, with the bodies dropping, right?
Bodies.
You gotta go to Gantz.
Oh,
If you've read Gantz,
I've heard of it.
Gantz,
Gantz.
it's no, yeah,
That sounds familiar.
or Gantz,
Oh,
yeah, probably
yeah, you're
pronounced
right.
Gantz.
You got it right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But in any case, right? Like, I read this years ago, right? The manga's long over, and it doesn't have a solid anime, so like you got to read it. But like literally at one point, I was so hurt I had to stop. Like there were just so many deaths.
Stop!
Sorry, what? I don't know what
You saw-
your
you
mic
think-
cut out, so I didn't catch what you said at all.
He was calling
You're
it.
soft.
He was soft-headed.
Oh, soft. I was soft. No, that's true. That's okay. I was
No, if you
soft,
wanna-
right?
if-
But then I toughened up. I went back and I finished it. Right, there are plenty more deaths before the end of that fucking
See,
manga.
we're currently talking
But
about
no one's safe.
like anime or manga that is brutal and makes you go, "Oh God, that's brutal." But you want manga or anime that makes you feel. Gundam Witches of Mercury, please. Yes, everyone needs to watch that.
It's not on the.
Gundam,
I mean,
the
I
Witches of
watched it,
Mercury.
and
I'm
it's
not a
just
Gundam.
not.
I like
Gundam's
Gundam, but
amazing.
I'm not a Gundam.
Yeah,
I like
What
G
about-
Gundam, but I'm not a mech.
I'm
the
like,
Witches,
to be
Witches
clear,
of Mercury actually has made me cry multiple times at this point.
Gundam
It's so
Gundam is
depressing.
my like most favorite
Witches.
franchise overall, right? Like you know how much I
More
love
than
One Piece,
Pokemon?
right? But like
More than Harry Potter?
Why Pokemon? Are you
Potter.
serious? I don't know.
Potter's
I think
crazy.
he's trolling me.
Both of
It's
for
fine.
both
More
of
than
those
Harry
games, I was
Potter?
banned, so-
I'm ignoring him. But like I love Gundam, but like it's not. Come on, you haven't experienced Gantz. Like it's serious shit. And I honestly suggest you guys watch
you're talking about-
or read it.
More
You're
than
talking
Star
about
Wars?
brutality and shit.
Oh my
You're
god,
talking
shut
about
up.
brutality and shit. I'm
Serious.
talking about it being sad.
Nigga
Like,
said
like,
greatest
shit that'll make
of
you
all
sad.
time.
Yeah, I know.
Why is it sad?
I
Razor,
know.
why is it sad though? Witches of Mercury, because I'm looking at this. This looks cool, but why is it? Why is
It-
sad?
You
It's-
want? You have to watch episode 0 and you will cry. I'm
Oh
telling
yeah,
you right
actually, I
now.
did cry. I did cry there. I actually,
Yeah.
I'm that type of nigga to cry.
So you
too.
came back and you was soft.
No. I've told you guys
I ain't
before. Did
gonna
I cry? I've like
Oh yeah, you cried. I think
tears.
so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I got you a bitch.
the
I
One
cried
Piece
too, but I'm not
done it.
soft.
Naruto done it.
Oh,
But
and
I didn't.
I'll
I
tell
didn't
you what-
quit.
I'll also tell you now.
I didn't bitch like
ti-
fucking Bam.
10th time going through a very specific scene in One Piece definitely fucking made me cry. So you know, 10th time.
I cried
still hits
during
me.
I cried during the Jay-Z video "Run This Town." I cried during that. That was
I cried when I
Real
heard.
Negro has entered the
Run
chat.
This town tonight.
I cried when I heard Dragon Ball GT intros music.
No, honestly, I'm about to say I was not even dealing with like death, but like I'd say something that was like gave me, because I've never dealt with like depression or mental like health issues, but something that gave me the
Cat-
closest
Sure?
representation of like depression. Like I was like, oh, this is what depression feels like. Was Osiyama Poon Poon. It's just the
Who?
manga. Osiyama Poon Poon.
You sure you're not
This
speaking
is
patois right
this
now?
is a family rated show. I'm sorry, like
No, I mean it's like it's weird. It's about this little boy and you're experiencing his life, but for some reason his character and his family alone is drawn as like stick figure chickens.
Can you
Oh,
spell
wow.
that for me?
But everything else is like really high quality art.
Yeah, put it in
Can you
the
spell that?
put it in the group DM. Put it in the group DM.
Yeah.
So
But
it
yeah,
out.
it's like when I say like, I mean, it just it deals with like real life issues. With like, but you're still looking at this goofy character the entire time. So it's like this doesn't balance out with what you're going through. But it's like, yeah, I got through it. Like that was one of them I had to pause.
What
I was
does that
like,
sound
ooh,
like?
this is depression. Like this is legitimately like.
Where'd you put it in?
I'm about to drop it. Let's see.
Does anyone here think we don't coddle women as a society?
oh boy.
Oh, more likely.
We ain't even got a woman here yet. You
Yeah,
already
we're
talking
we're not
trash
getting
about
to
them.
that point.
At least say it to their face.
Yeah, dude, damn.
No, the reason I'm saying it now is because I don't want them to interject.
Let him interject, man. That's what we supposed to argue.
No, that's
and
why
shit.
we're
No,
here
no.
for. What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying. We all agree we coddle
No.
women, correct?
I
No.
don't agree with that.
Being a
but
woman
I
is
mean,
not harder.
Should we treat them differently? To some degree, yes.
Yes,
Not
absolutely.
lesser, but but we should treat people differently.
Prime.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah, sure,
you
sure.
don't agree that we should treat women with kid gloves? We should put them
Um,
through the ringer and in the fire?
I don't even know what you.
That's
oh,
a
hold on, hold on.
contradictory
What,
statement.
sorry, hold on. What exactly do you mean though? Like you're just saying something extremely vague. Are you talking about like in terms of like on debates or something?
That would be part of it, yes. But in just
no,
in
but that's
general.
not what you mean. But that's not
I
what you
think
mean.
I
So
think what
do
he
you mean?
means is that like people don't say or speak directly to women. A lot of the times they buffer their opinion first, or like they kind of dip their toe into the opinion first before they actually say it. Whereas with men,
For
like
everyone.
we literally just sat here and called each other soft for like 5 minutes because we watch characters die in an anime. Like we just say how we feel, but with women sometimes you have to like you can't just say it directly. You kind of have to be a little.
Well,
a little
but women do
softer
the
with
same
them.
thing with men. Well, but the things that
When?
hurt us are different.
Well, yes. I mean,
Like,
That's interesting.
women, I'm about to say women absolutely. If you talk to women, absolutely know how to like stroke a man's ego
It's
and what could like crush a man's ego. And
it's
they
literally in the article that I
can
sent
order
you.
it on-
It's literally a whole article about
I watched-
exactly this.
Yeah, but I don't agree with the article saying that.
we'll get to that topic
Well, yeah,
later.
we'll get to
Yeah,
it.
we'll get to it. But
Don't,
Yeah, that's
don't,
fine.
don't let
That's
off all
fine.
the good content before the ladies get here.
yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
I don't think this is relevant to the article right now because we're talking
Is
about
there only three?
Okay.
we're talking about talking
uh,
in general versus dating.
Yeah, I
I'm not
think
I'm not talking about dating.
Pam, are there only 3 articles for this Goodnight Poon Poon, or 3 articles, 3
Chapters?
volumes?
No, it's
3
actually
volumes,
pretty
not
long.
just
I mean,
3
unless the volumes are like extremely long, like
Does this have
Because
the
I
anime
see
that you
because I
watch,
see 'em on
or is it
Amazon.
manga?
nah,
Because I
it's
see them on
definitely it's
Amazon.
really long.
Yeah, because I
It's-
see them on Amazon.
Sorry,
for,
hold on,
like,
sorry.
the
I didn't hear what he
volume 1,
said.
2, 3.
Bam.
No,
Like
yeah,
this.
it's just a manga. There's no anime.
Okay.
It probably shouldn't be.
Oh,
Is this
there's
a dark-
another one.
is this-
There's another one. It's called oh my god, fuck. Now, It's a Trail of Blood. Yeah, a Trail of Blood is what I'm thinking of.
Excuse me.
That one. With that, the reason why I'm having trouble thinking because the author is amazing and they've done multiple amazing things, right? But A Trail of Blood is about a mother and a son, right? In like a ordinary non-fantasy setting.
No, it's 13 volumes.
It's about a mother and a son, and they're like fucked up relationship, right? That gets increasingly fucked up. Like, just read the first chapter. Just read the first chapter and see what you think of that, right? Like it's amazing the way he does it, because there's so many like it's usually just like facial shots, right? Like lots of times, like the author doesn't even bother the background. Like when someone's in emotional turmoil, right? He'll just like zoom in on the face and have like this great detail. And man, do these people put themselves into just horribly emotionally abusive situations. And I remember, like, I used to read it on this certain site, and it had like a comment section, and week after week, as it was being published, people were like, I don't know why I'm still reading this thing. Like I am not okay at the end of these chapters. So like, check it out, A Trail of Blood. I'll put it in the group DM.
I'll look into that one too. I'm definitely more of a romance romance, comedy, and action are my top three. I rarely go for like horror or blood.
But for the Negroes,
got some romance in there.
For the Negroes here in chat, right? Who aren't new, right? Who did not expect my man Razor to say romance? Go on. Does anyone not expect Razor to say romance? Anyone? Okay, there we go.
No, it's an ooh thing. Like I said, I'm about to say, if
that's a Razor thing.
If Whatchamacallit was here, he was like, yeah, that's a U.S. thing to say.
That's a U.S. thing to say.
That's what what's his name? Crap, I can't think of it.
Solus, right?
Solus, yeah, Solus was there.
Solus, yeah.
That sounds like Solus.
My bad. Just saying, bro. That's a U.S. thing.
That's the most Razor ass shit you've ever said.
Why'd you put that slang? Like,
that's how he does it.
It's hard to do Southside Chicago.
He put that southern yang.
I don't know how Southside Chicago is
Solus
different.
says it.
I don't know who.
No, you're right. I was just
because they like Midwesterners, but they also like they like a worse New York, and New York's already a bad place.
Jesus.
Oh God.
I'm gonna almost be like upset. I'm almost gonna be upset if I end up getting popular enough that that's an actual saying that's said to friends. Like people around just like they yeah, they'll say that. Well, that'll be a verb. That'll be a thing. Oh God.
What's the saying?
You're just saying that's some razor ass shit you just said.
Oh. I'm gonna have to put it on a t-shirt.
Like you can already tell it don't sound good.
I'm gonna have to put it on a t-shirt. Let's see if it gets big enough.
Honestly, Razor, you could do it, man. You got the branding for it, brother.
You got the branding for it.
What does he
Please
have?
don't brand yourself into an insult.
That's not an insult, bro.
I don't even really see it as an insult. It's
he could reclaim
it's
it,
an
bro.
Observation.
Take it back. He's gonna put the A on the end. Razor. What up, my razor?
I dropped the R word, hard R. Razor.
Just Chow knows we're waiting on 2 individuals. Hopefully they will be here soon.
Funny enough, they're women. Isn't that right?
Is it? Is it Negro? Is it?
That's who I know. I know that's what Dream was thinking. He's like, we're coddling them.
No, Negro. No.
Hold on. I got the meme. I got the meme ready. Women.
What are you saying? The race is more important than the gender?
All you need to know is the skin is melanated. Yeah, absolutely. You heard me. You fucking heard me.
We was basically on time today.
CP.
I was early.
No. It depends on which week.
CPT.
I'm just saying that, like, you motherfucker.
What's the positive word for misogynar? Misogynar. What's the positive?
You mean like
misogynoir?
Yeah, what's the positive word? You know how misogynoir
yeah, like you have
is
a good affection
the
for them?
BBC category on Pornhub.
Wait, I thought it was Ebony.
Ebony.
Is it
No. Ebony has been.
Would it be Black Girl Magic?
Ebony has been gentrified.
Is it black girl magic? That's the opposite of misogynoir.
There's actual term for it, but I don't
no,
remember what it is.
Black misogynoir is just the
I mean,
intersectionality of black
misandry
and
would be
sexism.
men, but I don't know like what the positive affirmation.
There definitely is one. I've heard it before in the past, but I just don't remember it.
I'm gonna just ask ChatGPT. They know everything.
Oh,
I'm
of
probably
course
gonna
you
say
will.
misandry.
Secondary.
Be like, I don't know anything about black people. That's what it's gonna say.
What's the?
I don't have information past 2021.
They don't do that anymore. It's I have ChatGPT 4 and they just
Oh.
Google now. They have
Oh, good
just,
shit, good shit.
You paying the monthly? I think I paid
course.
for like the other one. I paid.
I'm getting. I'm
It's worth
acing
it.
all my master's courses right now, bro. I'm
It's
going
worth it,
crazy.
bro.
but I just paid them full for like
John,
the
look
previous
at that
versions.
shit.
Like
It's
the
only
$20,
$20, bro. If
But
you
that's
can't
like a
afford,
month.
yeah, if you can't afford 20 a month,
But I paid like I just
Oh,
paid
bro.
50 and I own it forever. Like the 20
Who?
version.
who?
Huh?
Who?
Me?
Who? What?
What do you?
I don't understand.
50
That's a
So
weird. I paid
$50
$50
who for who?
for ChatGPT, like version, like I guess the version before the newest one.
Why would you need to pay for the free version?
No, I
There's a
own
pro.
it now.
There's a pro version, right?
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah.
pro.
It's not ChatGPT 4.
Yeah, he said that.
I'm saying it's
Yeah,
the-
if it's
the
not
version
4,
before
it's
the new-
free. That's what I'm saying. Anything besides 4 is free.
No, you can only
Hold
use
on,
it like
hold on.
twice a day or something.
That's not true.
Wait a second.
If it's not ChatGPT 4, it's free.
I'm pretty sure that's not the
No,
case.
no, no.
Yeah, the number one thing in the website says ChatGPT is a free to use AI system.
No, it's
Yeah, you can like you have like a
You just hit
limited
the
number
ground
of
running
uses.
on that
Like you have
one.
like a couple of uses a day.
You can use the hell out of
The
that.
3.5, the 3.5 version, you can use that unlimited.
You can run it until the server gets full, bro.
Wow.
I don't
Dude,
know.
I don't know.
There's a
Version,
wait
I don't know
list
which
right
version I
now.
have.
Yeah, I got it early. I got
There's
it
a
early.
wait list for fucking ChatGPT 4. They're making fucking bank right now, bro.
I have.
It's-
Oh my god. What I'm saying is they've just halted your ability to upgrade, which means they are making fucking bank.
Oh
because
yeah,
there
that's
aren't-
true.
Because basically
They don't have. Yeah,
all-
they need to
don't have
upgrade
any
their
space to-
servers. Yeah, they need to upgrade their
That's
servers.
crazy. That's crazy.
Bro,
Ain't
have you
that
seen
so?
fucking Google Gemini?
No.
That
Does it
shit's
give you-
amazing, bro.
Does it give you two answers? One that's right and one that's kind of wrong?
No, it gives you live. Like it can see what you're doing and give you live video. Like
Okay. Oh, that's
instead of
cool,
just
that's
showing it a picture or text.
You
It's
just gotta
live
see,
video.
Just
live video.
Google the video. There's a
Google Gemini.
Google
I'll, you know what? I can find it for you. There's a Twitter video.
Imagine, hey,
But I-
imagine.
Imagine
you
it's,
put- you
sorry,
put some.
hold on, just let me say. I'll put this in the group chat. But like it's like you got to see it to believe it. How good it is. But I go ahead. Sorry.
Imagine you put somebody and say, Google Gemini, roast him.
Let's roast this nigga for me, please.
Roast this nigga. Yo, have you heard about the ChatGPT the store? ChatGPT store? Basically, you'll be able to make your own ChatGPT apps that's specialized for a certain thing that you want. And you don't even need to code. All you need in order for like you to sell it is to give it word prompts to like, hey, pretend you are blank and answer these questions. So I want to create a version of it where it roasts people. So like you wrote the hit show Yo Mama back in the day, and you've been going on your stand-up comic. You've been practicing your whole life. You're a master roaster. Boom, roast this nigga.
All right.
You going, is this like chess? You gonna invent
Yo.
like a nigga that's like the ultimate roaster?
Can I propose an idea to you guys?
Apparently.
I'm listening.
Roast tournament.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm looking at this Gemini video, right? And this is fucking crazy. So let's take a second to think, right? Let's think. If you had a professor, right, who was this AI could act like a professor, right? You're doing your homework at home, you're writing through problems, you're reading a book, and it's telling you as you go, you know, maybe you say a question while you're reading something, right? And it answers your question right away, or it explains to you exactly what you say out loud as you are trying to ingest some sort of information. But at what point is this like for example, right? We are going to go to college to essentially get training for a job, but the jobs that we're going to get are going to be reduced because of the ease of AI, and that will make the job easier, making the talent pool less competitive and whatnot. So if the AI is, helping you get educated, but that education is less valuable because the AI is helping people attain higher jobs with less education, then is AI like
I don't think you mean to say
It's
it's
a
going to be
long
less
question.
competitive. I think it's going to be more
Right.
competitive because more people are going to have access to the education necessary to get to the highest possible place. Meaning, there's going to be more of a supply
AI
than there
does
is.
our work for us.
Okay, go ahead,
It,
Razor.
I'm open to
the
that. I'm
m-
open to that.
You got it, Razor.
the more that AI does work for you, basically does work for you.
Is my
I
mic
know
on?
it's kind of a dumb compare. It's kind of a
It's
Yeah.
not. No.
it's kind of a dumb comparison, but my thought process immediately goes to the humans from Invader Zim. They're like in a super high tech world. AI is everywhere, and they're all just the dumbest things in the fucking universe. But they have the best tech. All it's just that's what I'm imagining will end up being if we let AI just basically do and say everything for us in terms of teaching.
We won't
Probably.
truly understand the tech that we're creating necessarily.
Hey,
I mean,
Okay, I
before we
get
do that,
that.
why don't we just get started? I mean, the first thing
Yeah,
is free
that's fine.
discussion and which way. So I'm just gonna announce us and introduce us, and then when the others get here, they'll get here. Hey y'all, thanks for being here. This is the All Black Everything Roundtable, which we have Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, or whenever melanated foes like to show up, but we've got a great group of guests here. If you like the stream, hit the follow button, or subscribe if you're on YouTube. Let's go to our friend Bam first. Bam, thanks for being here.
hey, thanks. My name is Bam. I'm a black man. My pronouns are he, him, nigga, and happy to be here. Thanks. That's it.
Also, Bam, what's got you emotionally distraught today? Are you doing okay, buddy? We got to check in sometimes.
Yeah, it is good too. You never know what people are going through, especially when people are joking. At their bottom moments, they're like doing things.
Fair enough.
Quick question. I'm sorry. This is this will be my last little section. If a girl messages you that you used to do stuff with, but you don't do stuff with anymore, and she says she loves you, and she talks about her butthole, but then she tells you she like is in a relationship, what do you feel?
What do I feel, or what is actually
Did
what's
she
going
mention
on?
her butthole in her introductory message
Well,
or reintroductory message?
It was like second message, but and technically it started. She was mentioning her poop, but then it like transitioned to her butthole.
I know the answer. I got this.
But she said she got a boyfriend.
Professor, I know the answer.
No,
Dream-
Dream's
more discussed. Like,
Professional opinion by Dream. Let's go.
Professor, I know the answer.
Go ahead, Dream. Go.
Her nigga got her mad. That's the answer right now. She's upset with her nigga right now. She's making her rounds. I know, she's spinning the block. She's spinning the block, trying to make her feel.
I hope so. That block is open. My bad.
She's spinning the block. That's
block
it.
is hot.
Her nigga got her mad. That's it.
Appreciate that.
All right. Well,
Fucking awful. That's awful.
we can all
Speaking from experience.
we can all leave it to interpretation as to what the context was of this lady's poop, right? That she had to report, and then her butthole more generally afterwards. So we're just gonna we'll leave that there.
I love you. Don't forget that.
Yeah, she did that. Like, hey Razor, how you doing today?
Okay. Yeah, Razor.
All right,
yeah,
my intro. Jesus Christ. Well, obviously, hi. I am Razor of Razor Sharp Gaming 96 here on Twitch. Feel free to join in on my stream. Help me get affiliate. If as we go through what's happening today, through the talks today, if you like what I have to say, follow me on Twitter or X.
Today.
At that particular at.
Okay.
And yeah, we'll see. And yeah, let's just have some fun. I just like being able to talk about shit. It's always fun for me.
Okay. Let's go to Dream next. Dream, thanks for being here, friend.
Always happy to be here. D10 Dream. Follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/D10 Dream. And excited to always have the most correct opinion on this panel as always.
Okay.
Okay, so
let's-
we're lying in our chat, our openings. Gotcha.
All right, man. We got new people here. We can't like be starting them off on the wrong foot here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
No. That doesn't mean other people don't share my opinion. A lot of people always tend to agree with me and have the same opinion as me.
How'd you say the most arrogant thing I've ever heard and then double down on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess we lied
that's
on
a
our
true
openers.
opinion right
That's what
there.
Dream does.
Jesus
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
We just lied on our openers. Fuck.
Nigga Gavin for real.
So Don, thanks for being here. We have seen you a little bit, but nice to have you, friend.
Hey, Queen.
So I want to let everybody know I got a haircut today and I didn't pay for it, so you figure that out. But I want to
I could
say,
tell.
welcome to everyone. I'm glad to be here with everyone. Baz, you're a new face, and I'm happy to talk to you, brother. Get to know you.
Oh man.
And then everybody else here, Prime, thanks for hosting, of course. Prime, the host with the most, bringing AB to the public. And you can catch me, Don Champlu, on stream. Not to bite off Razor, but I'm also trying to get affiliate. I've been slacking on the streaming shit, but I'm finna take it a little bit more, put it in gear and really get myself out there. So thanks for watching, and I hope you find anything I say interesting.
Okay.
Open
great.
3 channels: his, mine, and Prime's. Do it. You're
I
good.
got you right now.
You'll
All right.
be good.
Next we have our friend Erwin. All right. Or Swerve. Was it Swerve or was it Erwin?
Irvin.
Ervin. Ervin.
This close. But we going to it. We're gonna roll with it. It's your boy Swerve, aka Erwin, aka Irvin, aka Jervinium. You can catch me on Twitch right now with your boys. We all rivals. I wouldn't say competing because we in it together. Because I'm also trying to get affiliate status. I just hit 50, so we working on it. We getting to it, and today we're here down to business.
Love to see it. Thanks for being here, man. Really nice to see you again.
That's my boy.
And next we have Bass. I'm not sure if that's what you want to refer like or Bass.
Yeah, I mean that's my YouTube channel. Bass FZZ is my YouTube channel name, but you can call me Zers. It's usually how you can refer to me as the individual, but you can,
Sure.
you can pick and choose.
I met Bass / Zers on Wix
argument on Wix stream. It was
on Wix
it was
stream
fun, man.
last night. Yeah.
like I don't I never take, even though I get really passionate, I never take any of that stuff to heart. I always go in there just like ready to box, but at the end of the day, we can talk about anime, talk about whatever, talk about anything. I think it's really fun, and I also think it's really important too, just like to give out those perspectives. So
Yeah.
Oh, you're in the wrong place.
I'm
We
glad-
take everything
I'm
very
glad.
personally.
You take everything to heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, you took
bro.
Jujutsu Kaisen to heart. No, okay.
Call that man soft. I love it.
Fired.
That's a good way to get started. Call him soft. Thank you.
Yeah.
You got this on the right foot.
I do videos on social commentary, stuff like that, talking about
That's cool.
relationships. Eventually I'm gonna get into making, man, I've been playing this video series for years. I'm gonna get into a video series where I talk about League of Legends characters and just kinda
Ooh,
do
what
something
rank?
really fun. I'm in bronze, bro. Like,
Oh,
I'm
never
hard
mind.
stuff, man.
Never
I'm
mind.
trash.
You just really like the lore.
Trash.
Yo, Bass,
No,
add me on
really-
league. Add me on league, bro.
I'll add you.
We can play together. I'll carry you, bro. Don't worry about it.
To be fair though, man, I stopped playing League for a minute. I gotta get the rust out. I'm probably gonna get back up to gold and then be hard stuck in gold.
Don't
That's
worry.
probably what's gonna happen.
A few of
so
us,
you
few
get
of
to
us
go.
here, few of us here play League. What's her name?
Mooncake also does.
Mooncake
Uh,
plays League too.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Okay, so thank you again, Bass, for being here. We really do appreciate you coming through and that attitude. You're not taking things personally. That's exactly the type that you need here. Yeah, we hope that you enjoy your stay. Next we have our friend DQ back at it. Nice to see you. I feel like have you shown us this one? The one with the gold fringe up here. Is this new?
I think so. But every time, thanks for noticing.
Oh, Of course.
That
yeah,
shit is fly. That shit is fly.
Yeah,
I like that. I
gotta
like
have
that.
different niqabs to like bring things out,
Some
especially when
twists.
you're the queen. So otherwise you can refer to me as Your Majesty, Her Majesty.
Mashallah, mashallah,
God willed it indeed. God willed it indeed.
mashallah.
That's what that
Thanks
means.
for having me, Prime. I'm the debate queen, and y'all can come follow me on all social media channels. But I stream on Twitch primarily. I do these panels. I do Fortnite. Play a lot of Fortnite.
You got the
And
Peter
I
Griffin
just
skin.
ugh, why? I'm over that. I'm already over that. But yeah, come check me out. And if you have like what I say, like what I get into. Oh, on Fridays I usually talk about Islam. So if you have questions or you want to learn a little bit more, then come check me out, especially on Fridays. But yeah,
Okay.
great to be here with you, Prime, as always.
Mooncake's here.
We'll thank you so much. And I'm very glad that you're here. Next we got our man Joe Lewis. Joe Lewis wanted to be a part of this. I'm gonna make it happen. Joe Lewis, thanks for being here, friend. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm ready to set Negroes back a couple more years.
God damn it.
Putting the mask
Thank-
forward.
I saw the title and I'm like, oh
Say,
shit.
Let's go.
We regressive tonight. All right.
Joe
I'm-
Lewis, stay toxic.
I got
I
a
had
hot,
every-
I
I
got
had
a
every
hot
desire-
counter. I got a
I
hot
had every
counter.
desire to go see the new Miyazaki movie. I straight up saw the Twitch title. I'm like, you know what? I'll eat in tonight. We'll do it.
all right. We love that energy.
What you
I'm
rubbing
gonna-
on? What you rubbing on?
So
I already ate. I had,
so we
turkey
go
sandwich.
ahead, go ahead, Joe Lewis.
Oh, sorry, I just had a turkey sandwich. Something crazy. But it's turkey, so I might fall asleep soon. So whatever.
Okay.
Did you put
All
mayonnaise
right.
on
So
it?
On the mic. Boom.
what we're gonna do is, since we have more people wanted to participate, I'm gonna take myself off screen for today, and it'll just be you all, right? So here is our friend Mooncake back at it. How are you, Mooncake?
Hi. Sorry, I know I took a while. None of my settings would work.
Oh, I know that pain.
Don't let it happen again.
Yeah.
Sorry. This looks crazy.
You don't answer the BAM, okay? All right.
So
Don't let
Prime
it
does.
happen again.
I send down. Yeah, exactly. I'm too far above you. I send my delegations to Prime, and Prime tells all you peons.
We gotta play. We gotta play.
Still see that. I'm trying to drop my sound too.
Do your intro.
Oh, my intro. Sorry. Hi, I'm Mooncake. I do some political panels. I play video games, and I chit chat a little bit. That's me.
I like that you use the term chit chat. You do that every time. Like you always use specifically that term chit chat.
Because she just be chatting. She's right. She's just chatting, bro.
Okay, so we got some new hair. When that come in?
Oh yeah. I switched it
She
up.
been
It was
had that, bro.
Yeah,
I
man.
had that last week.
God,
None of
you
y'all
don't pay
niggas
attention to
know
women.
this.
This is why people talk about the
None of
buttholes
y'all
with you.
niggas know this but me,
That's
okay?
I said,
Oh,
no,
wait,
let's
no.
not say that.
I brought up
This
the
is
Mooncake
a-
This is the first
immediately.
time
I
I've
was
made
like,
Mooncake
this was
since
weeks
last
ago, and I
time.
was like, hey, Mooncake, you you got something new going on here, right? And she
I
talked to me.
noticed.
You can't have a
Bam,
compliment today.
Bam. Doesn't notice. Women send him
Mooncakes, eh?
pictures of buttholes because
Wait a
they know
minute.
that's the only thing he cares about.
I've never seen a butthole I haven't memorized. I know every butthole I've seen. I might not remember the hair, but I know the buttholes.
I'm sorry,
Hey,
Mooncake.
yo.
Like a mile away.
But
Should
yeah,
refresh.
yeah. So Mooncake, you can work on your sound, but we can't hear. So like, if you need
Can
to
you-
mute, it's fine.
You're fine, yeah.
You're just kind of
All
skipping
right,
it.
so-
Hey, chill.
So we're gonna jump back into it. So our first topic is like free discussion. So it could be whatever you cats like. So any ideas there?
Okay, yeah. So,
Okay. Hold on. Mooncake,
sorry.
got a topic?
Sorry. Some people got really mad at me on Twitter because I said no, I said just remember an engagement ring is minimum 3 months salary. And like people are really
Ew.
not having it.
Can we let's just
No,
end it.
no.
I only need
Okay,
one
hold on,
statement.
Niggas.
Let's just end it. We
No,
only need one
okay.
statement here. An engagement ring
Minimum.
is whatever
your person is willing to accept. Like some people, have you ever watched?
They usually
Have you ever watched? If you have ever watched Fairly Odd Parents, Cosmo gave Wanda a fucking screw joint, like it was a screw,
Yeah.
and put that in her.
Like,
Yeah,
What
it
I'm
does-
saying-
it literally does.
goes
You
to
most
show
of the
how
time the
deep,
engagement
how
ring
deep
should
Dream
not
is thinking
matter.
about this. That just goes to show.
Yeah, you so
No,
boring, bro.
How is that boring? I'm just saying, like,
well, hold on.
I hate useless conversations. Like, it's just
I would
so
say,
stupid.
It's not
I would-
useless.
If you
I
think
do
we've had a
it's not
conversation on
useless.
this channel that's not useless,
It's not useless.
Like,
It's
you're
not
missing the
it's,
point.
you, it's,
Really?
what
really?
more of an opinion do you need that if your wife,
We
if
might-
your
okay,
future
we
wife
might be able
accepts
to
it,
tie
then
that
that's whatever it is. What more
We
can you
may or
say?
may not be able to.
sorry.
We may or not be able to tie that into whatever the second topic is. Because
I'm genuinely
Well, I
curious.
don't know
What
if it
more
is. I
can
think
you
it's just
say?
about.
What more can you say than you give a ring to
Okay.
whoever is
Okay, I
accepting
want to
it?
ask a question.
Okay,
I
We're
want to ask
talking
a
about the
question.
social standards.
Instead of yelling, let
It
me just ask a question to Mooncake real quick. Mooncake, why the emphasis on the 3-month salary? Instead of saying a number, you said a salary, which indicates that whatever that man makes is proportional to the ring that he provides. I want to know why. I want to know why you think that how much a man makes dictates what you deserve.
That's a trick question.
Yeah.
No, it's not a trick question.
It's just what she wants. It's
Not
that
a trick
simple.
question.
Hey,
I
hey,
said
hey, 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 let her
Sorry,
answer,
Sorry,
please.
Sorry,
trickish. My bad. I misheard.
Tradition.
Yeah, it's just tradition. It's the same thing. Like I also believe that the bride's family is supposed to technically pay for the wedding. So like the man buys the engagement ring, and then the bride's family pays for the wedding. So that's what I'm just like used to. And then the usual price for the ring is 3 months' salary.
I thought the standard was always one. I was about to say, I always heard it was like
That's
30
the
days.
that's the weird. I don't know.
The
I don't know where it
advertisement.
originated.
It's an ad. It's advertisement. It's an advertisement.
Yeah.
for the
Yeah,
beer
I don't know
company,
exactly
but
fully exactly
$12,000 ring
Well,
is
sure, we know. I know that's
I'm
why.
telling you, yeah.
But I mean,
It's advertised. It's
Yeah.
not. It's just made up. It's actually
everything's
very,
made up. I was about to say the internet's made
What,
up. That's not.
when I
That's
say
not
it's
real.
no. I'll be
Listen.
specific when I say it's made up. Like it's made like the beer company that has a monopoly on diamonds and diamond mining made up the concept of like an engagement ring in general.
He's right.
Originally,
brother.
people had wedding
Let's get
bands.
to
They
the
had like
real.
gold.
Let's get to the-
They had gold wedding bands that you obviously put on the same ring finger, but diamonds and all of that. That's a quote unquote modern.
Sure,
That's
and
just
gold
absolutely
band was a marketing
Yeah,
tactic at some point. I'm
it's
just
all
saying that, like,
made up.
let's get past the
all
useless
made up.
part.
Hold
We
on, no,
understand
no.
that these are
Well, it's not useless.
Hold on,
It's
What,
made up.
what,
Listen,
Vance? Whoa,
listen.
hold on,
17 people
I
talking at
would
once.
Hold
I
on,
would
hold on. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go to DQ because DQ wants to jump in. And Razor, I see you, and Bam, Dream. Okay, so but quickly, just to back up Baz here. Baz is absolutely right. This isn't just like marketing tact. Like they literally changed like world culture. No, you guys don't understand how big this was. It was
Yeah.
the biggest marketing campaign, advertising campaign ever. They got the Queen, right, like in England, right? They got the royal family to start wearing diamonds because they knew Americans just like looked at them as celebrities. They had movies made like that Marilyn Monroe movie, Diamonds Are the Gold Best Friend. That was the beer company that made that, right? To put that into American idea. And then after that, that's when the diamond engagement ring comes in, but it was nowhere near before. So let's not pretend it's the same as like, oh, just having a gold band. No, this is a completely different thing
Nobody said
that
that.
happened in less, well, and not even, actually, it's probably just over 100 years now. So it's like just over a century old. But okay, so let's go to our
There it is, right?
DQ.
I will happily take a fake grown diamond than a real diamond. Diamonds need to fucking stay in the earth. We only say it's worth something because we want it to be worth something. Otherwise, it's just another rock in the earth.
Yeah.
At
It's
the end of the
condensed
day,
carbon. Yeah.
that's
Coal
all
is
it
more
is.
valuable than a diamond. Ironically,
that shit
coal is more
shiny, though.
valuable than diamonds,
Yeah.
but
And the thing about it is that a lot of diamond companies are run illegally. We're getting those diamonds are blood diamonds. We can't really honestly make sure we claim that we can, quotations around that, to say that this diamond is ethical. But at the end of the day, we really cannot verify with our own eyes that this diamond will be ethical. So take like another gem if you want to, take a meteorite, whatever else, but like keep that shit in the earth because like it's not worth shit. It's not worth.
Mooncake.
Can I jump in?
You had a response to that?
So I was just gonna say we could say that with anything, right? Like you may say like, oh, it's just another rock, but it's how society values it. Because we do value it, and we will probably continue to value it. people are gonna want it, right? Also, we can ethically mine for these diamonds. The diamond I want personally is a Canadian mined diamond. There's tons of diamonds in Canada. I believe it's the same thing for countries like what's it called, like Iceland, is where you could also find more diamonds. So there are ethical ways to do it, right? We can hold the blood diamonds accountable, but there are ways to get these things. I also feel like, this might be bad to
Live
say, but
diamonds.
I think it sets a certain standard, right? Like the reason I like the 3 month salary is because that tells me he's probably taken a lot of time to save for it. It's probably something he really thought about, and it's for me. It means more, and maybe that sounds bad. Everyone has their own thing.
Can I respond?
You want a
Isn't
nigga to
the
give
fact
away
that
a
he's
quarter
there?
of the year of his life?
But,
Wait,
but
I
yeah,
was like,
but
what?
his whole life is there for you. Like if you're getting married, the rest of his life is dedicated to you. Why do you need a diamond for that? Wouldn't his
Well,
presence be enough?
also, like, most of the time, like for example, right, when we talk about diamonds, we have to also talk about clarity, right? If you just get a cheap diamond, like it can break. If you buy a more expensive diamond, for example, like Tiffany and Co., you're getting something that should last a lifetime. Like these are very well taken care of. They're usually VVS2 and up. Like these are very, very like nice diamonds. Unfortunately, you won't get the same value as something of like that's
But
cheaper.
isn't a
So
man
Yeah,
worth
yeah,
more
yeah,
than a
so,
diamond?
I,
can you-
side
I mean,
note, Costco,
dang, it's my turn. Oh my god,
Costco diamonds are
I-
from Tiffany, so high
Yeah,
key,
yeah. Costco is certified.
Uh,
Those ones are certified actually. They have
so
like contracts with big gem
hold on,
companies.
hold on. Before we move on, I want to answer the Bass's question. Like he said,
Yeah,
he
that's-
asked, like, isn't that whole man's life there for you? Like in terms of like I mean, he's asking to marry you for,
I mean, like,
I'm saying,
decades.
right? Like
yeah.
but we don't.
That's
I don't
valid.
know. I like when you say his whole life. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, should I
Huh?
just not get
Well,
married,
what I
or do you
mean,
mean like
No, I
get
well,
like
I
a
think
can
$10?
the
explain.
I think the more
Commitment,
I
valid.
can hear.
sexual exclusivity,
Yeah.
sexual
Mhm.
exclusivity,
Mhm.
emotional exclusivity,
Mhm.
provision.
You
If you
probably
need
also
it,
want him
if
to
you
buy you a
need
house.
it,
They have
if you
protection
need
as
it.
well.
A
And
Wait,
then
so
let's also
father to your
let's
children if you want
okay,
children.
perfect, beautiful. Yeah, I mean,
so are you saying
right?
like I
Go
should
ahead, Doc.
accept like a $15 rate? Like, is that what you kind of mean?
Practically,
He's saying
that's
that
I'm
That's
saying
far
you
too much.
you
Let's
listen.
okay,
Here's what
so-
I'm
I
saying.
don't know.
I'll be clear. Honestly, you
a
can
gumball
accept
ring or a 20 grand?
aluminum foil, literally tied up into a circle.
Oh.
This
Um,
man's gonna give you his whole life.
no,
Call him
that's
a
He-
not.
broke nigga you want to. Say it.
That's,
Say it with your
listen,
chest.
Here's my hot take about this.
I
I
was about to
think
say,
it's,
what you call this
I
about?
thought
Poking days
Ryan was
about it.
supposed to get
It's
out.
I think
Call him a broke nigga.
it's okay. All right, so we're
have you
uh,
proposed to
hold
your
on, hold on.
girlfriend?
We're gonna
Let's
go
I gave her a
to
promise,
Razor.
but
We're gonna go to Razor. No, it was Razor's turn. It was Razor's
you
turn.
right.
Yeah.
Razor, Bam, Don, Dream. Okay.
no, it was Razor Band me.
Nope, it was Razor, Bam, Don, Dream. I remember that.
Okay.
Okay, so, okay, so when it comes to the different rings and stuff, my thought process would be not even like the 3 month salary thing. I get it. The points that Mooncake made about like it shows that he knows how to save. He knows he's constantly thinking about it and all that stuff. It makes sense. I get it. Not everyone's gonna obviously think like that. This is a pearl preference of Mooncakes. For me personally, for my ex fiance. I went and found what I felt to be the most aesthetically pleasing. I didn't care what the fuck the gemstones on it were, as long as it was aesthetically pleasing, and I thought they would like it, and that's what I proposed to her on, proposed to her with, and they obviously liked it. They technically I think they still have it. I'd have to ask him. I'd have to ask him again. But I feel like for me, what I would probably do, what I would probably want, not even diamond. Well, for me, it would be diamond. I would want whatever my month's gemstone is. The problem is I'm April, so it is diamond.
So we're gonna go to Bam, but Razor actually brings up another interesting question. Is that like once you give a girl an engagement ring and then they call off, whatever reason, right? It breaks off. Does she give that back? Right? Are you owed it back, or is that or is that hers from now on?
It
It's a
depends
gift.
on it depends on how you feel about it. Like for me, I didn't give a shit. like I was I gave the ring, giving my full thought process of I did want to be, didn't end up working out, and we're still good friends, and I didn't care about the ring from that point. The ring was literally
I
just a symbol. Ring
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah. I'm prying
It's an
that off
easy.
her. I'm
It's an
prying that
easy
off her
answer.
cold dead hands. Let's.
It's an easy answer. The answer is when you give somebody an engagement ring, it's a contract, and if somebody breaks the contract, aka call it off, the terms of the contract have to be reversed. Meaning
Why
you
didn't you tell
gave
that shit to Kevin Durant?
I
Damn
mean,
it.
that
You
what?
fine.
again for
What
me, it was
is
literally
it?
I
just I
just
don't care.
I,
figured
The
we're
ring is a
not.
symbol.
Listen,
Nothing
listen. If
more.
you don't want it back, that's okay. I'm talking about legally. This is the standard.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's
That's
go
why I
to
think.
our friend
Never mind. I'm not gonna
Bam.
say it.
Bam, then Don, then
Mhm.
Dream.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, it's a cope answer when you like try to justify clarity with diamond hardness. Like even a low quality diamond is still going to be like over 9 on the hardness scale out of 10, and anything above
What
8
do you
is
mean?
well they rank the clarity of gems on a scale of 1 to 10. Diamonds are typically somewhere 9.5 and 10, which is dang near indestructible. Like the idea that like, oh, I need a higher clarity diamond so it won't break is like even though it's like there is some slight connection between diamond hardness and clarity, like it's so minimal, it's so minuscule, it's like unrealistic. A diamond is going to last. Honestly, cubic zirconium is going to last for a lifetime. The hardness isn't even justifiable. If you're
Moisten
going
that. Don't forget
Yeah,
moisten that.
I was gonna say, if you're going to go for a gem, I would probably pick Moisten that just for
They're
the
shinier.
yeah,
Oh,
they're better. They're higher on the clarity scale than diamonds, and they're like way more affordable. And lab grown moisten at that. The but the other thing that on the opposite end of that, I also think it's a cope answer to talk about like, oh, this is all marketing. Like, yes, I can understand where its roots are, but there's absolutely, we've established this as a part of culture. Shoot, I mean, technically, the concept of a master bedroom in a home, one bedroom being larger than the others, is marketing by the Sears company back in like the 30s. Like, but that doesn't mean that when you buy a house, you're not gonna pay for like less square footage in your bedroom because they say that like, oh, you believe in marketing. Like, nigga, it just is what it is. I think 3 months salary is also insane because you're asking a person to like give a quarter of their livelihood like for the entire year. Like that's like I don't think that that's a noble engagement. Like I don't think that's a justifiable use of money for anyone, but like if someone can afford to do that, like if someone's making like 150 200K plus where like they can still set aside that percentage of their livelihood, at that point you're paying for a ring that's like way too ridiculously expensive.
um,
There's probably some sweet spot between, I mean, obviously to Dream's boring answer is going to be dependent on what the person accepts, but there's probably some sweet spot between 2 grand and somewhere around 10 to 12 grand that you should be able to keep a ring in, and past that is like, regardless of what you make, is like highly
um,
excessive.
so
Alright.
what?
So
Huh?
wait,
I know the one I did was $300.
Uh,
Works.
oh boy.
Good.
She like what she like.
actually,
So
you know
Go
what?
ahead, Don.
yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna let
I,
Prime.
I,
I'll let
I, I
Mooncake respond to
yeah,
Bam.
yeah, yeah. And but
I don't
Mooncake,
give a
I'm
fuck.
not sure if you're using the right mic. Because
Not?
yeah,
Okay.
That's a
I can
bit.
hear
I feel
her
like she
fine.
always sound like
no,
that.
no,
I
I
can
don't know.
hear
She
her
doesn't
fine.
always sound like that. But
I can hear her fine.
Okay.
Does it
I
sound
know you can
crazy?
hear.
It's
Oh my
just a
god, I
little
know you can
scuff.
hear
It's a
her.
little scuff.
I'm saying that's why I think
He's
she's
saying that you
not
could be
using the right
better.
mic. Because she has
Mic
another
check.
mic that was in her hand. So just check that. That's all I'm asking. All right, go ahead, Don.
All right. So to kind
Okay.
of just because I came at Mooncake at the beginning, and just to say, Mooncake, if that's your standard, bro, I think anybody can have any standard they want, no
She's
matter
not in here,
how
bro. She's not listening to
whatever.
you.
It doesn't matter
Well, she
because
could watch it back, you know.
she understands this herself. So the thing is like your standard is your standard, no matter how arbitrary or ridiculous or whatever I think about it. That's your standard for a relationship. You have every right to do that. But my thing is like, and this is why I brought up the proportionality thing about how much you make to the ring. It's like at some point, a motherfucker making 200 grand a year, that ring, to what Bam said, is gonna be mad bread that we could put into like actual like actual things that could bring back money to her that she could then benefit off of in a way that's so insurmountable compared to a ring. But at the same time, I think that from the woman's perspective, and I truly think this is from the woman's perspective about rings in general, is that rings are they're a sign of status in society. And if you got, and this is what I think about, right? If you got a millionaire, right, and he buys his girl a $5,000 ring, the other women that she's going to be in the social sphere of are also going to probably be other women who are connected to other millionaires. And essentially, she's going to look like she's down bad because her man got her a ring that was 5K and every other bitch that's around got a ring that's 50K. And I think that is a thing. I think that's a real thing because it's a social thing, and it's a thing where there's a pecking order and a hierarchy, and you get placed as the girl who couldn't get the expensive ring from her millionaire husband. And I don't know. I think that trickles down into creating
That shit really does turn into.
How
some
rare is
toxic
that, nigga?
No. It's not that rare because everybody works on a social hierarchy, no matter
No,
how
we're talking
poor you
about
are.
having a millionaire
No,
husband. That's
I
really
gave
rare.
I gave that example to an extreme to show it, but really this could be amongst any group, right? You could have a group of people who are middle class, for example, have rings that are what Mooncake is saying, 12, 8 to 12 grand, right? And then you got a girl who's got just a band with no diamond on it. That
Okay.
also signals something. So there is a social hierarchy, and rings, although it is a marketing thing, I agree with Bass, it is also a social signifier to your success as a wife. Whether we want to accept that or not, that is absolutely true for women. It sucks, but it's true.
I think it's stupid to worry about your social status when it comes to
Yeah,
what.
but you got to
Hold on,
understand
brother.
what people are beholden
I
to
understand.
in
I'm
these
about
social structures.
I'm,
Okay,
I'm
all
gonna
right.
give it a counter. So I think you're probably gonna be higher in the social status when you're having more money and using that money to invest and advance your ventures because you didn't waste so many thousands of dollars on your ring. That's one. Two, when it comes to marriage, engagement in general, I think your standards are going to be way different if you actually love somebody. If you actually love somebody, you're willing to accept a lot of things because it's just from them. Like you love this person to death. This is the love of your life. This is your soulmate. If you don't view marriage as like a business venture only and like a matter of convenience, if you actually view marriage as somebody you love and that's your soulmate that you're marrying, you're going to accept whatever they give you because it's the thought that counts. And it's and if they're genuine about their offer, right?
I absolutely disagree with this. This is
Yeah,
a plan to get
hold
abused.
on.
This is a formula to get abused in a
Oh, hold on. Wait, what? Stop.
I will stand
That's
on that.
actually insane.
This is
Hold on. Hold on. It's abuse? How? It's abuse how?
Because what
Wait, Don, why you got me agreeing with Dream? What the hell?
Okay. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can't. We can hear you.
Yeah, we
thank
can hear you now.
Yeah, even better. Okay.
No,
so
why you got me agreeing with Dream? What are you talking about?
Sorry,
Razor, I love you, but I'm finna spit real quick.
Don, go ahead.
All right.
You can.
So here's the thing.
I hope it addresses what I said. That's all I hope.
Okay, so you said, right? You said that when you love somebody, these things shouldn't matter, correct?
Uh-huh.
These things shouldn't matter. No, I'm saying
you said when you love somebody, you should be willing to forego certain things because you love them. That is what you said. Forego.
No, I'm saying no. It's more. It's not necessarily that. It's more like it's a proactive. No, it's a proactive feeling from yourself. It's not like I'm willing to not ask and only have the standard for the best possible things if I have a good enough thing and it comes from the one that I love. Because when I'm with the one that I love, it's gonna.
You changed your statement. You said good enough. Before you just said if I love them, I should accept it. Now you're tailoring your statement because I'm finna hone in on that shit.
No. I'm saying it's good enough because it's coming from the person I love. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So it's not a different statement.
Okay?
I'm not saying accept everything in the literal sense, as in like it's a slap to the face. Oh, that's a good slap to the face because it's for the person I love. I'm saying obviously within reason. Nah, because
That's not how it sounded when you said it, because you said because Mooncake is putting up a standard and you're saying if you love somebody, you should forego your standards.
No. If you love somebody, no, it's not about should. No. It's that you would because you love them. It's not that you should. It's not a have to.
You're also messing up. Dream, you're also messing it up slightly.
Wait, hold on. You said you would instead of you should, but that's even more. You're putting even more emphasis on the statement when you say somebody would instead of somebody should.
No, it's not. No. Should is what. Should is obligatory. Should is obligatory.
I think we hit a weird.
Should is obligatory. Correct, Don?
I really didn't even get off my statement. I didn't get my statement off.
Is should obligatory? Yes or no, Don?
Dre, let me get the full statement off real quick.
Is should obligatory? Yes or no?
Just let me answer your thing, Dream. Just let me.
Is should obligatory?
Hey!
I didn't get his full comment.
Hey! Shut up! Me, I'm talking. So shut up. Thanks. Now, Don, finish your statement, and you can answer this should or would or whatever as well.
So, I think that in a relationship, you should be totally aware and conscious of your standards, and you should be enforcing them. That is what a relationship is about. A relationship is not about being wishy-washy. Listen, I know that's not what you're saying, Dream, but I am entitled to my perception of what you're saying. You can correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I'm hearing. That's fine. We can argue about it. But what I'm hearing is that you're saying that when you love somebody, you would forego standards. And what I'm saying is that when you enter a partnership with somebody, you need to be transparent, you need to be honest, and you need to stand on business. And you need to say, this is my requirement. If you can't meet it, let me know. Because this life is not long enough for me to be bullshitting with you. So that's my point. When I hear you say, oh, you would do this if you love somebody, motherfucker, I've had women tell me that if I love them, I would jump off a bridge. I'm not fucking jumping off of a bridge, all right? Because I love you. So let's not like that.
That's not within reason.
That turkey sandwich whooping.
Yeah, that's not within reason. It's not analogous.
Within reason is also subjective. So when you say within reason,
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm using the standard of logic.
No, within reason is subjective.
No,
within reason is subjective.
When I reason something comes into my locus of control and says, is this thing something I can actually logically figure out? And that's not going to be the same for everyone. You can't apply your standard of reason to everyone. In a situation that requires a subjective understanding about one's relationship. You can't bring in the fact that there is this hierarchical, objective idea of what a relationship should be, because that's just not true.
That's not what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
All right, I'm done.
If to be as specific as possible, I'm talking about materialistic things, right? If you are loving somebody as much as possible, what you really care about is their character.
Can I go after? Sorry.
Not necessarily what they give you materialistically. So you're willing to forego more materialistic things the more you love somebody, and at accepting the bare minimum or the whatever minimum standard of materialistic that they're giving you, right? So if you really love somebody, you're willing to forego a mansion that you really grew up wanting your whole life, and willing to live in a $3,000 apartment, $1,000 apartment, because you really love somebody. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying in terms of like.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So you're willing.
That was what I was agreeing with on Dream, like material things.
Yeah.
Mooncake
is absolutely entitled to be as materialistic as she wants. I'm not against that. That's how she grew up. That's what she wants. She wants 1,000 trillions, millions of dollars. She wants to be a stay-at-home mom and her man pay for everything. Fine, I have nothing against that. But all I'm saying to Mooncake is maybe she'll change her mind when she meets somebody that she really is in love with, and something happens to his financial situation where he can't provide her the things that she grew up wanting. Maybe she won't change her mind.
So I'm gonna go to Mooncake, but then after that, Joe. Are you with us?
Yeah, sir. I'm chilling.
Bam says otherwise.
I think that turkey sandwich kicking your ass right now, boy.
He warned us. He did warn us.
Okay. All right. So we're going to Mooncake. And then I want to hear from Joe, because Joe has a beautiful woman. I believe you're still together, right? Right?
She's Muslim. She's with me forever. Okay.
Okay, all right, great.
Allah
So
Akbar.
he has a beautiful woman. So we're
I'm sorry,
gonna
I got
ask
the
him
DK.
what he's planning to do for the engagement ring, because I know they're serious like that. And then I want to hear from Swerve, who's just looking out here cool, right? Like I get it, you're bringing the handsome, but we need a little bit more than that. So we're gonna go to Mooncake, Joe, and
Hey,
then
yo.
Swerve.
I guess like I kind of okay. So I need to get real for a second. I don't get why it's bad to be
broke girls.
materialistic.
No
Like-
one said that.
Like okay, then that's
I
just
will say
feeling.
that.
Hey,
Okay,
hey,
I
hey,
will-
hey,
I will
hey,
say it.
Hey, hey. We're gonna let Mooncake talk. She's been waiting patiently. Mooncake. Oh, and you sound your clarity is great. So this is the right mic to be using. But yeah. go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect. Yeah, I switched to my other one. Sorry about that. So the feeling I was getting, at least from the conversation, was that it was a bad thing, right? That if you ask for this much, that's not good. You should want less. But I don't like this idea that we should just expect less, just because someone may not be able to provide it, right? I don't think there's any problem going into a relationship saying, yeah, I want a $3,000 ring, and this idea that like, oh, you don't love them, or just 3-month ring, you don't love them if you want this. I just don't understand how you could connect those two. Wanting, like, I guess what I question is, why do people want to get rich? They want to get rich to buy more things. Why do people want to go to work and make money? They want to go buy more stuff to make them happy, right? In a way, we're all kind of materialistic. And there's just standards in our relationships. And I think our standards can differ, and that's okay. And like I said, just because 3 months salary doesn't work for you doesn't mean another guy is not going to do that, right? I think you've all seen the TikTok of the guy who spent like, what was it, $50,000 on his wife's ring. Like he did because he can. He wanted to show like, look, this is how important you are to me. And I think that's fair, right? If a guy says, hey, I'm
Why
gonna spend
is
this
it
on your
his
ring,
wife?
I think it just shows like, oh, he's not playing around.
I was gonna say one. I don't
Wouldn't
think
dedication it
50
means that they're not playing?
I
around?
do
Okay.
want to
thought you
get
just
in
put,
on
like,
this,
20
but
minutes
I'm
drink.
gonna
I was
wait.
just gonna say like you can go
Yeah.
next, you and Joe, but I was just responding to that. Like one, just from my background, a $50,000 ring, like at least for a single gem, wouldn't even be insurable, which is like really dangerous. And like I don't know if a woman would feel comfortable walking around with a piece of jewelry like that, especially not when an engagement ring isn't even what you
Well,
wear
no,
full
of
time.
course not. But no one's really asking for a $50,000 ring unless like this guy has a lot of money.
Well,
I'm just
if you
showing
made
as an example.
$200,000, that you would be asking for that by
Okay,
definition.
well, whatever the
Um,
3-month salary is, I just mean like men also set the standard. Men also did this to other men. Like they perpetuated the standard. So I don't understand how men could now have an issue with it.
do you
wait,
believe?
Well, we're not a
do-
monolith.
do you
Yeah,
believe
we're
that-
not a
Oh, okay.
monolith. We-
Sure, but do you believe
We're
that
not-
Jeff? I understand. Do you believe that Jeff Bezos makes too much money?
Yes.
Okay, why? I thought you were okay
Because
with
I don't
materialism and
believe
people can have different
just
standards.
it's a moral thing. I don't believe billionaires should exist.
Okay, but you think that like people shouldn't be able to judge your level of materialism? You think you're setting
What do you
like
mean?
you're
No,
saying
I
that
think
like
that's different.
based on what? It's just a number.
What do you mean?
You're saying that like people shouldn't be able to tell you that your desires, your standards for financially are unreasonable, but you believe that you can tell that to other people
People are
by your
also
own.
weird.
You're saying, hey, I want as much. If I can ask for $1 billion ring, that's my prerogative. But you're telling Jeff Bezos you can't be.
Yeah, you can ask for it, but I don't see how that connects to him being a billionaire.
Because you're-
inherently, no, the reason it's
He
different
makes
is
money to
because
buy
for one,
things.
you're asking for an expensive ring. For the other thing, he has to. It's basically like torture some people to make this amount of money. There's no ethical billionaire.
Well, first of all, that's not true.
That's just literally not true. You need to take a philosophy class
Well,
101.
no, billionaire. Like we
There's no
associate.
ethical billionaire.
There absolutely
That's
is.
just
And I can
not
tell you in
true.
2 seconds. Like
Hey, show me one.
sure, the we associate $1 billion with this number, but the reality is there's like, especially if you look at the professional athletes. Professional athletes play sports, and we're now hitting professional athletes that have hit the $1 billion number. But they're actually still getting their capital
And
siphoned
who
off
are
by
they
elsewhere.
funded by? People who still use kids to work in sweatshops. Like we all know this.
Wait a minute. So now you're saying
What
people having
year
a
is this
job?
talking
then?
point?
Yeah, I was about to say it, like
What do you
they're
mean?
just workers. They're
This is known that
employees.
Apple had an issue with this as well when they were using children, like small children in what was it, South Asian countries or something like that.
So
They
is
gotta
it-
do with anything.
But
I'm
I'm saying that.
saying they sponsor millionaires and billionaires as well.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying
hold
that
on.
by this-
Hold on.
Just a non
Back
sequitur.
up, back up, because we
The
are
hell are we talking about?
moving way off topic,
We're going a
right?
little far off.
And if you want to
Okay.
have the discussion, I would love to have it with you because I'm on Mooncake's side on this one. But But
okay.
let's pull it back to the discussion at hand, right? I know Bass wanted a response to Mooncake's previous thing, and we gotta go around the block here.
Yeah, so
slide on that one.
I'm not really sure if I can kind of co-sign with materialism being a good thing in like any situation. I think there's a reasonable understanding that like you need food to eat, you need a house to live in, you need a car to drive, like you need all that essential stuff. But when it comes to again specifically like a diamond ring, it's again, I look at it literally a piece of carbon that does what? It tells everyone else that you're willing to spend money. It doesn't actually say that I love you, because I could be a rich man and just this is just the cost of doing business. I just spent this money and it's easy for me. What actually says I love you is the relationship we have. If I'm working a job that I hate, but I know that this is going to take care of our family and I'm sacrificing my body, to me that says a little bit more than you just spent money on a ring. In my mind. So I think that there are some higher truths to the world that are a little bit more
Can I
important
ask a
than
question?
material.
Do you plan on like having a wedding one day? Like just having a wedding, like
Yes and no. Like it would be for
like
my wife. I'll be honest
the
with you. It
reason
wouldn't
I
be for
ask
me.
is like how much do you think a wedding would run you? Like on average?
10,000 max.
Oh boy, the
Max.
10,000 number.
conversation.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Max is
That's a good
Probably
crazy,
question.
something in
bro.
there, right? Like I'm
The
assuming
food
probably something like
alone might cost you.
Bro,
yeah,
yeah.
like
Ten
Chuck E.
thousand
Cheese,
though.
bro.
Wait, okay.
Mooncake.
Nope.
Like,
Smooth
Okay,
Smooth was here.
Hey, wedding.
He would explain everything. If
Oh,
Smooth was
don't
here.
worry about it. Mooncake. That's a previous conversation. But go ahead. Continue on.
an average wedding would probably be like 10 to 25,000, right? And like I
What?
said before, the tradition, like an average
For the
wedding,
big
usually that
one.
is what it costs.
That's not true, but okay.
For big one.
Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep going.
But like what I'm saying is what I mentioned before too is that the bride's family usually pays for the wedding. That's just like for my mind, like the tradition,
Father of the
right?
bride.
Not in the
yeah.
generation. I don't
Or
think that's happening
okay,
in like
but
two
that's just
generations.
what I was like, that's just tradition, right? So when I think about the cost of the ring, I also compare it to the cost of the wedding, right? The man is not supposed to pay for the entire cost of the wedding. So in a way, you're kind of equaling it out. Also, the average engagement ring in America that people pay for is $6,000 to $7,000. That's the average.
I'm sure the median's much lower.
So basically,
Oh,
but-
yo,
okay,
mooncake,
but what's
mooncake. In my state,
Go ahead.
the average wedding cost is $46,000. In my
Jeez,
state.
Louise.
Are you
Again,
in
my state, the
California?
median is much
160K.
lower.
10 grand.
Are you in
It's
California?
crazy.
How much?
Yeah,
No,
10
how
grand
much
is cheap for a
bro.
This
wedding.
is Massachusetts. This is
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
Oh,
That's
shit.
one of the richest states in the union, of course.
Because I'm guessing
Okay.
because I'm
Mhm.
actually
All right, well,
California.
you got
Okay,
it.
all right. So, Bass, sorry,
I don't know
Mooncake, did you
if
finish
that's
your
good,
point? And Bass can
I
respond.
think she did.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, I don't think it's bad for people to want nice things and like this idea that like, oh, you have to kind of like settle like if like for this, it's like why? Just why? I
Well,
don't have to.
I guess you're right. You don't have to.
It's
But
not that you have to.
I think the problem is you're valuing the wrong thing about the relationship. Like it's okay to want nice things, but you could buy yourself a diamond ring. The man's life is more important than the diamond ring. If you want nice
Why
things,
can't
you
the
can
man
work
just
for
buy
it.
me a diamond ring? Why
There's
can't
nothing
The
stopping
median's
him.
1900,
But
just by the way.
but
Yeah.
here's the thing. There's nothing
The
stopping
median is
someone
1900.
For a wedding.
for like the
okay.
wedding cost.
Yeah.
Because like
Wedding
in
ring.
my mind, if a man with
wedding
full
Median doesn't
understanding
necessarily.
doesn't have to give you a ring, right? And it's truly a gift from his own heart. And he says, I want to do this for you. That's a lot different than you need to give me X ring, X amount. Otherwise, I'm just not even going to consider marrying you. Because to me, that says like you're not here for him. You're kind of here for everything around him. You're here for the expensive stuff or for the finer things.
I think
So
it
That's
depends on your lifestyle, right? Like I grew up with a dad like where his love language was gift giving, right? Like
Mhm.
gift giving was just his love language.
Yeah,
So
thanks.
You want a
expectations.
man to replace your dad?
What does that
What do you
mean?
mean?
Oh,
Man, where'd you
well,
find
sorry.
that
Let's.
study?
We don't need to
Median?
interject
Where'd
that
you
right now.
find
But
that?
hold on. Let Mooncake go
We're
ahead.
not
Finish your
we're
point.
not touching that.
It's just like an example of like a father figure, like just a man in my life who like gave me these things. Same thing with my brothers. They'd bring home like stuff after school or they'd like get me gifts on the weekend or something. So it's something that I'm used to. So yeah, if I was to marry someone, I would want them to be like that as well. I don't think that's a bad thing.
You're
Not
right,
fully,
but that's
no.
but that's the
Love
difference.
language
A
is
gift
gift
a
giving.
gift is given willingly, right? You put the standard. You say you have to have like 3 months salary. If that's the
Yeah,
standard versus I'm gonna give it to you out of my own will, I don't think we're talking about the same thing at that
Yeah,
point.
it's
Yeah,
different.
but
Yeah,
she's
it's
also giving things too, though. That's not the same because she's giving things in that relationship that man is like. If Mooncake is saying right,
Mhm.
this is where you have to be good faith. If Mooncake is saying that she's willing, she's asking for 3 months salary, she's gonna be given a lot. That's what she's saying,
Which is
right?
what?
She's saying,
What?
she's
Okay,
saying,
so what is
okay,
the
I'm about to lay it out. She said, I'm willing to be a stay-at-home mother. Number one, that's
Come on.
Welcome to
dude.
99% of
willing?
America.
Come on, bro.
I don't give a fuck what
I
y'all
want it to
say.
be
That's
normal.
Look
big.
on Cook. Look on Cook.
That's
This
big.
should make me up.
She also said, and with that, right? She said she'd raise the kids, and a lot comes with all of that. We've all talked to women who don't want that shit at all, and we know everything that comes with. In this day and age, saying that you want to be a stay-at-home woman on a public platform, that means that you are taking in all of the perceptions of stay-at-home women when she says that, which means that she will be submissive to her man.
No, she won't.
She will.
We've had this conversation. No, I'm saying that I don't
Okay.
care what you're saying. I'm trying to tell you, Mooncake. We've had this conversation. Mooncake
What do you
wants a
mean?
50-50 partnership.
No, not always. Right now, because you
Not
guys,
always.
I work. Wait, no.
Oh my!
No, no.
Against it because I
Right
wasn't privy to the
No,
conversation.
that's complicated. Because right now
But-
I do work, right? I said I wouldn't mind going 50-50 if we're doing half of everything. However, Dawn is right that I would prefer to be a stay-at-home mom. Like, if I find a person who can provide that lifestyle, I have no problem doing that. I would prefer that, actually, which some people won't like, but yeah, I would.
Okay, this is a completely different than the
Wait, hold on,
conversation
hold
that
on.
we have saved in 4K.
No, it's not
You
even.
said you
but
wanted a
Bam,
partnership. I'm
But
sorry.
Ben, what you said, what she just said was she kind of agreed with you. She said if it's 50-50, that means that we're both giving 50-50. Then I'll take 50-50. But
Now,
if
where's
she's
my
be-
ring?
If she's being a stay-at-home mom, that's not 50-50.
No, she said
right?
she like, before again. It's fine. People can change and grow. But I'm saying previously she said that she preferred a partnership.
That was
Like she
slick.
said she didn't want to be a submissive.
The reason I usually
Slick as
prefer is
fuck.
because I'm afraid of falling into a situation where you guys have seen this, like women get abused, like financially, right? They're not able to do certain things. That makes me nervous, especially giving up a career. And let's say I am at home for 10 years, and he's like, "I'm leaving
Can I-
you." Bye.
Can I?
Wait,
Like,
just let her-
can I
just let
challenge
us-
this for a
I-
second?
Let us
I-
settle this
Everybody
position.
next to
And I
her.
remember, hold on. So I do remember Mooncake from your our previous conversation. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Yeah.
But I felt like when you brought up the 50-50 thing, it was in the context of like dating, right? And yeah. And it's like we were arguing about like how much money a man should like output in the act of dating you, and you said that you have a certain salary, and then that other person's got to be at least be able to match it. So that was how I interpreted that 50-50. That you're saying that you have to be at least on my level and then from there we can divide things 50-50. But you're saying now if you have someone above your level, right, and who can provide for you, then you would be stay at home or whatever.
No, this was I'm talking about a different conversation. This was on Smooth's platform actually.
Okay.
Was they're dealing with the concept of being a submissive, like a submissive wife with a man leading a household or having a partnership. And Mooncake at the time said she preferred a partnership. But again, she's explaining her reason why.
I think it just makes things like easier, especially when a guy makes the same amount of money. When it comes to bills, you can just split that in half. It's like, oh, okay, we make the same amount. This is how we're gonna do it, right? I just find that to be easier instead of just like, okay, you make this much, I make this much. How are we gonna do this? I think it just.
So again, now what's the position? I don't understand this like correlates with what Don was saying about the.
No, but I still said like I would prefer just being like if I could, honestly, yeah.
Yeah, because if you think of, because she's saying, right, the context is, if she's saying 3 months of salary, the context is marriage, right? That's the context. So with marriage, a lot more responsibility, a lot more sacrifices involved. And what she's asking for, she's saying, I want a man to sacrifice. And what I'm going to hold Mooncake to is that she's willing to reciprocate that sacrifice. And she better be fucking ready to.
But she's
reciprocate
not.
that.
No, what is it? But she's not.
As someone said,
Mooncake said her dad. Mooncake said her
I don't know
dad.
what
No.
y'all are talking about.
No. Mooncake said her dad was gonna pay for the wedding. That's equal to the amount of the ring.
No,
That's not her.
That's her dad. That's not her.
Stop. Okay,
listening.
because I saw someone in the in the chat say this. Mooncake would. I'm guessing you would probably give up your career to be the stay-at-home mom, right? Like your
Yes.
streaming career.
You think niggas don't want to be stay-at-home dads?
Say it again.
No, no.
You think niggas don't want to be stay-at-home dads, play the game all day, and watch the
I
game?
didn't say that.
Hold on, Razor. What's your point? Just quickly, what's your point? We do have to move on to other people, but Razor, what's your point?
Yeah, I didn't say. Obviously, I didn't say that. It doesn't matter what the gender is. Someone wants to be a stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home dad, whoever's making the money, whatever. But like what Mooncake is saying is they would willingly give up, sacrifice their career to be a streamer.
Working is a sacrifice. That's what I'm trying to say.
God.
Doing the work, going to work every day, going to a job that you may not like, and you would prefer to be home. No, but
do you know the pay? Do you know how much it takes to be a stay-at-home mother or father?
I'm saying where is the unbalance? That's what I'm saying. There is no imbalance.
What do you mean? He's making a point.
I'm saying there's no imbalance on the female side, right? There's a huge imbalance on the male side because the male side is coming in with the 3 months salary sacrifice on top of sacrificing going to work every day.
Sacrifice?
Would you do this for a man that makes less than like $250,000?
Hold on, Mooncake. What do you mean? It's not a sacrifice?
Sacrifice. Okay, if I have to be a stay-at-home mom, I also sacrifice my career. Like I won't you don't move up. Like once you that's it.
I would prefer to be a stay-at-home dad. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, guys.
Your wife makes more than you.
This is
that's what I'm saying. So
most of the men that I've interacted with, they prefer to work. They want to work. Like that's their goal. They just want to work and be promoted. That's what these men want. They want me to be a stay-at-home mom.
So okay, hold on. We're gonna move on. Sorry. We're gonna move on to Joe. Joe is next, or after that, Swerve. Bass, I see your hand up. All right, so it'll be Joe, Swerve, Bass. But to be clear, right, Dream, you don't get to define other people's sacrifices, right? So if someone says that this is a sacrifice for them,
when did I say it wasn't? When did I say it wasn't a sacrifice to them?
Because you just immediately brought in. But I would prefer to be at home. And
when did I say it wasn't a sacrifice? Please, I'm listening.
Oh my God! But when you say that in response to her talking about sacrifice, it's reasonable to believe.
I'm saying the sacrifice is balanced. Please listen. I'm saying the sacrifice is balanced, if not imbalanced, from the male side because he's already coming in with a deficit in his money for the ring. You hear me?
Okay. All right. Okay. So
did you understand that, Prime? Before you move on, please. Did you understand that?
So you're saying that you're measuring this like totaling up. So like he starts with a ring that's expensive, the 3 months salary ring. Then there's the wedding. Unless maybe the bride.
That's not even from her. That's from her dad.
Yeah, that's her dad. Okay, sure.
So it's not even her sacrifice.
You're totaling it up based purely on like money, but like
no.
I don't.
It's money plus. So it's money plus desire because she's saying I want to work and I want to advance my career. So I'm sacrificing that and I'm giving up my career to be a stay-at-home mom. Okay, fine, that's one sacrifice. But I'm saying on the other hand, the man probably doesn't want to work. He probably wants to stay home and play COD Modern Warfare 3 and watch the. Okay, sure. I'm amongst other men. Amongst other men.
I don't want to be a stay-at-home.
I think a lot of men work as a necessity, not
you
because.
Win the lottery tomorrow, you're not doing the same.
Yeah, if you got a
capitalism, I think that's
just think about how many people want to retire early. Right? He's like, man, I'm trying to be a millionaire as fast as possible so I can retire, go on cruise ships. They don't want to work. They just want a lot of money. People want a lot of money.
Okay. I got it. No, so I
didn't say everyone. I'm saying in general.
I hear your point. And it's different from what I thought it was previously. So I adjust. We're gonna go to Joe Lewis, who's been waiting quite patiently. We're going to Swerve, and we're gonna go to Bass. All right.
Whew, this shit funny as fuck. I just don't agree with materialism in relationships. So this is all like kind of funny to me. Like the idea, and there's like a lot of like weird contradictions in it too. And I don't know. I just don't see relationships that are based upon material things as actually legitimate relationships. So that's kind of where I'm at. So if you need something material, that could be a ring, a nice wedding, like anything that's based upon something that's material, and not like.
Can you expand on that? The basis is a material thing. Can you expand on that?
Yeah. So like if you base your relationship and things that you value on things that you actually cannot control, then I don't consider it a legitimate relationship, nor would I consider it a legitimate marriage if they were to get married. So if you say, I'm going to marry a man who makes X amount of money, or I'm going to marry a woman who makes X amount of money, congratulations. You cannot control that. You have no control over that. So you're going to be living within an existence that you have no control over. Because at
Okay,
any
so-
point, that can be.
She could
I'm sorry,
leave.
what?
She could leave him. She could leave him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
my
No,
then,
okay,
money
hold
is
on,
a big
hold on,
thing.
hold on. Because
But
I
he's-
remember, okay, so something I've been doing, listening to a lot lately are like r/videos where he reads different Reddit stories and
Right.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the stories I really like listening to are the relationship stories where you'll hear something about like a woman who got a man who probably got a life what Mooncake is apparently saying that she wants, like being the stay-at-home mother to a super rich dude, to like a rich
that's
dude
rich.
who can take care not super rich, yeah, just rich, like wealthy dude who's able to take care of her and whatever kids they have while she just stays home and takes care of everything. And a lot of the times those stories, because they're posted on Reddit, they end up turning into her pointing out how when he starts to cheat, she's now forever boxed in because she has no financial way to get out. She's stuck. She's now financially dependent on this man, so she has no fucking outlet. So
how is divorce not an outlet?
personally,
Alimony
she has
and
no
child support,
money.
Alimony.
Alimony
What do you think
and
alimony
child
is?
You gotta be
support.
you gotta been together
That's
10
literally
years in
what
most states.
alimony is designed for, though. I mean,
Yeah, but
no, it's
that only
It
attracts
takes
rich
at least a
men.
decade in most
But
states.
then you end up having to deal with
let me-
the divorce courts and
But-
try to take care of the kids
Mhm.
and
I'm
not
so
and
confused
not
here.
screw
So-
them up.
so I kinda
Your
wanna
money
hit
is
you
just
for-
the alimony, and
So
you're
let me
yeah.
look.
Pull it back, right? I want to get back to Joe.
Somebody's
I'm
unmuted.
hearing I'm hearing some echo
Yeah.
from someone. I'll have to figure that out. Testing. I think it's Mooncake. Mooncake, if you have headphones,
She
that would be
doesn't have
great.
headphones.
Yeah.
earbuds.
But yeah, or something like that.
Let me go
Okay,
look.
and I'll just put you on mute for now. But go ahead, Joe Lewis.
We hit eight
What?
niggas in your crib.
But again, like I have I mean, according to a lot of people I talk to, I have pretty conservative views on marriage and relationships. I'm trying to hide my power over here so I don't get dogpiled. But like, very
No, I got
generally
your back.
speaking, I think that marriage is a agreement, and it's an agreement based on ethical unity. I mean, we can get into that if you want to, but basically, the long and short of it, it's just an agreement that the two of you, whoever you're going to end up with, are going to work together to figure out every part of your domestic life until one of you dies. Like, and that's the agreement.
Perfect.
So it's like, I don't think, which is why it's like I don't agree with things like no fault divorce. I don't agree with divorce generally. If you're going into the pact of an agreement with those conditions that I described, then divorce is something that you leave out for things like acts of violence. So like if you feel
Or
like there's an
cheating.
act of violence upon your partner, well, that's violence too, because you're stripping away somebody's agency with violence.
Okay, I just had to be sure of what you counted as violence or
Yeah, I count
Mhm.
yeah, I count that shit
So
as
I'm
violence.
sure he meant cheating.
So
yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
you thought Will Smith staying with Jada Pickett Smith was a good idea.
Yeah, because he has kids.
Word. Yeah, absolutely.
Wait,
And
what?
Like,
I actually,
and again, like when you have kids,
tricky
when you have
thing.
kids, like
It's
when you have
different.
kids, you do not get divorced. Like that's
It's
my
different.
take.
It's
Like
different.
you
Also-
separate.
There's a way to do it.
That's gonna cause a lot of anger.
But
but-
no.
I know,
Jada and
it's
Will
gonna
are
cause a lot of
actually
anger from these male feminists who have this dumb fuck idea on what marriage is.
But part
So
of Joe's point is very crucial, especially thank you for bringing up Jada and Will. Jada and Will are actively seeking help, actively trying to figure the things out
Right.
between them. It's not just like, oh, we have a huge problem, fuck you, and I'm over here, you doing over there, and it keeps brewing and growing worse and worse. In that situation, I can see divorce as a possibility. But
The way they clown Will was
you
so
have to,
wrong for that.
but you have to, if you're making a commitment for the rest of your life to death do us part, you don't have to put that as your vow. You have an option not to put that as your vow. But that's what most marriages say. Most marriages say to death do us part. And when you actually say that, when I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna mean that. If you don't want that in your marriage, if you don't want it in your marriage, don't put it in your marriage.
And I disagree with the sort of approach of marriage that some people get of that. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to achieve, and this is really complicated take. I don't think I'm ever going to achieve somebody or achieve a person like this So I'm going to create the conditions to make sure that they might stay with me, or the possibility of staying with me. So they'll create conditions that basically will assume maybe that the person will stay with them when it's not actually an expression of who they are. They're just molding what they believe to be something, and with the hope that, like, oh, he better not find out I'm a fraud in this because this nigga might divorce me, or this woman better not find out I ain't about this life, but they might divorce me.
Mooncake, would you ever Michelle Obama a man?
Oh my
What,
god.
I don't know what that
I don't know
means.
what that means.
Michelle Obama, I meant what?
Yeah, like be his
I think
rock
Michelle-
at his lowest, and then build himself up to the point that he becomes the greatest man that's ever lived in the world.
What? Well, the thing about Obama is like, didn't he go to Harvard? Am I wrong about this?
Dream's not saying it right. Dream's not saying it right. I know what he's knocking at because I pay attention to that.
Get what
I pay attention
You
to
get the
women.
spirit of what I'm saying. Get the spirit of what I'm saying.
No, so basically, what Michelle Obama did was she's openly talked about how she put her entire life on hold for the sake of her husband, and she admitted and yielded that not every aspect of her marriage is 50-50. So like at some points, and a lot of points for her, it was like 80-20, 9-10, 100-0.
In what direction?
Her, like
in
her
the
taking
direction
on
of
the
Obama.
brunt.
Clearly, this nigga's the president. Like,
It's as far as like who's taking on the workload she was.
Yeah.
Like he just be gone because she decided, like, because I mean she's just as well educated as him, like just had all the same career perspectives, and then she just like basically she decided like, oh, okay, like it's you.
I can actually agree. Sorry,
I guess a better way of asking this, Mooncake, could be this: would you be willing to put your entire life on hold if that meant that your partner could create the conditions so that you would never have to work again a day in your life?
If I knew that.
You don't.
You had to have faith. Yeah, you
don't know that, but you
like,
have to have faith.
You see the potential. Obviously, your perspective.
He
you
said
see
to
the
you,
potential.
Yeah, of course. Like for example, like half of my friends, he actually just got married my age. He's 26 now. He's a software engineer. He just got married, and his wife is able to be a stay-at-home mom. Like she does not have to work, like at all.
Do you think it's sustainable? But he's 20 something, right? There's no guarantee that that's like a sustainable thing. So
no, for him it is. For him, like
Enron,
like it is.
Enron, GP, like BP, I can go on for hours. Like again, but what is he doing that's creating the conditions that you can confidently say like it's not going to happen?
He's well educated. He's been hired at like really, really large company. Like he'll always be okay. So like he's creating those conditions. He's taken the steps to be in the career that he is in now. Like he's taken those steps. He's worked hard.
And I'm guessing he's constantly working on himself.
Let me ask you
yeah,
this.
He is actually constantly working on himself.
Okay, so then how is she working on herself?
What do you mean?
Like how is she creating conditions to have a contingency plan if and when he dies?
Actually, yeah. Works like I don't want to dox anybody, but like works in like the service industry and saves like been saving.
Not to the level that
shouldn't have gave us the information.
No, of course not, right? It's completely different incomes. But he has no problem with that. Like he literally has zero problem.
So respectfully, you can you see how that might be a problem?
What do you mean?
At any point, he can just decide that I'm done. I'm good. I just need me.
They're married now, so I think if they got divorced, I think she'd be okay.
How?
What do you mean? Like
she'd
get some of his assets.
How? They have necessarily.
Kids.
Now, if they've been less than 10 years,
they've been together more than going on 10 years.
Marriage?
Okay.
No, not marriage. Not marriage.
Like just 10 years of marriage.
Part of Joe's point is that his job isn't guaranteed unless he's the business owner himself, and even then, it's still a little washy. Hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. And even if they get divorced, the money that she would get has to be proportional to the amount of money that he makes. And it could be possible that there's a recession, a job loss that he has, where he's not going to be making enough money for her to sustain her life. So she would need to make a contingency
when
plan
I tell you this person is
sustain her
okay,
lifestyle.
like he's already bought a house, it's completely paid off. Like this person, I promise you, will be okay. Like savings since elementary school. I'm not even joking. Like
Buying-
this
Yeah,
person will be
but that's
okay.
it.
So-
But again, like
And to be clear,
respectfully,
we're
I
all
just
working under Canadian law, right? These are Canadians.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
So
yeah,
just
yeah.
be clear
yeah,
about that.
but
I
it
don't
doesn't
know
make
the difference.
but it doesn't make a difference because the nigga can just leave, right? Like the nigga can
What
just
do you mean I
leave.
leave?
Why would he-
Actually,
wait,
not
that
true.
seems-
Not true. Wait. Here in Canada, I don't know if it's the same in
Bounce.
America. Actually, as long as you were living together for 3 years, you do not have to be married. That is makes you entitled to common law, which means, and under our law, you can still claim half, as long
So
as you
he
can
can
prove
just-
At what
that you're
point,
helping
though?
out.
Like, we have to look at the
And
laws.
create
about
3 years.
conditions.
3 years.
And
3
so,
years
no,
living
I,
together.
wait a minute. Just because you're common law doesn't mean that you're entitled to assets.
Yes,
I'm saying
And also it
alimony,
doesn't-
Yes, you are.
alimony,
Yes,
and
you are.
being married and being
No.
entitled
Yes,
to
you
assets
are.
aren't the
Okay,
exact same
here
thing.
in Canada, if you're a common law, you are still
Gotcha.
entitled to giving half. That is
Okay,
an
guys,
option.
you can just you have
We'll just look it
you
up.
have-
Yeah.
Hey, you have us as a Google. Take
ahead.
a look.
My
All right, so
point,
Joe,
my
get your
point
point.
is that
Yeah,
it
go
doesn't
ahead, Joe.
fucking matter because if he has the conditions to leave and he knows that even in this fantasy about what common law is, he can just bounce and create the conditions to not have to deal with common law. If you're saying that he's at the level of financial stability that you're claiming him to be,
Yes.
so he can just bounce.
He
and
said
not
he could
pay
go to
them.
Morocco and not care about the
Like,
laws.
He can he can go to countries and say fuck those
I mean,
laws.
I guess
what is
he
she-
could
so,
run
like,
away.
Yeah, that's my point. So like, I'm wary
I don't
about the
understand.
idea.
No, no. Okay, I
What?
think this is a point I was
Sorry,
trying to make. This is a point I was
sorry,
trying to
I
make.
do-
I don't
do-
understand the point, honestly. I'm
All
sorry.
right, so
I'm like,
after
don't-
this exchange, I do want to move on to Swerve, who's been waiting quite patiently, and then Bass. If Razor, you want to go on
That's
after
true.
it,
We need
that's
to hear
fine.
Swerve's opinion.
Yeah, after
In
Swerve.
Canada, common law partners are not eligible for alimony when they separate.
Common law partners. Wait, are you talking about alimony? I said once a couple has lived together for 3 years, all the major property laws apply to them.
Yeah, she may have some ownership stake in the
Not
house.
al-
but she
not
doesn't-
alimony,
but
just the
alimony is
stuff.
as in like support, like as in spousal support.
Yeah,
She's not
support.
entitled.
No,
to
not
anything.
spousal support. She's just saying the
Okay.
stuff. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I think
like
she's saying the
she
thing.
entitled to half.
Not
But not of his
the-
money, not of any of the money.
Well, it says major property laws. I
Like I
guess
said,
just
he
housing.
probably can't kick her out the house. That's
not
only
liquid money, but not like liquid money, but like
Yeah,
doesn't
I
have any
don't
tie
think
to his
like
assets.
cash. Yeah, probably no ties to the cash. Yes, I will agree there.
I guess
Okay.
we'll tie back to the big question. How long are you willing to wait on a man who promises you those type of conditions?
It depends on where they're at. Like if they're in school, like for example, if they're going
So
to law
indefinitely,
school,
then no. Wouldn't that be the answer then?
it depends on where they're at. Like if
I
they're
mean,
in law
depends on
school,
where
is
they're
what I'm
at. Would
saying.
say
If they're like
indefinitely.
I'm saying if
my
they
ass,
haven't
but-
gone to school or something, then like
Mhm.
no. But if they're like, oh, I'm in law school, I'm working towards this, like I'm gonna do this, then yeah, like indefinitely, I guess.
I think one of the points that actually no Swerve. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Swerve.
Yo, is it
I'll
is
wait,
it
I'll
okay? Are you guys sure?
No,
Are you-
I'll wait.
No, we're not.
I'll wait.
We're not-
I
You gotta be more aggressive, my nigga.
It's
Over
okay,
here, you got
it's-
for
it's-
yours.
I'm just-
It's Swerve,
Watch
Bass,
this,
and
you know?
then Razor. Go ahead, Swerve, please.
No, but no, for real. All right, let me, because so much talking, I don't even know where to start. I mean, originally it started with a ring, right? This whole idea of like this 3 month
yeah, man, you
salary.
said that.
There was interjections about materialism, and then a little bit of conversations about love and what does that mean, and how does that equate to things like sacrifice, and what kind of weight does that hold? And then we rolled into things like what is the definition of marriage and what does marriage constitute, but the real main point, I think, or before when I was originally thinking, is like there's some stuff that Mooncake said that I agree with about and that I disagree with the rest of you guys about materialism, about the idea of like wanting certain things and not buckling on that. I think Don said that earlier. Like there are standards that I do believe like in life that you should have and you shouldn't compromise on if that's what you believe you shouldn't compromise on. But then where the line kind of gets blurry is when you do inject these concepts about love and things like that in marriage, where I kind of do believe that there are certain compromises that need to be made, but at the same time, where I disagree with Mooncake is I feel like she just never she never said, and I don't know if this is how she feels or not, that she would accept a ring of less value with some circumstances that force that. And to me, I feel like that speaks to the idea that her idea of what love is this thing that has a dollar sign on it, and that's kind of where like I'm leaning towards. And I'm not implying that that's how she feels, but I am saying like amongst this conversation, those are the messages that I was getting. And realistically, no, I don't think that there should be an actual number on the cost of a ring, and I do think that these things should be negotiable. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of you guys were saying, you know, there are things you have to do, but I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that in life, and I don't subscribe to that in relationships. We are free willed. We do what we want. We live the life that we want to live. And that's something that is, I mean, there are, you know, there's a bunch of things that can happen, but that's something that should be spoken of and enlisted in the beginning of a relationship, and you just got to roll with that, period. Like, you know, if you want that ring, and if this woman says this is what I want you to deliver, if you have the finances, you do it. If you don't have the finances, you either have to eat the fact that you got to either level up or you got to leave. You know what I'm saying? If she's promising things like, you know, her family's gonna take care of the cost of the wedding and things like that, and that's what she wants to bring to the table as a negotiation. And if you're entering that relationship, you gotta accept those terms.
Which is pretty reasonable. I feel like that's
That
reasonable.
last part was dog shit,
I
though.
mean,
That last
is
like was
reasonable?
dog shit, though.
What is reasonable?
Like the
I mean,
idea, like
whether
again, like
whether
that's
it
what I was
is or it's
talking
not.
about. Yeah, no, because like, okay, you lay out a few things, like, okay, reasonable, but then you laid out a circumstance that you can't determine for yourself. So if your family, in this case the father, because it would be the father, the father of the bride, if they can't do the cost end of it, then what do? Who's going to be the stopgap there?
Are you giving the
Yeah,
ring
but
back, or are you expecting that person to like understand
No,
that like life happens?
then you and your spouse talk about saving for the wedding. Who may have to provide more? That's something you discuss.
What could
Yeah,
it have
but
been
that point,
hold
about the
on,
ring?
hold
pay
on.
for the wedding yourself.
Yeah,
What could it have
So
been
your love
about the
isn't
ring?
some
so your love
That's
isn't
all right,
contingent
though.
on a life plan, which is realistically what's happening at the end of the day. I do
Yeah.
think it's fair to say, like, I think it's fair to, like, in the opening stages of dating, finding someone, like, I'm not saying that like everyone has to be accepting of dating everyone of like any circumstances. Like, it's okay to say that, like, oh, okay, this person has a career, this person's well intentioned, this person wants to do the well from themselves, and they seem to have the ability to do so. But once you've entered into that relationship and you have grown to love or enjoy that person, like, realistically, and I don't even think Mooncake would disagree with this. If life happens, life happens. Like, you know, if something
No,
out of their
she's saying
control
fuck
happens.
that nigga.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm just giving her a chance to respond for herself. Like the idea of like, oh, you know, like this person had they have education, they had a good job, well intentioned, whatever, and something out of their control happened to make them lose that level of income. And but like it's not from a case of laziness. It's just life.
But
You would
question
change
earlier.
your
I literally asked this question earlier. I said, if you meet a man and this is he has everything you want, but then something happens in his life where he decreases the amount of money, he can't provide you everything that you ever wanted growing up, would you still be with this man?
I said it depends. It depends on like this man. Like I think it depends.
Right,
On
you love
situation.
this man. That's the minimum.
I love
Do
him,
you-
but it depends on the situation, right?
So you
I'm
love
not
him
going
so
to
much.
live in like
because
a
So
really.
you're not-
I don't know. like, I think-
Hey, we don't have to complete her sentences for her. She's literally in the middle of saying it, so let's just hear it out. That we know.
my bad. Sorry, okay.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Dream. Moon, please.
Oh, okay. Razor didn't do it. You're right.
I did too.
You
Sorry,
literally.
my bad.
Okay, whatever.
Oh, Razor did it.
Fine.
I did it.
I didn't. You
Razor
know what?
did.
I didn't hear Razor. I heard you for like the 5th fucking time. So maybe
you're right.
Razor did it this time. Then bad Razor, very very bad. But Dream, you've been doing this the entire fucking time. Let Moon talk. Thank you, Moon.
You're right. I did the most. You're right.
Thank you, Prime. Sorry, I got cut off. I really think it depends, and I know that's probably like the get out answer, but
It is.
I think every situation turns into that. Like I said, I don't want to be in a situation where it's like, okay, I can't eat this week. Like no, why? I don't think anyone would want to live like that. I'm sorry, but
To be
it's just
fair.
true.
Hold on, hold on.
But I think
You
I'm
can
s- I'm
sustain
saying,
both of your lives. That's the
Hold
thing.
on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
sorry,
but,
because
like-
I do want to, I do
Hold on,
want
sorry,
to.
did you get your point out, Mooncake? Then
Yeah,
I'll
yeah, yeah.
respond.
I don't
Okay,
feel like
Razor.
I don't feel like the question was answered. I mean, you're like you gave an answer, but I don't feel like well informed enough yet. If you go a little more specifically, like because
like-
we're not saying absolute homelessness on the streets.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you go
Like,
wrong.
okay, for
extreme,
example,
you know?
I'm working right now, right? If he came to me and said, "Oh
Mhm.
shit, like they're doing layoffs, right? The economy's not too great." No, I'm gonna be like, "Okay, see you later," right? I'm gonna be like, "Okay, how do we look for another job? Let's send out resumes here." It's that easy, right? If you found a job in this place where you're making money, you could probably find another job within that field in another place. I don't.
Good.
Like,
Are you
that's
I'm
not
not-
the
willing?
but I'm-
Well, hold
situation.
on. Let me ask you this then: are you willing to help them financially as they're trying to find new work, including but not
Depending
limited
for how
to
long. For how
Let's say-
long?
let's say a year and a half.
There's a time
Year and a
limit.
half.
18 months.
Year and a
Time
half.
limit.
What's the first answer?
18
What's the first
months.
answer?
That's a
Like, is
long
it-
time.
It is.
18 months is the average time that most people end up being reemployed in a gainful way. By the
I
way.
don't know because like two people on my salary. This is Canada. This is real expensive. I don't even know if that would
Okay,
work.
so move. Okay.
Move?
Downside.
Yeah.
Dude,
You're
we're
married.
in a-
This is
we're
your
in
husband.
a house of living crisis.
Your
Oh,
husband.
it's my
We're
husband.
talking like marriage.
Oh,
We're
no,
talking like
I'm
marriage.
gonna.
Wait,
Oh,
hold on.
no.
Can I get in here? Can I get in here real
We're
quick?
going
Wait, just
to.
let answer the question.
We're just gonna like go move in with one of our parents then until like
That's
something
fine.
And
figures
if they
out.
say no,
Let's be real.
Why would
They
the
wouldn't
par-
say no. Why would they say
Yeah,
no?
that's kind of.
there's
They
more.
say-
There's
they
more
say
than
no,
like
not everyone,
1,000
no,
people.
not
Okay.
everyone
Hold on,
can do
it's-
that, but
hey,
she
so
has that.
if they say no or they're dead, right? They could be dead. Well, these things
Okay,
happen,
then I
unfortunately.
have property like in another country, so I just go to that country. That's that
Damn!
easy. I
Oh.
don't know.
Property in another.
I just
Whoa!
would take them
I'll
there.
All right.
Big baller,
I'll just
Mooncake!
I like that.
move
That was a
to
good
Let me-
Canada.
let me-
All right,
get
so
in here. Let me
let's
get
go.
in
So
here.
it is Bass's turn. So we're gonna go to Bass.
All right, Bass.
Then we go to
Yeah,
Razor. Then we go to Don.
Respect.
So one thing that I think is really interesting in this whole arc of a conversation is we haven't really discussed character and a man's desire to want to give, right? Because like we kind of skirted around it, and I wanted to bring this up, but it's like if you find a man with the character, right, the honor, the love, and the desire to give you this stuff, why do you? At what point do you need to demand it? That's kind of the thing that bothers me. If you meet a man who wants to give you the ring, then there's no friction. But when you set up the standard, when you say you have to do this, now there's friction because the man's like, well, don't you just love me? Can't you just let me do what I wanted to do in the first place? Why does it have to have these dollar amounts and these stipulations, and you have to do this way? Why can't it be all right? You have character, you have virtue, you do the right thing. I love that about you, and let him just lead. Let him be the man.
I think I know where we're getting, maybe where we're losing each other, right? And I think
Can
I do this
please
too much.
hop in here, please?
Sorry, Don, I'll be really quick. I think for me, it's just like a selection bias, right? Because I've met men like this before, and they have no problem doing this, right? Like literally no problem doing this. Then it's like it's what you become used to, right? It becomes an expectation.
Why
and
aren't you
it
with
becomes
them?
a standard.
Why aren't
That's
you
a
with them?
great question.
That's
Actually,
not the fucking.
This
No,
may
no,
not be
it's,
the point, but
it's
a good
literally a
question.
great question.
It is a
literally
good question.
Great question,
Wait,
but it's not
No,
the
the
it,
question that we're
it's
talking
fair.
about.
Who knows if I'm not with any of them?
You guys are smart.
Oh my
I
god!
mean, maybe.
Go ahead,
I mean,
Don.
I
Don
just
better
don't
be there.
like Mooncake.
I'm literally about to fucking
I mean,
fly
go,
off the
go,
handle.
go, Don, go,
Don
Don.
Okay.
doesn't make it.
Here's the thing,
Refuse.
bro. Here's the thing.
Go to
Yo,
D2O Dream.
and yo, I'm finna because Razor said earlier, how are we gonna tie this into the next topic? I'm gonna tell you how we're gonna tie this into the next topic. The thing about I'm gonna do it. The thing about women is
I thought you
this.
could call them bitches.
Nah,
Mhm.
nah.
Females.
Not when I'm making such a declarative statement.
Femoids. Feminoids.
So here's the thing about women, right? What I hear from Mooncake is that we are trying to analyze what she says, and we're trying to create a sort of structure that we can basically judge her decisions off of. And it's not wrong. I'm doing it too, and I think that that's fair because we're trying to assess, really, is she on some bullshit? Does she like that's what's going on? My take is that I think what Mooncake is saying is that she just wants to feel secure, and that is arbitrary. Her feeling secure could wax and wane, connecting to what Boss said. Listen, if he gave you what you wanted, but it wasn't exactly what you wanted, would you acquiesce a little bit? And guess what? In any standard, there's a tolerance. that you're willing to deal with. And I think that when she says that there's a selection bias, what she's looking for is a strata. She's trying to operate on a strata, and then she's willing to deal with pitfalls within that strata. If you have a guy, right, who has a net worth of fuck a net worth. Let's say he's making like 300K a year, for example, right?
Sure.
He's fucking stupid if he's not investing and saving. So Mooncake would not be crazy to assume that this man who's making 300K is financially responsible. And that can help. My dad is an engineer, right? My dad lost his job multiple times. The technology field it fluctuates. You can lose your job in a second's notice, to Joe Lewis's point, right? But if you are financially responsible, you can withstand those pitfalls. If I was a woman trying to be a single mother, looking for a man to provide for me, that would be one of the metrics that I assess him on, is his ability to save money, to manage money, and to be able to withstand the storms that come with everyday life. That is not an excuse for fucking bullshit. To say,
brother, Ron, that's antithetical to the whole conversation because a man can have every.
Hold on,
no,
how could something I said? No.
So you want me to say you about? Okay, go ahead.
How could something I said be antithetical to a conversation?
I'm about to explain it.
No, that statement doesn't even make sense, bro.
No, I get what he's saying.
But go ahead.
Because the conversation was about the conversation was about this the ring and the 3-month salary ring.
About much more than just the ring, brother.
Okay, well, the main topic was the 3-month salary standard for the ring, and that's what
jump off topic.
That is the jump off topic. That's how she.
Okay, next point. I understand you. Keep going because I feel like I'm gonna agree with you possibly.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, Don, is everything you've listed, I don't disagree with. Would I want a man? If I was a woman, would I want a man that's good with his money? Would I want a man that's smart with his money and knows how to save, etc.? These are all very reasonable things that I would want in a woman, right? I think people would want in people.
Not in a stay-at-home mother, you wouldn't. You wouldn't want a woman.
You don't want to.
Financially stable.
Hold on.
Financially stable stay-at-home mother.
You don't. Hold on. I'm sorry. You don't want to. Hold on. Please.
Okay.
Because
I'm being flippant.
When you have a joint bank account, right? Or when you have somebody else spending your money, you would want that person to know how to spend money reasonably, and know how to manage their money. So even if they're a stay-at-home mom and makes $0, they're still going to spend more than $0, meaning you still want somebody as a man, as somebody that's a breadwinner, that's having somebody else spend your money, to be reasonable with money, or else you'd be spending $3,000 unreasonably over some bullshit, right? So you do always want, as whoever you are, you probably prefer somebody that's financially reasonable, intelligent, and knows how to spend money. That's one. So what we're talking about isn't, hey, I want signs that tell me that this person knows how to spend money and save money. Everybody wants that. That's a very reasonable standard that nobody's going to disagree with.
I totally disagree with you. I think that all right. You're saying that.
Okay, my bad. In general, my bad. No, I said everybody, and I messed up. What I mean is, in general, people want people.
That's not what I'm going to go in on.
Go ahead.
You're comparing the financial responsibility of a stay-at-home mother to the financial responsibility of the example I gave, which is somebody making $300,000 a year. The financial responsibility and the knowledge is different.
When did I compare that?
I don't know. I don't know if there's any connection between the two.
When did I compare that, Don?
If anything, like the more liquid, the more you make, the less responsible you have to be with your money.
What I'm saying is, I'm speaking to what Mooncake is saying about the standards that she's providing, and she has agreed with everything I've said. And that's
why is it Mooncake just say what you said? Hold on. Why is Mooncake
just say what you said? That's the point that I'm making, Don. That's literally the point I'm making, Don. I'm saying everything you said isn't what the point that we all were disagreeing about. The point we were disagreeing about is having the minimum standard of 3 months salary when the guy could already have everything that she wants except for that thing.
We're not there anymore.
All right, so like Mooncake,
we're past that right now.
So like Mooncake said something actually in chat that like I actually agree with. It's like, listen, I want to be a stay-at-home mother. I need someone to take care of me. Do you believe that? Do you genuinely believe what you just typed?
Oh yeah, like if I want to be a stay-at-home mom, yeah, I need someone to take care of me.
Okay, so then what does that look like to you?
Like being taken care of?
Yeah, what does that look like?
So like obviously paying the household bills, right?
Okay, sure. Outside of the obvious financial stuff, you know?
Okay, like taking care of me personally.
Yeah, like because I think there's a
like
lot. Yeah, like you said, you
letting
want.
me
Yeah.
like having like I guess we could call it a budget, or like
You didn't
should
even
we
say
call
what,
it like
by the
a
way. You said need. So
yeah,
like, what's
okay,
the need
personally
from that? You know?
I would need like a I guess an allowance per week to do my little shopping. I do like to shop a little bit. I like to get my hair done, my nails done, everything like that. I think that's like basic.
Well, for
Okay,
I think you're
okay,
proving
okay,
Joe's
okay,
point.
see,
You're
okay,
literally proving Joe's point.
Hold on. I don't. I respect the answer, but I think I asked the question poorly. So there's like a need that comes with like financial needs and personal needs. Like
Yeah.
I need these personal things, but I'm saying like another level deeper of need. I don't know. Don seems one of the light skinned niggas who can light skin that answer up a bit. Can you?
Bro, listen,
I don't know what you mean. Like
no. Here's the thing. It's like
You see, I told you.
Mooncake.
As the light skin above Dawn, I feel offended. I'm kidding.
I'm sorry, I'm too confused.
Rub your hands; it'll come out clear.
Listen, mooncake. That's crazy. Mooncake is really being honest. She's being candid and transparent about. It's very like it's personal. That she's not given a general answer, right? She's given a personal account of what they would require in a relationship. That has nothing to do whether I think that is delusional or not. What I'm interested in, because I do think that 3 month salary for a ring is actually ridiculous. I do think so. But I don't care. I'm not dating Mooncake. So the fact of the matter is, right? She is entitled to have that.
Oh, for sure.
But
I said
Mooncake, what everybody's trying to really, I think, from a guy's perspective, what we would tell you is, if you want to be treated well, if you want to have a good relationship with a man, to go at it from the forefront with a monetary number, we're gonna have a certain perception of that, and it's not. It's tricky. It's tricky. You have to undersell. If you're gonna do some shit like that, you gotta undersell that. You gotta get yourself a rich nigga and then undersell what you demand in a sense that
No, but I've never had to do that.
Hold on. I'm not saying that, but you're also not married. All I'm saying is that when you want, right? Certain things. This is kind of like my own subjective thing as a man as well. So I'm not speaking for all men, but I do think that because men are required to work and give our body, mind, soul, spirit to the labor, I think that when you come with that, like I said, you better be willing to sacrifice. But I think that if I was to give you a pragmatic approach to this, I would say to maybe undersell a little bit, in the sense of, if you know he's making 100, 200, 300K, don't do this calculation. Instead, right? Maybe ask people that you know who have married people of this wage, and see what the consensus is about what is appropriate to ask for. Because this calculation, this rigid calculation that you have created when you said 3 months salary, that, to what Dream is saying, that kind of is the crux of this whole thing. It's a formula that we can't escape because you provided it. So when Bass says, "Oh, why wouldn't you just love a person instead of initially imposing this monetary restriction?" Understand that a lot of men feel that way, in the sense that we don't want you to feel like you're after us for our money only.
White men don't care about that.
Let me clarify it. Can I clarify it in simple terms?
White men are comfortable being tricks.
Let me clarify it for you, Mooncake. Just really simply.
Go ahead.
Let's say he has a $50,000 budget for whatever for you, right? For the engagement ring, right? Would you rather him spend the hardest diamond possible, but still very affordable, let's say a 5 to 10K diamond with his $50,000 budget, and then use the rest of that money to take you on trips, buy you more gifts, bags, etc.? Or would you rather him spend the whole 50, if that's 3/3 of his, whatever, 3 months of his salary, on the ring alone?
Here's the thing: like, if he's able to buy a ring that expensive, he probably has the money to already.
He's saying she's not gonna pick.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
I have multiple questions I want to ask. I have like multiple.
That's a very.
So,
oh, hold on. I think
I don't know why she
so-
couldn't. I don't know why she couldn't answer your question.
Oh
but she
yeah,
told
That's
me.
a really good
yeah,
question.
Hunt.
I don't
so
think-
Mooncake can answer that, but then we got to go to Razor. Razor does need to go in. So Mooncake.
Okay. Would I pick
My card.
ring or trips?
No, it's ring on both. One is a more expensive ring, the other is just a less expensive ring. But
Oh.
ring plus trips or only ring that's way more
less
expensive.
ring because it sounds like maybe the ring's like 25,000 and then the rest.
No,
of the
no, no.
trip
It's like a
is
$5,000 ring with $45,000 worth of like trips and gifts.
Like,
Sure, $5,000. That's not bad.
Okay. Okay, guys.
Which is
we made
okay,
some,
my bad,
we made
Razor.
some progress.
okay, now, okay,
As a
now,
broke nigga,
now,
I'm hurt.
now.
Razor, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, because I do have like a few questions back to back. I'm gonna need like just like either yes or no's or like just super quick things from you, Mooncake. Let's say you meet someone and they hit every single box for you in terms of personality, looks, and everything, but then you find out that they are not wealthy at all. Like they're not.
We asked this
they're like
question
poverty
already.
levels.
Let him cook. Razor.
We asked this question already. He's cooking again.
You didn't.
He was in a Hilton.
I'm like you think they're attractive. You love.
I
You
don't
absolutely love
feel like
personality
I should have to
with the
settle.
money. No,
Why do you
no.
feel like you
Hold
shouldn't
on.
settle?
That
Okay.
wasn't full. Wasn't
That's gonna
fully
be my
there.
question. I'm sorry. Well,
Because I don't think because I'm not asking like you settling. I'm saying like you really like how they look. You love their personality. Just everything about them is wonderful. But they happen to be somewhat on the lower spectrum of money right now. Would you be willing to still date them if they also had ambitions to continue to grow?
Again, we asked this question.
Yeah, we kind of
Again,
we didn't
let
answer- we didn't
let
get
her
a full
answer.
answer.
Fuck. Please.
She said yes.
No, the answer is no, she would not.
No, the answer is
Hey,
yes.
if
you
it's
said
like-
yes.
if it's like-
Move.
I think she did say yes.
Guys,
Let her
hey,
answer.
everyone. Hello, everyone. Shut the fuck up. If you need me to shut you up for you, I will do that. Mooncake is literally right here. Let her answer the fucking question. So please, answer the question. Mooncake, please.
I think kind of what I said before, if like I think you're saying like poverty level, no, like I just won't do that. If they're building themselves up, it depends on where they're going, right? What their ambitions are. If I see they have ambitions and like they're actually attempting to do that, then of course. But it really just depends.
Okay, because and follow up because the thing that Joe and Dream had brought up when it came to like Michelle Obama and how she said that she took on more it's like 70-30 for 70-30, sometimes 80-20 or 90-10 of the of everything going on while Obama did what he could to grow. Let's say you do get in a relationship with that person who happens to be poverty level, but he shows that he's working hard to not only get more money but also to take care of you as best he can. Like what's your would you be more than willing to take 90% of the burden for a period of time while he works on himself? Because we never got a full clear answer on that.
Depends on
we never got a
poverty
full clear
because,
answer
like,
on it. Don't
it
worry.
depends on, but my thing is that it depends on what you mean when you say poverty, right? Is this like we
Like
won't be able
minimum,
to
like he
eat?
works the minimum wage. He's able to afford an apartment. He's able to afford an apartment, like maybe a one or two bedroom
Is he
apartment.
going to school? Is he like moving up in his company? Okay,
Like I said,
if
he's working on himself.
Okay, if he's like moving up, going to school and stuff like that, then yeah, like there's no reason just to be like, okay, bye, right? It seems like this person has ambition, they want to do more. But my big
So
thing
it's not
too,
like you're not always gonna have the mindset of they have to have the money or I'm not going.
No, I'm not gonna be like, oh my gosh, oh sorry, you got laid off, you're poor right now, bye bye. But what I'm saying is, when you look for a partner as we get older, you are looking for someone who can also provide for a family. If you want to get married and have 2 kids, at least where I live, the average cost of a thing is $3,000 a month. I'm not even joking. So when I say, yeah, he has to be able to provide, I think that's basic. And a lot of times, I'm not saying he needs to make $1 million, but yeah, he might need to be on the higher spectrum because of where I live, right? And because of what I want in a family.
So before marriage, though, you are more than before marriage and everything. You are willing to fully work with someone, like almost like a full-on partnership the entire way through. Because
I literally said I have no problem going 50-50. If you guys remember, in a partnership, in a
I didn't
relationship,
remember that part. I
we
wasn't there
can.
for it.
I even said if we make the same amount of money, we split everything half and half. Groceries, utilities, I don't care. That does not bother me because then we can pay our own debt. You can save at the same time, right? That's called working as a partnership. But no, I'm sorry. When I go to school, I get a job, I do these things, and I'm trying to provide a certain lifestyle for myself and my future kids, right? By investing in myself. Then no, I need someone who's probably similar to what I'm doing, or if not more. I don't think that's a bad thing.
I'm gonna say the most red pill thing I ever said in my life. A woman's ideal situation is dating a nigga in like the last 3 weeks of his brokenness. Like ideally, she doesn't want him to be rich, but she wants him to be about 3 weeks from rich. So when he get his money, she can say, "I've been with him from the bottom. I didn't get with him for the money." But like that's absolutely the dream.
Okay, my main reasoning because main reason for wanting to do all the different questions back to back because it seems like things were getting way too hectic and Mooncake was getting way too misconstrued. I wanted to be sure we had that fully cleared up. And I feel like, do we feel like we cleared this up a lot?
She's standing on business.
It's already been clear.
I feel like she's standing on
Not
what she was
everyone.
saying.
Yeah, she's standing on it. But again, like she said that she wanted to be a stay-at-home mother, and it's very clear she wants 2 kids. So everything else she says makes sense. Like it's just like you can't have
that fully clear, and the best stance
like
is
you can't
like,
and again like the financial shit makes sense because you're not bringing in 2 kids in the world unless you're making somewhere around $500,000 anyway. So it's like if that's what she's want to do, she's gonna have to find some type of man that's gonna be making $500,000 because she wants to be a stay-at-home mother. So anything that she would be making in that relationship. Hold on. Are we really gonna play this dumb? Like, don't be dumb. Do not be dumb. It's $500,000. It's $500,000.
Joe. Listen, I got a kid. All right, my girl is a stay-at-home mom. I own where I live. I have a job that does not pay me nowhere near $500K. I'm taking care of the bills. I'm taking care of my girl. I'm taking care of my
All right. So then when your kid wants to say,
not
I want to go,
luxurious.
when your
It's not
kid
luxurious,
says,
yeah.
when your kid says, I want to go to that good school, are you going to be able to pay for that good school without getting
I don't
the
think a
debt?
kid gives it. I don't think a kid would even think about that, though. To be fair, I think kids go with
I
their
get what
parents.
you're saying, though. I get what
the
Joe's
requirement.
saying. I get what Joe's saying. I get what Joe's saying.
As the number one breadwinner, that's going to make sure that your kids are not entering into a state of financial debt. Period. That's $500K minimum. Especially when you factor in the fact that
like
you'll
upper
be paying for the
northeast.
healthcare
Yes,
until they're at least in the middle 20s.
Joe,
for both of them. Yeah.
Listen, that's a loaded thing. When you say $500K, that's loaded with all of the
It's loaded because
things.
we're all broke niggas. Like I get it.
No. It's bro. Listen, it's loaded because that's what you're saying is the best, right? This is
the minimum, not the best. It's the minimum.
It's a regional question.
Private school is not the minimum.
Depending on where you're at.
Anything about private school. I'm thinking at the very least, like if you're looking to build sustainable kids that aren't losers, they're going to at least to have a bachelor's degree, maybe get a master's. Those 2 things.
We're talking
the
college.
master's you're fronting, but you're probably fronting the BA.
What about
I'm
trade?
not
all the way to
I'm not
college.
wilding in this
Trade school?
What are your sources?
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I'm not raising losers that are going to go to the trade school.
That I don't like.
I'm not raising losers going to trade school.
Hey,
Oh my god.
I'm gonna pull you back. I'm gonna reel you back on that one. Trade school.
You want to go into the topic because we can continue most of these conversations.
This is great.
People who go to trade school
We don't have to.
Okay. So I do want to let Bass.
I'll go
He wanted to ask something, and I want to ask if GQ wants to add something. After that, we can transition to our next topic.
Okay, yeah. So the ultimate question I want to ask is, Mooncakes, where do you intend on finding this man? And what are you?
He already
gonna
dates
offer
these type of
him?
people, apparently.
Yeah, like this.
White man.
Not making $500,000.
White man.
Just to keep in mind, like not. No.
Mhm.
But like in the area that I'm in,
You would never date someone so poor. Only 500,000? Oh, you're
No,
talking about
well,
2 mil
but-
plus.
no.
But I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, they're
So
not
let me
like
add
that.
another. Then let me add another layer to the question. If you're already finding these men, why aren't you just with them? Why is this even a contention?
That's what like I mentioned earlier. Like I am with one of these. Like we've talked about this before. That I think I told
Okay.
everyone here that I was seeing someone, and like this is one of the and they don't have a problem. Like they know outright what my expectations are. Like if I want my nails done, if I want money to go do something, that's never.
So then,
never
the final
complains.
question then is like, what do you offer to said man? What's the counterbalance? What does he get out of being in a relationship with Mooncakes?
Well, like I think it's a partnership, having fun together. I also work as well. So it's not always like him spending money. I'll get him gifts. I'll take him out for a movie night or like dinner or something like that, right? And it's to show appreciation. I think that's actually sweet, right? If I don't make as
You're
much,
losing me a little. Yeah.
what do you mean? You don't think that means anything?
I feel like because I agreed with you. I agreed with this whole stance when you were talking about marriage. But now that I know that you have this perspective on dating, that to me seems. I'm not saying that
it's a contradiction
yeah,
that exists
it's
within it.
yeah.
Like,
it's
what do you
my
mean?
my
Wait,
ears
not
are
a
ringing.
con-
the mindset of dating, like,
It's not a contradiction.
Partnership.
It's not a
no,
contradiction.
it is.
This
Like
person just does
your mindset on dating, since you're based upon your goal, is inconsistent. That's it. It's not a big deal.
What do you mean? How would it be inconsistent?
Yeah.
She's always looking for marriage. She's like she right now is
No,
dating
but
someone
okay,
who
so
is
if
fitting
you
most of
are
his
building,
waiting for him to
if
propose,
you're
I'm guessing.
building a dating relationship that's predicated on 50-50 and splitting things, how is that creating the conditions that you're able to put yourself in a position where you don't have to do that? And he's doing all of that.
What do you
I
mean?
say you would probably want to be put in a situation where he's doing 100-0, giving you that
No.
from the jump, so you know
Why?
that's something they can sustainably
But
do.
why would I want to do that from the get? If I'm in a relationship with them and we are not married as of yet, and I do have no kids, why wouldn't I want to like buy things for him or take him out on dates? I think that's just showing that like, hey, because you spend money on me too, I'm not afraid to also spend money on you. I'm not afraid to do these things for you. It's doing something for your partner because you want to do it. Right?
But it's
If
also,
not
but you also have an
expensive-
intention of stopping doing it, which
Yeah,
is
there's
that's
no
the only
way to
thing that
stop.
sounds strange.
It
Well,
does
not
because
no, not
exactly when you add
stopping.
that element,
Finally.
it
Not
seems really
stopping.
like elective.
So
and
wait, so
it-
then
Wait, just let
No,
her answer
no,
that. Just let her speak to that part
Hold on,
before we get
hold on.
further.
We're engaged with it.
That's
I'm just
not
curious.
stopping because, for example,
Okay.
let's just say we get married and he says, you know what,
Sure.
do you want to be a stay-at-home mom? And I say, yeah, okay, great, right? And it's only his income. Yeah, it would be his income, but I would still do the thing of like getting him small gifts. Of course, it's his own money, but it's still the intention of, oh, I was thinking about you and I picked up flowers. What do you mean? How else are you gonna buy?
I promise. Like,
Please,
honestly,
understand.
a lot of
let's
this
not
is
argue
solved.
this.
Like, this isn't even a joke.
Yeah.
Like, I was joking early, but a lot of this is solved by understanding that white men date differently. Like, when no, I'm not joking here. I'm saying that white men legitimately don't concern themselves with these types of things. Like,
No, I'm not.
they're way more comfortable with the concept of materialism than like black people are, because we have a history of dealing with like
Honestly,
more mutual
yeah.
like level relationships. Like,
Yeah.
they date, they marry women. They like, of course, she stays at home. You know, I give her books. Like, a wife
That's
is
why
like
I'm
one
the
step below a
perfect
child.
mix.
Like, she's like a cute trophy.
I
Like,
give
she
her
doesn't have to
books.
do
That's an
things.
interesting way.
That's
to put
why
that.
I'm the
And I'm
perfect
so
mix.
serious about that. And that's not even a shot at white men. You know, like
Yeah,
like
Bam.
the white, you know, good for them. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that like it's a different dynamic. White men
men
who have
I mean,
money
it
do
is a
not
good
ask these
segue.
questions.
It's a really good segue in the second topic too.
Interesting.
So
That's really interesting, Bam. That's a really interesting way to look at that.
They just don't ask these questions. I promise. If you had like all white men on this panel, all white men with money, they just wouldn't ask these questions. It just would. It's unfathomable to think that like there would be a partnership.
Look
in a
at her, not
relationship.
her head.
This is true.
Why I'm the
No,
She dates white
honestly,
men.
no.
Let's go.
I've genuinely never been asked, like, this is like the first where I'm like, oh, like I just have never been asked these things.
Okay.
seriously,
That's crazy to me.
Niggas require more depth in their relationships.
Where's the hierarchy? Where's the hierarchy of where's the hierarchy? What is the hierarchy of values that you value in a man? Is financial number one, or is
No.
character number one?
My big thing is self-sacrifice
white?
and
No.
dependability.
So that'll be character.
So that's literally financial. That's including finance, bro.
What?
no, but I mean, like, you have to,
Dependability is
Well,
that not
you-
including?
It doesn't
finance?
matter what order you put it in, because if the
Yeah,
finances are there,
I
it's not
talk
going to happen.
about family as well, right? People who are there for their family members, like always.
I mean, I'm dependable. I don't even have.
So
to
that's
worry about,
character,
like,
right?
yeah,
that'll be character. As I said, character.
Breeze, I don't know why you're
like-
auditioning here, but all right, let's go to let's go
I'm
to
not.
let's go to
That's not what
DQ.
happened.
I want to DQ if you had anything.
I'm letting you
to
know
add,
Star's
you
taken care of. That's all.
because you didn't raise your hand or anything, so I just want to make sure. Yeah.
No, a lot of it's just because I was having like sound issues and shit. So
Okay.
but don't
DQ's
no,
on
don't
our
worry.
side.
I mean, like I don't mean to like let these men fucking dogpile you and shit. But
I
like
know, Queen, you're fine.
I
Like
tried.
I'm
I
all
tried.
of these
I
guys,
tried.
yeah, um, if we like just
Not
bring it
dogpiling.
down
I tried
back
protect.
to like an Islamic marriage, right? So in Islam, the man is supposed to like provide, right? And if a woman has a job, that's her money. She doesn't have to share that money. But and also then too, like the woman kind of owns the man's money too, because whatever you make, that's her money to spend in the household to do things of that sort. And then if, like I said, if she works on like her own job, that's her money. She doesn't have to contribute anything. She can save that money. She can do whatever she wants with it. So, like teach their own in their own marriage
That's what
and
I'm
shit.
saying.
But like,
Islam is feminist. I've been saying this for years.
it
All
is,
right, let's go
it is
to
super feminist. It's true. It's
let's
true.
go.
So
I gotta get my
Moonbeach, you're
girlfriend
not
on
a
That's
the
just
panel.
not
feminist,
So
right?
she's
prime,
spicy
prime,
tamale.
prime.
She'll fight you to death.
Let's not do that.
Let's
Prime.
so
I
let's
actually
we're gonna
agree
move.
with that. I actually agree with
Let's
that.
just stop the
We're
cap before we.
going to move
Just
on.
think about the way that men are supposed to treat women in Islam. That is feminism.
I want to
There's
fight
more
Don.
to-
I
there's
want to
more-
fight Don
there's-
about worthless and
Let's get into the
responsible
topic.
kids.
Different scriptures contradict each other, Don.
It's connected to that article. It's connected to that article. Men in Islam are not supposed to. They're not even really supposed to look at a woman. To be fair, the whole idea of the niqab, the hijab, it's all about keeping a man's gaze away from the woman. Now, you could disagree or agree with the garb, but that the function is essentially what what that
It's
article is
literally
talking
not.
about.
Sorry, Don. I was
No,
playing
what?
around. You're literally wrong about this. This is not
Okay,
what
the whole.
feminism.
Can I
Sorry,
finish?
no.
Can I finish the sentence?
No,
Can I
I'm
finish the
sorry.
sentence?
We can't. Sorry. We can't go
No.
down this road because this is a completely
Re-
different tangent. You
Just-
you and I
okay.
can engage on that later on because that's a completely
Open
different
panel.
tangent.
Some open
And
panel
Joe
shit.
Lewis, because I didn't know this about you, I desperately want to engage with you. Oh, get engaged with you. No, engage with you on the marriage topic. Like this is
The second one?
no,
The second one.
I want to because there's so many things I wanted to say to you the entire goddamn time, but we'll have to save that. You guys all did a great job on this first topic, but we'll move on to our second one. I even gave you guys 15 extra minutes on that one. Worked out well. Hey y'all.
Benevolent Prime.
Show your face, coward.
Motherfucker, I'm not on because of
That's
you.
crazy.
I sack him.
How my camera is.
No, it's fine. No, it's look,
I don't know how backstage works. So.
Yeah, I mean, but look, I'll show you what it looks like. I'll show you what it looks like real quick. You've been here before when we've done.
You can kick me out and show your shining face.
Yeah,
there you
like
go.
it's like it's too much. It's too much.
not the same
And
without
I'd
Prime
rather
on screen.
bigger faces on screen, right? Like Bam brings in the ladies, so like I
Fathead.
need his face as much as possible. But okay. So
Bam bring the
to
ladies? You sure?
Hoes.
Razor does.
okay.
Actually, Queen be bringing the ladies. If we're being
All right.
honest.
Admiral
Unironically.
Gibbs, like a real one, gifted a sub. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs. So did my man Bam previously. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for helping us out. Guys and gals out there, if you are enjoying the content, hit the
Hey,
follow
hold on, I
button.
forgot to do this.
Hit that follow button if you haven't done so already. Or if you're on, hey, thank you, Razor, for the kindness. For gifting 5 subs to the channel. Helps a lot. Yeah. So
Okay.
support the community. This is how I do this. I can't do it without you. And Admiral Gibbs, man, he's been a real one. Thank you for constant. Admiral Gibbs, a conservative who disagrees with me on fucking everything. All right. But he's a real one. Trying to support this community. Don Champlin, thank you for being also a real one. Hey, that's really kind of you too. For also supporting this community and putting.
He's a nerd though, so you know.
He's a nerd.
Gibbs is a nerd, so Gibbs.
Gibbs. Oh yeah.
So he likes stuff that you like.
He does like some stuff I like. And shout out
Is he
to
into
Admiral
Warhammer?
Gibbs.
I feel like I've seen like things in his background that look like Warhammer.
No, it's Star Wars. He's a super Star Wars fan.
Okay, I don't know why I saw a Warhammer.
He's got like a Boba Fett hum in the back. Anyway, or maybe Jango Fett. I forget. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sorry. We are my man GSU.
He
Just
just
in
like
time.
he just like taking my son #1 spot, you bitch.
My man at GSU. Hold on.
Band for band.
Got him, boys.
He's going band for band.
I'll get on.
I
I'll get
gotta
on
pay
screen.
money for my fucking.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. Hold on, not you. Hold on, hold on.
Yeah,
No,
she's
this
doing
one,
way
this one.
better. There you
Thank
go.
you. Well, it'll probably be better because he's super. He's handsome. But like, thank you to my friend Gambit for being a real one and kindly supporting the channel that way, gifting 10 subs. Really kind of you.
I'm
Back to
saving
me
money for my goddamn Christmas
being
gifts,
off
bitch.
screen, and there you go. All right, well, that was for the ladies, but back to this. But yeah, we had because of GSU Gambit, because of Razor, because of Admiral Gibbs, because of Don Champloo, we are at level 3 hype train. 28% done, 72% left. Help us get to level 4 hype train.
Can we chant? Let's make a chant. I know what'll make it level 4.
Okay.
GSU. GSU. GSU.
I refuse.
GSU.
You ain't got it like that, bro. Don't do it. GSU ain't got it like that, bro. He ain't got it like that. Don't.
Yes, he do.
No, he don't.
He was going back for bad with Doobie.
No, trust me. Trust me. Like, GSU can't do that. I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, I know what you're doing. Yeah, he can.
I'm so
can't
serious.
do that.
No, I'm not even talking about like. I'm not even talking on some like just on some real stuff. Like, it's okay though. He already did more than enough for sure.
Yeah,
you're right.
If you're enjoying the content, definitely get that hype train going. Super chat, all that.
GSU.
No.
God damn.
I told you. I told you.
Nigga, put it on him.
No.
You. I get credit for that.
He dropped the bag.
100.
Yeah.
God damn.
Thank you. Holy 100 not 100. Excuse me, people. 110. Thank you, my man. GSU. No, seriously, that's awfully.
GSU. GSU.
You know what?
GSU.
I shut my mouth on that. I shut my mouth on that.
GSU.
That's amazingly kind of you, GSU. That support, like honestly, like we don't get that support anymore. There used to be a time where we would get like 100 subs, like every other night here. That's a long time. That's the first time that's happened in. Fuck, it must be like I don't know, like 8 months, maybe longer than that. But that's really cool of you. Really amazing.
Really good tonight for sure.
Okay, I guess I'm saying second place for this month. You.
Yeah. But a strong second. 111 from him, 5 from you. Strong second. But thank you.
I'll give 4, but like, god damn it.
Thank you, GSU. He's a real one. In fact, oh my god, don't judge me. He's the one who designed this, not me. Right? He paid for this. All right. But if you put !for BBC in chat, GSU's name pops up right there. So you get his socials. He told me to do that. I didn't. That was him. But
so he told you to
here to top off the hype train.
What else did he tell you?
Anywhere near him. Just to top off that hype train.
Just I did not think this thing. Okay, like I was baiting the nigga a little bit. I did not think that nigga was gonna do that though. I had to give it to you for real. Jujutsu a real nigga. Jujutsu, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go farther. Jujutsu is the realest nigga walking for the. He got it. He might be a realer nigga than me. For the night, you got it, bro.
Well, you sucking him off really hard over there.
Hey, yo, pause, my guy. I'm just showing respect.
That was nice.
Hold on, but like we gotta.
See
what I'm saying? Yeah, niggas can't love niggas.
Niggas can't love. What did Kanye say? What did Kanye say? Can't love my man and be manly, dog.
Who said it was wrong to suck a nigga off though? Pause.
Oh my god! Oh, please.
Hey,
I don't know why we had to go down this path, but okay, hold on. Kilo the Giant. He gets to the sub previously. I didn't get to acknowledge him, but thank you, Kilo the Giant, for that previous sub, and then 10 more subs. Thank you. And Razor Sharp Gaming for the 5 subs. I'm not sure if I thank you for that one.
I'll be a third, you Dick.
Was that Kilo? Was that a power move? Was that a power move for Razor? All right, I expect it. This is like the best night I've had in a long time. So thank you, Kill the Giant. Thank you, GSU. Thank you, Razor. Bam for that sub previously. Admiral Gibbs for starting us off. Admiral Gibbs, always a real one. And I gotta say, like Kill the Giant, if I remember correctly, and maybe I'm wrong, I think you're like a libertarian,
my chat
right?
And give me and help me get to affiliate.
I think you're a libertarian. It's constantly the people, like except for like Bam, right? It's constantly people who like always disagree with me, who support the most, right? My man Gambit, constantly fighting with me, been supporting me for like since he's been here, right? Naritas hates all my opinions. This man hates all my opinions. He just gifted 10 subs. He hates everything I say. Watch him in the chat. He will tell you how awful I am on a regular basis, and he's always been supporting. Shout out to Naritas. But like, I just noticed that. That's the thing.
That's so. You know who doesn't support? Black women. Let's get into it.
I've supported Prime. I've supported you before.
Have you?
I gifted my Prime thing.
You gave the free one. The free one.
Is that the bad one?
She got a.
It's not bad.
Nigga with money in the back and saying that she's only giving Prime subs.
You gave you gave her some of Jeff Bezos money, and you gotta put it on Black women. You something else. You know that?
Hold on. Is that bad? I thought
no. Make her feel bad. Shame her.
You know what? You reminded me. You just reminded me of that. I need to give mine to Queen. There you go, Queen. Got you.
I gave
mine to Prime.
Yeah, oh my DQ. Sorry, no. Mooncake.
Oh,
that's perfectly fine. It's Bezos' money. He shouldn't be a billionaire, right? Give it to me. I'll take it. So thank you for that. Thank you for that level of support.
You mean you should? You're welcome.
She's rich. She stay in a rich area. She date rich niggas. She got it. Tell her drop it. Drop a stack right now. Go bar for bar.
Drop a
Come on.
stack.
Call your nigga right now. Call your nigga right now. This nigga's black. The nigga's 1% black anyways. He wants to support his people. Don't improve his blackness right now. Put this nigga on.
Stop it. You're wrong. You're wrong.
All 2% of them.
He is mixed, actually.
Yeah,
very
2%.
much.
She said like 1%. She was like the one who said like 1%.
We like the milk. He's the skim milk of niggas.
No, he's yeah.
But anyway, thank you, Razor Shark Gaming. Thank you for resubbing. Crystal Clear Art, or clearly Crystal Clear. She changed her name, and I can't ever remember it. But clearly Crystal Clear. She like from the very beginning. She has disagreed with this channel, right? Like she's disagreed with me, and most people on this channel. The first night she was here, it was a huge fight with her and the rest of the like 15 other people. But she's been here the entire time, right? And she's still out there subbing, resubbing. Shout out to you out there in Hawaii. Naritas, thank you for yet another sub. Really kind. So you're knocking. Okay, so you're just knocking Razor Shark Gaming out of the top 3.
Nah, fuck you guys.
That's fair.
Get out of here.
See if the nigga actually loves you, Mooncake. Ask him right now. Just tell him like I need it. This is a chance to prove. It'll make your relationship better. This is gonna be better for your relationship. I'm trying to help you out.
Ask him for what, $1,000?
$1,000.
Nah, we only gotta do 1,000. You know what I'm saying? We'll start small potatoes for you. 50. He got it. That's he wiped that. He shit on that money.
You're gonna be taking my spot on the board. You may as well come to my channel. At least get me affiliate.
Just say, hey, babe, I can't explain. Send me $50.
Yeah,
and then drop it on Prime.
Give it a try. Inside or outside of Hype Train, donations and support's always welcome. Clearly Crystal Clear, you're also right about that. So she came in, she fought with me. She fought with the whole goddamn panel, everyone, and almost all those people. I'm not sure if any one of those people are still here, but she's still here. So shout out to you.
Who?
What? Her name is Crystal Clear Art. That's the person I'm talking about. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. The hype train is done, but there's always room for support. That can happen 24/7, of course. Mooncake is working on her man, right?
If he
So
says for what, she's gonna drop that like 2% of nigga in him. She like this is gonna be a big thing. Like if he says like what you need it for, she's gonna be like, ooh, not white enough. Like, we learned.
What's wrong with you guys?
151 subs altogether apparently. Shout out to my man GSU Gambit who definitely made that happen. But for everyone else, I've already said your names a few times, who has supported, really kind. I really needed that help and you really did provide. So thank you so much.
I get it, Gambit. I'm
It's
broke. Why you guys show off like that?
I mean, you know, GSU, if you ever want to drop 100 subs on a nigga, I mean, hello, I'm still
Haram.
here.
Haram.
Still here waiting. Come support black women.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about that.
GSU. GSU.
Hey, his chant worked, right? Before and then it works.
No, it wasn't the chant. It was Bam saying he wouldn't do it.
I don't know. I don't know.
It was both. Really, it was a team effort, Bam. Really.
Yeah, I'm apologizing to Bass here. He came in here for some debates, and here I am, just raising money off him like this.
Capitalism. The capitalism got to you.
No. I came here to see what it was like and to have some fun. You guys are funny. I enjoy it.
Oh, okay, great. We're happy you're here.
People trying to bump me off the goddamn board. How dare you?
I can't wait for this next topic. You about to hear the best
I think
take
this
of your
next
life.
time is going to be really interesting.
I can't wait.
This might be where the debates come. Actually, this might be where the debates come. So.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's jump into it. And again, thank you all. If you want to get a question in, a hype chat or super chat, that allows you to do so. So like on Twitch or on YouTube, if you're like GSU, you can ask anything you fucking want anytime you want. And we will answer that question, of course. But yeah. So so let's go to topic 2. In a video, a YouTuber recounts the time she created a response message to a boy who was harassing her daughter. In her video message, she explains options boys and men can use when trying to date someone who might be apprehensive and what to do if they reject you. In a separate article, a woman recounts how she had to tiptoe around rejecting a man multiple times over the span of months. Do you think we are failing our boys by not teaching them how to navigate the dating space from rejection? Is it even possible to prepare a child for all the possible pitfalls of dating, or will they have to learn for themselves? Should women have to be polite when rejecting men, or should men always have the emotional fortitude to handle it? So there's 2 different things I dropped on the panel here. One, this video just came out last night. This woman's she had made a viral video like years ago about a boy who had approached her daughter in class, and she kept like telling him, hey man, I'm not really into it, but he just kept bothering her again and again. And she went back and talked to her mom, and her mom made this really sweet, like a minute and 22 seconds video, right? It's a very short video. And she just lets them know, these are the things that you can do, when encountering a woman and you're sharing your feelings, and maybe she's not sure. But in the case of my daughter, she's saying no, right? So please stop. Afterwards, this kid actually didn't stop, and she had to go to his house and threaten to call the cops on him to knock it off, which is really unfortunate. And then separately, there's this woman who moved in next to a guy, next to a neighbor, who approached her. She politely turned him down, but then continuously, he kept coming at her, and she was at some point unsure about her safety because she wanted to make sure she didn't make this guy mad. She says she has a history of men freaking out on her when she tells them no, right? So she does everything she can to be polite. Is this too much? Are we asking that too much of women? Are we not doing enough for boys so that they don't behave badly in these situations? So that's a brief overcap. Let's jump into it. We're going to do intros. So we'll start with my man Bam, work our way around.
For sure. I'll keep mine quick because we're already cutting the time. Y'all don't copy me because my answer is very unique. Women everyone should absolutely have an obligation to be kind in their rejection. Like, we understand the difficulties of dating. We understand how big of a step people take. You absolutely should respect that, like, someone's making that effort, even if you're not interested in the way that you turn someone down. It's just being a decent human being. That being said, if someone doesn't and they are a dick, that doesn't give you the right to respond with any sort of like high level of malice or violence, because at the end of the day, they don't owe you the right of dating you. And yeah, we can go from there.
Okay, thank you. Racer.
God damn it, Bam always says something. A lot of things that are on my mind. Yeah, when it comes to rejection and dating, there's definitely, I feel like a lot of people need to learn how to deal with that as they grow up. There could be small things that parents probably teach their kids as they're growing up to be fine with not getting what they want. They yeah, I feel like I'll be able to say a lot more when we're actually in the full thing, but I just feel like we definitely do need to work on showing just anyone damn, my brain is fried. I'm sorry. My brain got fried because it basically said everything I wanted to say.
It's the drugs. It's okay.
Damn it.
Sorry.
No, go on to the we'll get into it. We'll get more into it as we go.
Please.
Do you think we are failing our boys by not teaching them how to navigate the dating space and rejection? No, I don't think we're failing our boys. I think we're pretty much failing everyone by not having philosophies like a mandatory class as early as possible, so people can learn logic and how to be reasonable in conversations and interactions. And I actually think women are actually worse at taking rejection because obviously they're the ones that do the approaching less. So any group, when some group is doing a task more than another, they're going to be more proficient at it. So if men are going to be approaching more, that means they're more proficient at approach, meaning they're going to be taking more rejections, meaning on average, they're going to be better at taking rejections. It's just that women aren't doing their approaching, aren't getting as much rejection because just of the numbers. But per capita, I do believe women have a higher percentage of not being able to take rejections. I've seen plenty of men, plenty of shots being taken by my friends, by many men. When you go to the club, you go and shoot, they back off. Most of the time, you barely see a fight, you barely see a harasser. You do see them, but it is not the majority of the time. Majority of the time, men do know, hey, it's a no. On to the next. Plenty of fish in the sea comes one of the greatest sayings that come from men, because it just means you take a no from one, you go to the next fish. So I do think men are pretty proficient and capable of handling rejection for the most part. Are there going to be creeps and psychos out there? Yes. Is it even possible to prepare a child for all the possible pitfalls of dating, or they have to learn for themselves? It's not possible to prepare for all the pitfalls, but I do think it's good what this woman said in the video. All her advice was, for the most part, sane, except if somebody says no, you can never ask him ever again. I do think there is I do think there's a reasonable amount of time for you to ask the same person again. And a lot of times, girls say no because they don't know all about the information. For example, when I was a virgin, I was pursuing a girl that I really liked, and she didn't want to be with me because she thought I was a player, and I had a bunch of girls that had hella bodies, but I was a virgin. That's just not the case. When she found out about it, she gave me an actual chance. She was more willing to, take me more serious. So I don't think, and she was saying no a lot, but her feelings and actions were like antithetical to what she was saying. So there is more nuanced contextual things, but I do agree with, in general, do take no, and in general, don't ask again, in general. But the video said never, so she didn't say in general. That's what I disagree with. Should women have to be polite?
You still ain't doing it, door.
Should women have to be polite? Everyone has to be polite.
Okay, all right, Bass, please.
Joe, check the dogs. My bad.
So my thing is, I think society in general today is very polarized and is very, very quick to complain about a problem that may not actually be at the scale that it is portrayed at, and I think this is one of them. I kind of agree with the guys a little ahead of me. It doesn't seem to be the case that men generally don't know how to receive rejection. I can speak from my personal experience. I've eaten so many rejections, and I just have to keep eating them, and that's just how it is. I'm fine with it, right? And that's what's so crazy to me. Like when I look at my frame of reference, being rejected it's easy, right? You just got to keep it moving. The idea that men have to learn how to do it is, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that's the trial by fire that forges men in the first place, right? Having to have that grit and to keep going and to keep pushing. The idea that there is some creeps out there, I think is true and is fair, but I also think that those are those creeps, and we have to address them as their own individuals or their own creepiness or their own whatever. We have to figure out why isn't he, how come Tommy, how come John isn't taking the, not men, why isn't that man accepting it? I think we really need to look at that point on an individual basis, because it doesn't seem to be the case, at least from my own personal experience, the experience of many other men generally. We eat that. So we need to really zone in, I think, a little bit more than have a blanket statement kind of telling men what we already know. And that is, when she says no, keep it pushing. So, and we'll discuss further, I feel.
Thank you so much. Don Cheplu.
So I think this topic, the two subtopics, I think the framing that I want to take on the that I did take on this was women are asking men to do something, and that's what I got from it. Is like there needs to be a change, there needs to be an evolution in the socialization of men, and what I think about the first topic with the woman making the video stating that this kid should leave her daughter alone. Uh, it actually like I heard, like I was listening to the video, and apparently the kid ended up actually breaking some of this girl's property, which caused the mother to go to the house and speak to the father and all this other shit. That is definitely a fucking huge problem, and I think that she did the right thing by doing something about it. But I think there is something to be said about public humiliation and shaming with social media on that front, and that's where I'll leave that. On the second piece with the woman in the article, I think that they're asking men to kind of, hey, can we adopt some behaviors that would make women feel safer when they're in precarious situations, like being out at night alone? I think that's fairly reasonable. I think that if there's a woman, walking alone, I'm not gonna do anything to like fucking make her more scared. I understand the context. So like as an intelligent person, I understand that like I wouldn't want to like run up behind her and like try to scare her like or like do some weird shit. And anything close to that, right? I would want to try and say, hey, I'm a regular human being. I'm gonna try and make you feel safe. Like I understand that you're a woman alone, and I understand everything that comes with that. I think that women, in some ways, are at a disadvantage in just in general, in nature, in society, due to some of just things that we know, generalities. And I think that women coming out of the house, so to speak, and into society, being more out there as compared to maybe like early 1900s. I think that we as men need to, uh, you know, adopt some different practices that we haven't maybe been instilled. I'm not saying that that needs to go too far, but that's where I'll leave that.
Thank you so much, Irvin.
All right, I mean, so in terms of the two topics, like the first video, like Don was saying with the the girl who was being approached at school, and kind of similar to what Dream was saying about how I, my prescription to um to that whole situation is when you try to form my thoughts, when you have to have some type of account for tenderness in a situation, and accountability for how you treat other people. And there's the right, there's autonomy, there's these things that you have to protect yourself. But when we're having a conversation about how to treat each other, I think that that is a conversation that a lot of people aren't having. Um, and I like what Dream said when he said in response to are we failing our men, and I with the way that we're doing things, and I don't think we're doing a disservice to men in particular. We're doing a service to our people, our society, by the ways that we interact with one another. Realistically, the conversation shouldn't be focused so much on like and it is definitely the problem in the root of the problem about this relationship between men and rejection. But it's about how like we interact with one another, and how that can fold into these situations that we all know happen. I don't know about the statistics of how often things happen, but in contrast to what Boss said, um, I do think it might happen often enough. I as a man, and the groups around people that I hang out with do not harass women. But also keep in mind that you're gonna hang around like-minded people to yourself. Um, Most women that you're gonna talk to have had an occasion of which they've been harassed. So to speak to how often things happen, I can't really say that because I'm not a woman, but I do know that when I do talk to women, often do I hear about these things being a part of their everyday lives. So that's a conversation to be had. I'll leave that there.
Hey, let's go to Queen.
Yeah, so I think a lot of this all falls down to consent. We're not teaching our children consent from a very early age, and therefore our society about consent. Because if someone tells you no, they mean no, and you should believe them and take them at that word, point blank and period. If we're failing our young men, then we're failing our young women as well. So I think it goes hand in hand, and we'll get more into that.
Joe Lewis.
I mean, I'm going to build some normative ground, which might make some people uncomfortable, but basically, America. I'm going to speak for America generally, in the West probably broadly. We create a society that builds irresponsible men and unaccountable women. And if you're actualizing what a man is and what a woman is, you're going to be an unaccountable woman, or you're going to be an irresponsible man. And we spend a lot of time and a lot of energy on the unaccountable women, because I think it's easier to see feminine unaccountability and female unaccountability. I think it's the easy target, but I think the harder target is the ways that men move. It's incredibly irresponsible. And that, to what DK was talking about, or DQ was talking about, excuse me, was just the idea of consent. I think very, very, very aggressively, we need to have a better idea of consent and not fall for this idea that like naive consent is a normative ground, where I think a lot of people function on. And that breeds the ground for irresponsible men and unaccountable women. And I can explain a bit more what that means later. But generally speaking, I think that like, yeah, be mean to men, fuck them.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Mooncake. How many men have you made cry just this week?
No, no, I wouldn't do that.
7
Okay.
niggas.
Imagine. No. For me, like, I just think unfortunately men are really bad at taking rejection. Um like I genuinely believe this. Like if in for that mom to make a video and send it to someone, he must have been bothering her daughter all the time, right? This person, like Queen said, I believe, did not understand the idea of consent. When someone says no, just believe them at their word. It's a no, right? And I don't agree with the idea to keep asking. I think in almost all situations, it's just not a great idea. I just want to people dating or dealing with women. Also, no, women. I am very polite just in general. However, you do not owe anyone your politeness, right? If you want to be a dick, that doesn't give them any right to do anything, right? Like you can just be a dick. Some people are, and that's just the way life is, right? Life is not easy. Nobody's owed anyone's niceness. I don't believe that, especially a random individual. Um, and yeah, I think men just need to work on their emotional response. I think there needs to be a course in emotional intelligence, and for them to figure out how to handle those situations.
Okay.
I think
Alright.
when it comes
First of all, for Mooncake to say
Huh.
that we are,
I think when it comes to any group of people doing anything, the group of people that's gonna be doing X thing the most are gonna be the best at doing that on an aggregate level. So men are doing the vast majority of the approaching. Men are being rejected in the vast majority of cases. So men are gonna be way more, on average, gonna be better at taking rejection because that's who's experiencing rejection the most. Women aren't the ones that's getting rejected because they're not the ones doing the approaching on an aggregate in general on the vast majority level. So women
rejected by society in some way.
so we're not talking.
We're not talking about
First
that
of
type of
all,
rejection.
first of all, we're not talking about individual cases or I've approached. So we're talking about in general, and we're not talking about some vague, fucking intangible thing that is rejected by society. We're talking about relationship approach.
Exactly, right?
We're
Yeah.
talking about approaching in a relationship. That's the topic. Let's not go
Yeah,
or haven't they
because-
been rejected by society. Please let me finish, Bass. Then you can go after me.
Mhm.
So that's one. So I do think the statement men are not good at handling rejection is just empirically untrue because I think they're the best at handling
it's false,
rejection.
actually.
I think they're okay because you have to compare it to what, right? Are they if they're bad at rejection? Sure, we can take that, but that means that women are worse, right?
No, I go for it.
No, I think
No,
Dream is 100%
it's absolutely
I was here
right.
to help you out. I think you're 100%
Right.
right.
Hold on. That's just one. We can talk about that, right? But another thing that I want to talk about is the idea of being polite. You do not owe anyone politeness, but I think you owe it to yourself to be polite, only if you care about your life. Right?
I wouldn't go that far.
No.
I would just say existing in society.
Only because I've almost died. I've been attacked by someone else. So I'm going towards anybody as respectful as I can. I'm never going to anyone because you never know who anyone could be. That doesn't mean I have a prejudice on a specific group. No, I don't. I'm cautious of everybody. So that means I'm polite to everybody. I'm not prejudiced against a certain group. Oh, I gotta watch out for this particular group. No, because how somebody looks is just a facade. You never know what somebody really thinks inside. So I can go look at the most innocent looking person, but then they could be the craziest person in their mind. So that's why I'm always gonna be as nice. So I don't ever give anyone an excuse to them to do anything bad, even if it's not even reasonable for doing this. So I'm always overly polite as much as I can and respectful because I care about my life. So I'm not saying you should be polite. I'm just saying it's the smartest thing to do is to be polite. So that way you don't get hurt.
But
those are the 2 points that I want to make.
Sorry, Bass, can I just ask him a quick question if that's okay?
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So if you are saying be nice because you should care about your life, are you then saying that men handle rejection poorly because now you have to be in fear of your life if you do react rudely? Because it'd be mostly men committing these type of crimes.
You gotta yield it, Dream. You gotta yield it. Just be honest. Just be honest.
I'm gonna. Can I please answer the question?
Men are technically.
Am I answering the question?
But why is it always?
Am I answering the question? I'm saying people in general don't know how to because I was sexually assaulted when I rejected a woman. Okay, so I don't know. It doesn't matter who. I'm saying be nice to anybody because you never know how they're gonna react. Everybody, and so when you're talking about are men gonna be, what was the question again about men?
Are men then more? Are they worse at being rejected? Like reaction?
Why would that be the case? What is the necessarily
the
line?
men are going to respond to perpetrators are men. So
Let me spit.
So
hold on.
You have to logically.
I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying the vast majority of the people who commit and react violently in rejection aren't men. I never said that. I'm saying it's also the case that men are the best at of handling rejection because the vast majority of the cases, if we take the total amount of approach, if
we're talking like hard
please.
Sure.
If we talk about the total amount of approaches, and at least 99% of the total amount of approaches, because a lot of approaches had going on. At least 99% of them, the nigga says, "All right, bet," and moves on. The 1%, which is still a lot, The 1%, which is still a lot, right? And it can feel like a lot to an individual. You're gonna have people to say, "Oh, fuck you." Then you're gonna have people say, "I'm gonna slap the fuck out of you." You're gonna have people getting killed over it, which is a 1% or less, which is still a lot. But the 99% is you're gonna see. No, okay, move on. There's more fishes in the sea.
I don't think that number is 1%. And also that just proves my point that men are still worse at taking rejection.
No,
if you're
see,
having all these exes,
Dream.
That's not true.
I'm not following here. So
Just
if we
because there's
know-
more damage done.
So Dream. If we recognize,
hold on. Base wanted to go.
Yeah, because he's gonna say some dumb shit too. So
I'm 100% with Dream on this one, right? Because I think that I think one of the biggest issues that happens with people, and this is more traumatic, I'll 100% grant that probably a lot of ladies, maybe I'll add you too, Mooncakes, that in your mind it sticks out to you the time a man got violent. But I'm gonna have to bet that there are vastly more times where the man didn't get violent when he approached you, and he took the no and he left, and you just don't even remember. It didn't even register. You just said no thank you, and he just, and that memory is deleted. So really what's going on is the negative experience, right? I think there's what the negative experience bias or some psychological term. It sticks out to you more, right, as a traumatic experience because you're afraid and you remember it more and it's more traumatic versus the 9, 15, 20 time the guy just said, "Hey, can I get your number?" No, thank you. And he just went away. The vast majority of it is, and this is, again, we got multiple guys saying the same thing. If we go to any comment section, we go anywhere, most men are going to be like, yeah, when I get rejected, I keep it moving. Vast majority. In fact, I don't even I think hold on, I'll wrap up with this because I think you'd be extremely hard pressed to find one man who said, I got violent when a woman rejected me. That to even find that man to even discuss things is
okay.
First and foremost, who is
going
why
to
would they
exactly
ever
the man is talking about.
exactly?
Okay. Hey. We got Joe. We got Bam. We got Razor. We got Irvin. Sorry. We got Mooncake. We got Queen. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so Joe.
So in that order, I think it'd be.
I said Joe. I said sorry.
Oh, you did say Joe? Okay.
Yeah. Joe, then Bam, then me.
Like, look, I just want to preface this in saying that, it's different for black men because we know better, because we know patriarchy is against us. So, like, we will always be the most accountable when it comes to our irresponsibility. So we know what's at stake. So you're not going to see a lot of niggas who won't understand what rejection is. But I bet you, because the statistics are also on my side, that there is a disproportionate amount of white men that don't get that fucking conversation, that don't get the stakes that are at hand. Because again, like I said in my opening statement, we breed a culture in America and the West broadly of unaccountable women and irresponsible men. And I will die on the hill until the day that I die that white men are irresponsible, which leads to women being in danger of all stripes. And the problem is that we black men know that because of how patriarchy intersects with race, we can't be irresponsible in the same way that white men can, because we'll just get murdered. We have looked at women the wrong way and gotten murdered. We have had allegations against us and have gotten murdered. So when you understand that walking in there, yeah, it seems like black men, generally speaking, I mean, there are manosphere niggas are out there, and a lot of like evangelical black men, I'm faulting them, they just have wild takes about consent. But like you have a few of those, but those are outliers from the community broadly. But when you have like, and listen, like, you don't have to, you can be in community with white men and hear how they talk, or you can just listen to all the perpetrators of sexual assault and hear how they navigate around consent. It's fucked. But there's a thread, white men. Like, it's just a thread. And we just got to be honest about that, because I don't want us to fall into the trap of thinking like, yeah, black men are responsible. And it's like, yeah, sure, we're more responsible than white men, but we're still men. And we still have to navigate around all types of women with that reality that we are still men. And we might not be participating in patriarchy in the way that leads to the sexual violence that white men are causing on women of all stripes, but we do engage with different parts of irresponsibility that we have to be accountable for.
So I would, okay, yeah. So I would push back somewhat on that. I think like if, and this is just based on the data, like the best data we have. I think I could agree with you as far as like initial interactions and taking rejection, but
Yes.
whenever it comes to like broader aspects of sexual assault, Black women seem to be on the higher end of the spectrum, and there's little reason to believe that a lot of that's probably not contributed to Black men just because of the communities that we share in. So I do think we have a lot of work to do in that in the aspect of specifically sexual assault. This is one of the few. I'm actually going to pull a dream where I think we might need to talk about our definitions a little bit.
Sure.
From Dream's perspective and the perspective that I kind of side with, I believe that on the broader spectrum, are men willing to, when we say take rejection better, I think that it's the idea of like, oh, okay, men are able to be rejected, not be traumatized by it, and typically follow up and are able to approach again in the future. For when we say women are worse at rejection, we typically mean
we have a prime example.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm saying when we say that women are worse at rejection, we typically take it to mean like, oh, okay, like this person doesn't find me attractive. That like I'm never doing this again. Like this is a big event for me. Either I'm not going to talk to those type of men, or I'm not going to approach men ever again. But I don't think that in society this is specifically what I don't think this is what we care about. I don't think we care about women being traumatized. I think we care more about, like, when we say bad at rejection, typically I think what Mooncake and possibly Joe, I'm not even going to attribute that position to him, are speaking to the idea of men turning violent. Women don't have a high likelihood of turning violent from rejection, and that's the only thing that might be what they value. Like it doesn't matter if like
turning. Hold on, wait. There's more than not taking rejection well than only violence.
Sure,
there's name calling. There's being called gay. There's a negativity. There's a bunch of things. There's sabotage. There's innuendo.
Drew, I don't know why you're saying that. I understand. I understand that that's what you're saying. I'm saying that like part of the conversation is a different differentiation of what people value as a bad rejection. Like women name calling or like women name calling or being mean or being traumatized. Like they're saying it like, oh, okay, that may happen, but they don't care about that. But women aren't gonna murder you. Women aren't gonna.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree if we're talking about on a hierarchy of value. Which of these negative things that happen in rejection do we value the most?
No, I'm not talking about more or less. I'm saying the other ones don't matter at all to them. That's what I'm saying. That's where the distinction is.
But
hold on.
My whole thing is that, like, to get a little bit broader in that, we teach men that just it's a presumption that how we're a culture.
Who's we?
Men,
who's
men.
Society.
I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna talk in broad. I'm gonna talk in broad brushes, because if you want to get finite, I'll get a microscope and we'll go to science.
I want to know how we're taught that.
This is a panel.
How do you know what we're
all right, come on. Let him go in his box. You want me to get a box right here? I got one right here.
What was Joe gonna say? What was Joe gonna say just then? Because he didn't. All he said was we're taught, and y'all respond.
Here's your box. You want anything you need to go on it? Stand on.
And maybe I'm wrong, but
you're wrong. You're wrong. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Just shut the fuck up. Let me cook, and I'll say the take, and then you'll respond with your nice smooth voice, with your nice smooth, not angry. I'm not gonna talk out loud, and maybe I can talk. I will always do this to every nigga on this panel. I don't give a fuck. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
I don't think I'm done yet.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
Okay. I'll decide. All right.
Let's
Joe.
go. Right. Go ahead.
Finish up. Yeah, go ahead.
Flag.
My point is simple. Men are confident in most social, political, and economic interactions, that they are confident that they can get a yes, and women in social, political, and economic interactions are uncertain when they say no. That's it. That's a take.
That's not fair, bro. There are so many insecure young men.
Suck my dick
have
then, nigga.
engage
with the take. Oh, that's so not fair.
I am. It's not fair. Hold on. I got the pot. I got the salt. I got the pepper. Let me cook. There's so many young men that are extremely insecure, literally nervous, knees buckling when they go up to approach a woman. There's a
Fantastic.
certain power that an attractive woman has for young men that you just completely disregard and you have no respect for. Very many women don't have any respect for this power either, and no one has a lot of respect for the courage it takes to risk rejection and to go up and then shoot your shot and have a bad set, and then guess what? Have to do it again and again and again and again.
I'm sorry,
And I
them
find
niggas
it
got
really
bad parents, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know what
okay.
to tell
Means that
you.
they
And
just
and
don't
you
know
I
how
call
to
it
think we
talk.
it's
I think
not
we
bad
keep going
parenting.
past
It's
the
not
point that
even
we're
bad
actually.
parenting. No,
Yes,
I
it
don't
is
think
bad
parenting is
parenting.
bad. I think
If
it's
you
extremely
if you
important,
are
right?
raised in such a manner that makes it so
That
you
you
don't know
have
how to
to.
talk to women, then I'm sorry,
So
your
so
father's
so
a
this is
failure, your
this
mother's a
is so
failure,
so
and the entire familiar ecosystem was a
Jesus.
and
failure.
this is what's so goofy. You go to this extreme. You don't know how to talk to women. Excuse me, hi. I thought you were pretty. I was wondering, are you single? No, I'm not.
Where did you learn how to
What's
do
wrong
that?
with
That
that
wasn't was
set?
that from your father, your
What's
mother,
wrong
your
with that
family,
set?
your familiar
What's
TV
wrong with
relationship?
that
shows you
set?
watch,
What's
maybe.
wrong with that set?
Wait, with that sentence? Yeah, I think
You're
that's
not
That
weird.
set.
engaging with
I
any
don't
of
think
that I
that's good
fucking say.
game. But if that's what
It's
Okay.
you were
not good
asking,
game, yeah, but I
Okay,
don't think it's
so
engaging
it's
what I'm
not good.
saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this, right? No one actually, save for interestingly enough, like people in the manosphere, actually teach you how you're supposed to go and approach strangers, or
And what is
rather,
what?
interestingly enough, how you approach women. Because there's a different way you approach men and a different way you approach women. With men, you can literally walk up and say, "Hey, want to be friends?" They say, "Yeah, sure," and then now you're friends. Women,
Okay.
not
grown
so
man
much.
did that to me.
You have to navigate. You have to navigate all these different things. You have to make her feel comfortable, and
Why do you
very
think we
little, if
oh
there's
my
any
god.
focus. You
Okay.
say, "Oh my gosh,"
So
but very little focus is put on what we're the pressures we're putting on these young men to go and figure this out.
Okay,
You
real
are
fast. We're talking.
saying,
Hold on.
hold on,
Base, we get it. We
because
get
this
it.
is really
Patriarchy
important. No,
exists.
you
I
can't
get
say
it.
no, because you're blaming the patriarchy and bad parenting, but we're talking about these individuals. The vast
I
majority
didn't
of
blame
men who are
patriarchy. I
really
just said
bad
you
at
Know
this,
understand
what
that
we're talking
patriarchy
even
about.
with
exists.
all this, even with bad
Okay, real
parenting, the
fast.
vast
I just
majority of
hold on,
individuals
girl.
still aren't turning violent,
so
and
okay.
we're still
Hold
Yeah,
on.
so
dispersing
I
all
do
this
so
time
so
and
I
hold
effort
need
for
on.
to.
them to get
Hold
rejected.
on. Hey, I got it. I got it. All right. So it is Razor's turn, right? And then we got Irvin, we got DQ, Mooncake, Dream, right?
no, I
Okay,
wasn't
I
yet.
just wanted to. I just wanted
Sorry,
to real
hon, Razor.
fast
Oh, sorry,
because.
but you already had your turn,
Sorry.
Bam, right?
No, I know. I was talking to the chat. My bad.
So
Oh,
swerve.
sorry. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Razor.
Okay, I just real fast. I want to be sure that we're all on the same page in terms of who it is, what demographic we are currently talking about when we're saying young. We're saying young men. Are we talking like 18 to 25 or between 18 and 30, or are we talking like teenager
Young white
teenagers
men
currently?
18 to 34.
Men in general. I'm just going for
Young
men in
white
Well, it
men
would
general.
have to
18 to
also
34.
be. It
Oh,
also
no,
has to
no.
be younger than that, based on the article and the video we read and we watched.
So like,
It's
Because
not
if
value.
a
There's no value in
woman
talking
that
about
went to the
teenagers
house,
here. No
Yeah,
one's
no
good at
value.
dating.
No
No
value.
if a
teenagers are
woman,
good at dating.
I think you're
Well,
100%
okay, no,
right,
there's
but
an
the
okay.
context
Hold
of
on,
the
hold on, hold on,
video is
hold on,
that was a
hold on, Base.
teenager that was
So you
doing
said
all
you were
that.
right,
Yeah,
so we can move on
Hold
from
on,
that,
Base.
right?
Because
Come on, base.
the boys, the there technically can be some merit in talking about teenagers because obviously that's when you're first starting out. When you're first starting out, your hormones, wanting to go and date someone. So that's that's the
I was
prime.
horrible, bro.
That's the
Nobody's
prime
good.
time. That's the
But
prime
that's how you
time
have
when you
to
start
learn.
learning to speak to people. You start learning to speak to girls. That nervousness that you're talking about, yeah, that's understandable. I was like that. I'm a fucking nerd. Talking to women who were pretty, that was the most difficult thing in the world for
Ever.
me. But I was able to usually handle rejection. But the thing that I keep seeing you and Dream doing is you're going for the hard numbers of, yeah, men can handle rejection better in terms of like numbers, but eventually they do get worn down, and bad things happen to people who aren't mentally stable, who aren't taught well. They are more violent. I think that's what when I read the question for the first time, that was the first thing I thought when I heard are bad at accepting rejection. I always think of like the many times I've heard stories of a dude getting rejected by the girl he really likes, and then she ends up with a broken leg or something, or getting hit, or being stalked, or getting hit with a car, something along those lines. Like the women get hurt
But my
way
question
too
is, why
much.
isn't it
Can I get in
that
here?
man's
Can I get in
problem?
here?
No, there was an
Why is
order.
it men's problem but not that man's problem? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because we bear the burden of irresponsible men.
As Joe said, there is this weird culture that's been taught to young
How
boys.
is it being taught? How is it being taught?
We don't, man.
To our
Dream,
doors,
come on,
through-
Dream. We don't teach it
through the shows
Come
that are
on
on
now.
TV, through like the internet stuff. The manosphere is the number
Okay,
one.
well,
Is
give me an
currently
example.
top.
Give me an example.
The Cosby Show.
Manosphere is currently is a current iteration of the issue that we're talking about of men being taught ridiculous things and how to be and being violent when they're not.
They're not taught.
Wait, hold on. Okay, Razor.
Manosphere doesn't teach them to be violent.
Razor, if what you're saying is true, then how come? If what you're saying is true, then how come the opposite isn't true? Where women get to slap a man if they hear something they don't like coming from a man.
Because there isn't. Oh my goodness gracious, Dream.
No,
Come
based
on,
on
man.
what Razor said.
Hold on, I'm missing that question. What?
Based on what Razor said.
Go ahead.
I'm misunderstanding the question. What? Can you repeat that? What
You said men are being taught to be violent during a rejection, correct? Is that what you said?
Men are usually taught they're not taught to be violent. They're taught to be extreme as Joe said, they're taught to be like persistent, and after so many times everything, especially if they're not especially if they are not mentally stable or they haven't or they're not good at being able to take the rejection, they are more violent. They can end up being more violent, especially after death of a thousand cuts, just like constantly getting rejected.
I mean, we're arguably just not taught.
Okay, I'm sorry. So men aren't taught to be violent during rejection.
We're not.
Well, they're not taught at all.
No,
Not taught at all.
Dream.
I'm trying to figure it out. That's all.
Sure,
I'm saying.
Dream.
They're not taught to be violent. They just are.
Dream. It's simple. Men are never taught to actually express the full array of the emotional spectrum at any point in their socialization. This is a common theme in fatherhood and motherhood, where it's not taught ever.
Sure, I don't disagree with that.
Generation we break that
And
cycle.
then what happens is the minute the first person that somebody runs into that contextualizes them a little bit, it's a problem. Like this is like I don't know, man.
I
mean, I agree with you, Joe.
They're taught to shut off, be stoic. They're always bottling up their emotions.
But that seems like the opposite of. That seems like the opposite of.
Hold on.
Let me slap somebody if I'm.
You have to engage. Like for me, you have to engage with all parts of your expression. Like when there's somebody that goes like, I would never ever like put my hands on somebody. And it's like you've never been pushed to that point, and you never know how to engage with that point, what that actually feels like. So don't act like you can't do that. I will never act like in a day of my life that I don't have the facility or the capacity to murder somebody, because I can and I could.
Yeah,
I'm not
does.
keeping that out of my percentile.
I can and I have.
And then a lot of people like when I act like that'll never be a part of me. You've never been pushed to that fucking point, so you don't even act like you have been.
Yeah,
so like
no, I don't agree.
You got to engage with that part of your expression, and you got to engage in a way of like actually having conversation and discourse and contextualization about that. You have to know like those parts of your limitations.
We have limited time. So Razor, finish your point. Then we got to go to Irvin.
Okay,
I'm good. I'm done.
Yeah, no, men, as again Joe said, like society, the way they teach it, they're usually taught to be extremely stoic, bottle up emotions. Don't do nothing. Like just be the big strong man. Just go out there, pick up chicks, and just don't show too much emotion other than that you're cool, that you're awesome, riz them up kind of shit. And they end up bottling up so many different negative emotions after all the many rejections. They never deal with it, and eventually they do finally snap. And those, because they don't know how to deal with their emotions, because they were never taught to deal with their emotions, they end up becoming extremely negative, and they do get violent.
I want to disagree with this.
How do you say that? And also say
let Don go. We gotta keep going.
Hey, let Don go.
Or Swerve.
Hey, by the way, Chud Logic
Actually,
rated.
that's right. Swerve. You.
Did he? Oh, shout out to my man Chud. Oh man, hey Chud, I hope you doing well.
I like Chud Logic actually.
Yeah, hold on. Let me wait a few seconds because we're in an ad break.
Right.
But
crazy.
give me a second for the ad break to end. Oh, okay, we're back. Hey, everyone, thank you for coming through with that raid. Awfully kind of you. Chuck Logic, we haven't talked in a bit. I hope you're doing well, friend. Shout out to him. Shout out to the audience. Hey, we're having a big discussion here on like whether men can manage to are bad at being rejected. Whether it's dangerous for women to reject a man, right? Should women have to be nice to a man when they reject a man, right? We got a lot of different opinions here. Stick around for that. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you're coming from Chud's audience and you haven't done so yet, please consider following the channel. We love to have you here. This is just one of our programs. We're also like streaming on Monday with white people yeah, so if your face isn't reflected here, maybe it will be reflected on Monday. Consider hitting the follow button. Thank you, Chilak, for the kindness. I hope you're doing well. All right, let's go to Irvin.
All right, man. So first, I'd like to enter and say, Joe, Mooncake, I'm a side with you guys, but I will say one thing. Because I'm really not trying to even play the side game or, whatever like that. But this is a conversation. And when engaging in a conversation, you have to understand the party that you're arguing with, and you have to be willing to keep the mission at getting your point across. Brash ways of conveying your message and not listening to what the messages other people are going to tell you, whether or not they are nonsensical or not to the point, really don't. They're not lucrative to the grand idea here. Dream brought up the whole thing about
what do you believe before you move on? What do you think the grand idea is?
The grand idea, and I think that the whole thing that we're arguing about is you guys are going back and forth about whether men are bad at rejection or if men are irresponsible, this, that, and the third. But the whole argument stems from an article or a couple of articles where women are facing harassment and we're asking about what can be done to alleviate this issue. And that is the real conversation that should be being had, or I think that is the point that we really should be getting to, because at the end
Okay,
of the
so
day,
great. I'll stop you
ahead.
there. Base,
Go
do
ahead.
you agree?
Yes and no. Well, as in the main
There's a
conversation.
dissonance. Let's engage with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes and no. I think the problem is the men who are already willing to do what's right and help women be comfortable already got the memo. The real question is, what are the men who don't get the memo? Who are those guys, and how do we reach them? Because to just paint the broad strokes of like men, again, like no one needs to teach me how to eat rejection. No one needs to teach anyone on this panel how to eat rejection. So it's like, who are we actually trying to teach this stuff to? Like we need to find that man and talk to him and figure out, why are you behaving like this? Why
don't do
aren't
the
you
individualism
listening
cop
to the
out?
woman?
He's not.
No,
No,
we
it's a
have to,
group.
He's doing the individualism cop out.
No.
Not me.
It's not. He's not. It's a group.
He's why I'm not
So
racist.
It's a minority. No.
reason
It's
why
a
I asked
minority
that-
group. It's a
Irv.
minority group.
Yeah,
That's what Base is
exactly.
saying.
It is.
Irv,
It's
I
a
wanna make
minority
something-
group within men that are being violent and don't know how to handle rejection.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because I do think it's important. I'm gonna extend this olive branch, right? The magnitude of violence is large and it's important, right? If you're a woman and you get assaulted, right? Even if it's true that a million men won't, you got smacked by the one who did. So it makes sense that you'd be traumatized and you'd be upset and you'd be frustrated. I'm not saying that this never happens.
Absolutely.
What I am saying is, like, we kind of have to scale back and say, again, if most men are acting like this, we really need to look at the men who are. What's going on with them? Versus like, let's make this program to teach men, about consent. It's like, who
We can-
doesn't know about
we can-
that?
Well, I
But
bet you
base-
as like 50% of women that are
on
sexually
top of
assaulted in
base.
life.
On top of base. Can we talk?
Semantics? It's an argument. The safety of women is an argument of semantics, is what you're trying to tell me.
But
No.
It's not that
There
it's
are-
argument of semantics.
You're just saying it's not his
What is
problem.
said? What no, to what extent? No, it's not about me not being my problem. It's what can I even do personally, right? What can most men do? If we're not there when the crazy man is doing that stuff, what are we supposed to do?
It's not a crazy man.
Hold on.
I promise it's a man you know.
No. It is a crazy man. How's it a sane man?
We can create an environment as other men where it's easy to spot those motherfuckers out. That's what we can do.
How?
No, okay, no, hold on.
No.
Not just that. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm not done. This is part of checking other men when they act that way, right? That's creating a safety for women.
Do you do that, Don?
Do that. Bro.
The answer is no. If Don's being genuine and honest with himself, the answer is no. None of us on this panel have
when I was in high school, right?
I have that story too, Don.
Okay, well then I could prove you wrong.
No, Don. I don't think you're understanding the reason why I'm pushing back here.
Okay.
And why Dream Master is a trap. None of us have collectively been responsible and held other men that we are in community with to account. We all have stories where we protected women in particular contexts, but we've never done it unilaterally. So we all have the story of the moment where we protected a woman in one context, but then in another context we failed. And the reason why I asked the question to Irv initially about that line of questioning that I went with him was that I didn't get the sense that there was that common ground of argumentation, where I'm arguing from the aspect of how do we create an environment as men so that women are more safe. That's my normative ground.
That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on.
No, I think everyone here would agree that they don't mind being a part of a collaborative to make women feel safer. But everyone also, I would hope everyone here would agree that there are some men that we can't account for that are just going to be psychopaths and commit crimes and be dangerous just because that's who they are. Number one,
we're gonna especially dangerous men. Yeah, that's the issue with this conversation is that you're looking for this like perfect psycho that's out there. I'm just saying that the men that are doing the assaulting are regular niggas. They're people who 9 times out of 10 look like upstanding guys.
Hold on. I do want to hone in on this. I gotta hone in on this because it's been this part has been distracting us from the conversation. Bam hit the nail on the head, right? Like, to say that, well, there is these guys outside of like, outside of like a
bring one
society.
Here, please. If they're still coming,
they could be here for all we know,
dude.
They could be among us.
Hold on.
I mean,
hold on.
Joe.
Hey! Oh my God! Shut up! Okay. This is what I'm trying to do, right? When I was designing this question, it took me a long time to write this down because the entire time I was flashbacking to my own past, right? Like, when, and I've told this story before on stream, years ago, I was much younger. I had taken in this idea that you had to be persistent with women, right? And there was one woman who I had been working with. This is way before I started Twitch. One woman I've been working with who, like, I shot my shot. I don't know. That didn't make sense, right? But I tried, right? And then I got knocked down. Then I tried again. And I got knocked down. I kept trying again, right? This is how it worked in movies. And I didn't have guidance here.
Being persistent is not a negative.
Hold on, excuse me, Dream. Shut the fuck up. This ain't your story. Let me tell my fucking story. Knock it off. Thank you. Right? If you listen to it, then you'll maybe understand why I'm bringing this up. So the reason, I did this multiple times, but like, it wasn't too much later until I realized like this woman was feeling unsafe. She felt unsafe. That like she tried to, politely turn me down, and then impolitely, and then jokingly, she did all that, and then I wouldn't quit. And it was bad on my part. And I wish I had done better. I wish I could apologize to that woman right now. Like, but the point is, like, there is behavior that makes women feel unsafe, and that's on a spectrum. So yes, there are those guys who will like straight up like punch a woman, but there's much more than that. Like, if you listen to women, you will hear a whole list of stories about like men following them home from the fucking subway, right?
Yes.
Like,
men like showing up at their jobs, like men, or if they're at their jobs, another thing, or their bosses acting in certain ways. So there's a whole list of things. And so when you guys say like when Bass asks that question of what are we supposed to do, here's where we start, right? When we hear men talking about women, about like how they oppose themselves on aggressively, you tell them that's not cool. Knock that shit off, right? I like a cousin of mine, literally a family member, is like that, and I have to like tell this dude, yo, you gotta knock that shit off because he makes women feel unsafe. That's a thing that I have to do. I still have to get better at doing that, right? That these things just aren't jokes because they feel like jokes when somebody might present them to you, but a lot of times they're hiding real behavior. So that's just one step right there. Okay, I'm gonna let
easy.
in. All right, then let's do that. All right, great.
We
Then
do that.
Then let's.
Well, we already cooked
we
beat
actually
sets as
don't.
it is.
We actually don't.
But we
As a
do.
community, we let a lot of shit slide all the goddamn time. We actually do.
I don't know if I can
But hold on. I want to engage.
How
with
can you prove
but
that?
I want to engage with you. But I gotta let the ladies in have been waiting, right? So
Diddy.
DQ, Mooncake, Razor. I know you wanted to been trying to jump in. Bass and the Dream and all that. Yeah, Bam. All right, gotcha. DQ, please, your turn.
Yeah, again, this is about motherfucking consent. And we're not teaching people young enough to handle this shit. We talked like the video was talking about someone in what between elementary and middle school, or maybe high school, about breaking. What makes it okay for anybody to grab your personal property and break it because they mad that you said something? Okay, that goes for little kids and that goes for grown ass men. What makes it okay for you to be like, I'm gonna break this shit because you said no to me? Okay, like y'all not like, again going back. I think what Joe was saying is that we are not going back. We're not checking our men. We're not checking your family. If your family ain't telling you about this shit, your family has failed you. Everybody around you has failed you. If your friends ain't telling you, your friend like you are failing it, do not do that shit. We are always so scared to say some shit because we scared that they ain't gonna like us or whatever, right? Instead of being like a real one and being like, no, that shit is not okay. Consent starts young. And if we keep on talking about consent, if we keep talking about everybody's got fucking feelings, especially young men who are taught to not hold in their all feelings and shit altogether, again, and that's why I say it goes back to young men and young women because the same thing can go for women too. Get mad and break something of the other person's because they get rejected or they said no or whatever. No motherfucking means no. There's no other way of going around it. And yes, exactly like Prime said, it can be any regular ass nigga. It was fucking Prime.
Yeah.
He had to put your
no,
name
but
in.
here's
He had to put your name in.
Hey, what's the
Hang
problem?
on.
the
There's
fact
a
that
lot, there's a lot of crossfire
I
listen,
I
listen,
disagree
he's a
with
real
that's
one.
not fair.
He's
That's
a
not
real
fair.
no, but he's a
That's
real one
too
because
heavy
he's
handed.
under
Prime's not that guy.
Hey,
no,
it's
he's
fine.
not.
This
Listen,
is
was.
the
said he
But
fact
was.
okay,
the fact about
He
it
said
is
when
that
he was young.
shut the
did
fuck up.
Prime
Yeah.
admit that he's
Shut
going
the
to be
fuck
violent?
up while I goddamn and like engage with this,
Let her
okay?
finish.
Yep.
Let her finish.
It's the fact that he grew as a person. He realizes that he was wrong. He realizes that the things that he was seeing on TV and in the society was what you're supposed to do. Hey, you're supposed to go push that little girl if you like her. You're supposed to go be mean to her if
I
you
remember
like
that
that
line.
little girl.
Oh,
Like that's
to be
some
fair,
real ass
that worked.
I
shit
remember that
hold
line.
on, hold on,
we
hold
fucking
on.
like learn that shit as a
Wait, were you
young
never taught that?
fucking kid.
Hold
We
on,
get
bro.
we get seen that
My
as young kids.
friend.
We gotta be
I
real.
Mooncake is next. Let Mooncake go
honestly
before you
I
turn fast.
give props to Prime for fucking learning that, and the fact that he still to this day wants to apologize shows that he's truly changed and understands
How old were
what
you,
he
Prime?
has done
But
wrong.
Prime wasn't
He'll never
that
tell.
bad.
How
Like,
old
Prime,
was
it wasn't.
Prime when that happened? That's
We don't know
really
how old
important.
Prime is, so
I
that gives an
gotta come.
No,
indication of
we
his
don't
age.
know when it was.
It
He didn't
shouldn't
say when
matter.
how long ago it was. He
It
didn't say how.
shouldn't matter.
It
That
doesn't
is
matter. If
so
I did
heavy
something when I was
handed.
12,
He
it
said
doesn't matter.
that
Remember?
listen, he said that he was working with this woman, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we know that he's of working age. But again, even
Yeah,
if
which
he
is
did-
14.
but
Huh?
again, if he
Let's say
did this
bro
when
was
he was
20.
younger, if he did this in his early 20s, it doesn't matter. The fact that he grew and shows all that is the only thing that matters.
The
Okay.
argument.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to our friend Mooncake, and then you guys will be able to respond. I promise. Okay. So I want to hear
Okay,
from you.
yeah, I got her.
I got some shit.
I'm after base. That's all I know.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to take in all the information. I I really think, I think when men hear people say like, "Oh, men are bad at taking rejection," they can't even handle that, right? Like, I feel like we can't. I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like we can't even
hearing.
admit.
Dream is the perfect example right now.
We
Laughs out
can't
loud.
even just say like, "Hey, yeah, men are more violent when it does come to rejections." And let's be honest, it's kind of what we're actually talking about. Like when I say who's worse at taking rejections, I'm talking about the people who are murdering others, who are attacking people. Because it's not just, "Oh, I slapped her," or people harassing, calling them names, spitting on them, anything like that. Also, how many school shooters? It was in their manifestos that some girl denied them at high school. That Nicholas Cruz guy, like a few
Ain't no
others.
niggas making manifestos. I'm just
Elliot,
saying.
Elliot Roger, like there's
Yeah, Elliot Rogers.
Zero
Yeah, I'm trying to
niggas.
think.
yeah, we're finding
Mhm.
so many
You told me
instances
that?
where
Mhm.
men are just acting aggressively towards women because they can't handle the idea of either not having a woman, not being near a woman, or feeling like, "Oh, society has done me dirty and this is the way I feel." Like even if they get rejection, even if it's in a nice way sometimes, they still don't know how to accept it. They believe that they are entitled to said women.
Mm-mm.
And
Mm-mm.
once they step away from that and evolve, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh.
The concept or idea that men feel entitled to women is something. Even after 10 years, I'm still not. I still fully don't really understand. I do apologize because it sounds ridiculous. If men have to come up to women and present themselves to the idea that they can be rejected, I don't even see where the entitlement is. If I have to be approved by you, how does a male even begin to feel entitled? Let's also just
The
roll
entitlement,
back here for a second. Hold on for a second. Let's hold on for a second. Because this is something else that's just it's very incongruent to me. The idea that women even shouldn't even be nice to these men who can become violent seems just seems ridiculous. If you think that these men have the capacity to be violent, why wouldn't you be nice to them to get them to, I don't know, not be violent? Just number one, if we go back early in the conversation, people say no one is entitled to be polite or to be kind. To me, this just seems like, just as far as survival goes, that's the last person that you would say you shouldn't be nice to if you think he has the capacity to harm you. That's another thing. But to go back to Queen and address Mooncakes on this one, I think it is really interesting that we say that men are taught all of this different stuff. And yet when men tell you their experiences, you don't take that seriously. When men tell you what we were taught growing up was not these messages, was not this stuff, you don't even you don't even take it. You don't even listen to it, right? Because again, even when it came to what Prime was saying, Prime was being persistent, not violent. Being persistent and trying to show your character to a woman. Again, there's studies that show that proximity and time invested and time spent actually does endear people to you and can be a way to get you into a relationship. That's been scientifically studied as it is. Prime may have had bad sets and may not have done the correct way to get the woman to be endeared. Maybe the woman never would be. That might be fair. But he wasn't violent. Even in the idea of being persistent, that is not violence. That is not him getting close to hurting this woman. But it's important, right? And it's very important because if we're talking about these violent men, again, I'm extending the olive branch. I understand the magnitude is it only takes one man to be violent. I get it. The magnitude is huge. But again, we can't say the culture is teaching us this stuff because it's not. It would appear that that man is the one that had the problems. We need to analyze those men who are acting this way and not say that we're taught this. Because again, most men aren't going to be like, I was taught to just uppercut her if she said no. That's not what we are.
If there was only 12 men.
Oh my god! So no, stop,
I'm
stop, hold on,
I have
hold on.
I have a
No,
simple
no, no, no,
question
no,
for
no,
him.
no. He was. It was supposed to be
saying.
me. It was supposed to be me. He took. No, it was supposed to be me. It was supposed to be me. Then base. So now it's me.
I'm after him.
Just let Razor
He
go.
did say he
I'm
was
sure it won't
after
be long.
me.
Razor.
God damn it. Okay. there was okay. God damn it. Okay. So I kept trying to bring this up. It's that when I mentioned about like how men in society are constantly taught to be like stoic and like bottle up their emotions and stuff like that. It's not that we're taught to be violent. It's not that we're taught to do these bad things when we get rejected. It's that men, because of the fact that we were never taught from a young age to actually feel our emotions, actually work within ourselves, be what's the word self what's the word I'm looking for?
Self-reflective might be the word.
Thank you. We're not taught to self-reflect as much as we should. Like women usually are like taught to be a lot more self-reflective on their lives. Men, not at all. Like almost not at all. And so we never deal with our emotions. Dream, you can make that face all you want, but that's
Where
the
you getting it
majority of
from?
people.
I want to
The
know where you're getting it
majority
from.
of
I'm
people.
making the
The
same face.
Just let him
majority.
finish his point. He's doing good.
The majority of men in this fucking world are not taught how to deal with their emotions in a healthy way. They're taught to bottle up and just go with the flow. It is what it is mentality, the hustle, stuff like that. It's so eventually when they're like I want a woman, they're currently on this they're basically on this like near bursting of their emotions, and it's like a woman they're super into rejects them. They don't know how to handle it. They break. Their mind breaks. They might end up getting violent. Not all, but there's going to be the ones that are going to get violent because what else are they going to do? There's a possibility that when they were being raised, they saw violence probably from their parents or maybe their friends or whatever shows they watched as a kid, and they know that and they think like, oh, I can solve my problem by hitting it. And because they get rejected and they don't know how to deal with their emotions, they just go to that fucking to that immediately, just like she said no. It's like okay, no.
I think I can easily hold on, Don, please, brother. What are you, please, brother? What are you doing? It was my turn to speak.
You can go after him though if you want to, Don.
You light-skinned
I'll let you
Negroes
know.
will not stop talking. It's Razor. It's D103. It's Don. I'm just saying.
I've been stopping myself from talking over people. They're bad.
It's just an observation. But all right, go ahead, Dream.
I only talk over other light skin.
And that works. That's fine. You guys fight.
That's not true. He's talking over dark skin base. Anyways, point is, whatever just Razor said, you could equally say the same for women and just find examples for women. The example of men not being able to handle their emotions and you giving an example of like rejection, I can raise you a woman's the trend of women saying I need a man that knows how to handle all this, implying that they have emotional trouble, that a man needs to be patient enough for them to deal with that. That's one thing. Another thing is another thing. Thank you, Razor. Another thing is a woman with the trend of saying I'm crazy, I gets crazy, I gets crazy. That like there's a bunch of women who are having pride and proudness of a man should never cheat on me because I'm gonna slash his tires, I'm gonna break his windows. They have a bunch of this prideness and doing crazy stuff and reacting violently and property damage, right? That's what Joe Lewis comes in with.
Cheating, not rejection. Right?
Am I allowed to speak, brother?
Is that after cheating or rejection? Because you're saying
brother, I'm not, brother. Please, I just want you to listen to what the words I'm saying because I was talking about. No. I was talking about the general idea of what you were talking about, which is emotional regulation. It's not emotional regulation to react in violence and property damage. Would you agree to that, Razor?
I was saying that men are.
Would you agree to what I just said?
Taught how to regulate their emotions. Women are more likely to know how to regulate their emotions.
What I'm saying is, whatever you just said, I can raise you.
There are indeed a small number of women who, when they are dumped or or cheated on, they do get violent. They do get violent by destroying property damage.
No, I'm saying you made it gender specific for no reason. You were saying vast majority of men don't know how to handle regular. Can I please? I don't.
Hey.
Can I'm allowed to speak? Please.
We love the light skin on light skin violence, but please, we gotta move things along.
What I'm trying to say is you gendered it for no reason because you made it. I think is a true claim that most men don't know how to handle their emotions, but I think most people in general, including most women, don't know how to regulate their emotions because they're not being taught. They're not being taught. They're not being taught. Jesus Christ!
Oh my God, Razor.
You okay?
Razor, please. Razor, please.
If you put in words in my mouth.
Razor.
What did I say?
Just let him have his point. Come on.
Razor.
This is absolutely insane.
Let him go.
So what I'm saying is, I think most people don't know really how to be fully in tune with their emotions. I think we lack as a society in teaching people basic fundamental logic that we need to not have a barrier to college, because why is philosophy being only taught in college for the most part and not at first, second, third, fourth grade? And I do reject that. I do reject the idea that we don't teach consent, because when I was in first, second, third grade in elementary school, we have a bunch of sayings all over the wall, such as think before you speak, or think before you act. And we have things such as keep your hands to yourself. That was like reiterated like 30 times a day, keep your hands to yourself, which is like a basic, like speaking to a kid on their level, teaching them about consent. Hey, keep your hands to yourself. Somebody.
Okay.
Okay, you say that.
We'll get to that.
I reject that.
It's all good. Yeah, you can reject it, but it's dumb as shit. But we'll get to that thing. It's all good.
That's not fair.
I'm not.
Right.
It's not fair. Let Dream cook, and I'll rebuttal, and then we can get to the. We'll get to the distance on
it. I thought light skinned nigga.
Hold on. Okay. Let me wrap it up.
We're gonna let Dream finish. We're gonna go to Bam because Bam has been waiting for quite a while, and then we're gonna go to Joe. All right.
I think one point that hasn't been mentioned this whole conversation is that I think what Prime did is that he spoke on being persistent as a negative trait, which I wanted to interject, but he didn't allow it. That I don't think being persistent is negative inherently. I think it can be contingently on how you do it. And I think he did do it on the wrong way because he didn't take the hint that she wasn't even interested in him to begin with. But you can be persistent with women who are interested with you, who show kind of like a weak rejection, because a lot of women play this game of hard to get. We're not going to lie and say that never happens ever. Women do have sometimes play hard to get and want and actually talk to their friends. Hey, I've set him alone, but I want to know if he's really into me. So I'm going to say no. And if he really wants me, then he can come get me. How many times has a woman ever like wanted to break up with her man and then got upset for her man not fighting for her and retaining that relationship?
That's facts.
So you're just gonna accept me breaking up with me? Oh, so you really didn't love me, because if you really loved me, you would have fought for this. So this is so persistence isn't an inherently negative trait. So what I would say is the way you pursued the way you went about your persistence is what was negative about it, Prime. So I wouldn't say being taught to be persistent is negative in itself. It's more so that how we go about it. That's and the final thing that I really want to say is that never was brought up is that these men who are, I believe, is a minutia, because are going to be repeat offenders, which is why it's going to feel like a lot of these men do it because multiple women are probably going to be violated by the same man, because I was like, oh my God, you won't believe, but it's probably a lot of those cases going to be repeat offenders. So that's why it kind of feels like it's a lot of men doing it, but really it's the few men doing it are doing it a lot to multiple hundreds of women and just going on the street or they're just walking by, catcalling them unprovoked and being negative towards them. And furthermore, the last point that I want to say, the last point that I want to say is that come back to me, man. I lost it. Come back to me.
Okay, so sure. I think and just quickly, we have gone past 11:30, so like if that's when we usually end. If you need to leave, that's okay, right? You can just bounce. You're not held here, especially for our new people. We want to make sure they understand that. But we're going to go into bonus time. We're in bonus time right now. All right. So go ahead, Bam.
Yeah, we definitely got the sub for bonus time.
Oh, I found it. I remember. So the last point I want to make is that I do think if you're being real with yourselves and just look at the evidence that we have empirically, that the vast majority of men are not being negative when they receive rejection, that we can say that we haven't failed our men because look, in general, you can make this accurately. In general, when men are rejected, they are taking it on the chin and moving on. This has happened in general. But of the men that don't handle rejection well, they do take it to an extreme level, and there is a problem. So we have failed a subsect of men greatly. That's the accurate claim that I want to make. In general, we haven't failed men as a whole because in general, most in the average man is going to be able to handle rejection well.
Okay, Bam, Joe Lewis, and Don.
So there's a few things. One, as far as the idea of like being persistent not being a bad thing because of the I don't think any of those reasons given were valid. Like, oh, maybe she's playing games. We shouldn't be in the society.
I said not inherently.
I didn't let you speak, nigga. Let me speak, nigga.
You can say inherently?
I'm speaking to it. I'm trying to speak to the point.
This is when light skins attack. All right.
Yeah. I think, like I said, I'm saying that when we talk about the idea of like, oh, we can think of situations where it would have been useful. F those situations. Like it doesn't matter. Oh, nigga, don't open your mouth right now. Just because you can think of some hypothetical situation where a girl would wanted you to be persistent, F that girl. It's not a habit that's worth like perpetuating in society. Like if someone tells you no, accept it as such, and we get like the first time, and we get along better as society. It's okay that we decided that this behavior is like we consider this behavior to be abhorrent. In reality, there's someone walking down the street that would really love to get punched in the face. Like it would be one of the sweetest things you could do to him is punch him in the face. We don't know that person, but that person exists out there. But that doesn't mean that we say that punching someone in the face isn't inherently like an abhorrent thing to do. We just make that call, and that person that wants to get punched in the face has to lose out for the greater good. I'm sorry, it is what it is. As far as like the concept of failing men, what it comes down to is like when we talk about the emotions that we're not the men aren't told to get through. I mean, stoicism is one of them, but I wouldn't even consider that to be the biggest one. The biggest one would be managing, which I think we feel all people is in managing embarrassment. Embarrassment is a really difficult emotion to like emotion people struggle with, regardless of how like stable you consider yourself to be. Like, for real, when, like embarrassment, especially as a man, is like, oh, okay, like. We hear men say it all the time about other men in jokes, like, "Oh, I wouldn't have tolerated that disrespect. Like, if somebody disrespect me like that, boy, hey, I would have had to yada yada." Like, you can say like, "Oh, it's all jokes."
Trent Williams.
But whenever we get in these situations, embarrassment is an emotion that people are typically that are more likely to react violently towards. Now, when it comes to rejection creates that feeling of embarrassment. And although socially we can say that like, oh, you know, like I'm not actually gonna like hit a girl, I'm not actually gonna have like this big negative response. Depending on the level of embarrassment it triggers, like it can be difficult to deal with like in practice without serious practice. It's not something you could just step out into the world. And the last thing I'll say is like we keep pretending that this is like this like minutia of men. Again, I'm not saying it's every single man every single time, but I'm saying that people go through periods of their life that they're typically not proud of, where they did something or they watched something that they can think back on and say that like, oh yeah, that was pretty effed up. Like I've seen domestic situations happen in real life that I didn't get involved in because I don't know them people. Like, oh, whatever they got going on. I've had people I consider friends to this day that have said crazy things like, oh yeah, girl put their hands on me, I'm gonna have to hit her back. And I'm like, bro, that's not cool. But that didn't change that nigga's position on it. Like pretending that there's 7 men doing all these assaults isn't the reality. The reality is there's a significant portion of society that will at one point in their life, like men will at one point in their life deal with some level of domestic abuse, some level of and perpetuate some level of violence, or commit some level of sexual assault.
Yeah, but that would be the minority.
Not really a minority.
It's a significant part, but it's still a minority.
I mean, by less than 50%, maybe. But I'm saying that we're not talking about just like less than 2%. This is a significant portion.
What would you say?
You know sexual abusers. Whether you know it or not, you know
less
somebody.
Than what? Well, less than
But
what?
If we don't know, what are we supposed to do with it?
Maybe like
I mean,
I'd say 1 in 3. 1 in 4 are going to do.
83% of sexual abusers.
Sexual abusers are going to experience domestic assault in a relationship. Probably
33% of all men are violent and sexual abusers.
Like I said, or domestic assault. Like
that's what I just said. I said violent. That's what I said.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I'd say.
Where are you getting that from?
I want to know. Probably on the low end.
Because we have different interpretation. I mean, I have a different interpretation of violence than you do, Dream. So
I just wonder where you're getting
it
from.
as violence.
I'm just saying, like, I think even the rates of domestic violence in marriages is probably higher than that. Actually, like people end up putting their hands on each other at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would be like equal for men. Are you saying it's both from women and men?
No, it wouldn't.
Like
men are violent.
The rate of violence, not the severity of violence. The rate of violence.
Men have higher rates of violence as well.
No, the rate of violence in domestic abuse is equal.
So. No.
Yes.
It presupposes. Okay. I'm gonna engage with.
I know lesbian relationships.
I'm gonna engage with the talking point directly because I know where you're going. If a woman is being, let's not, because your interpretation of violence is very liberal, so I'm not going to go there. So let's say a woman has been experiencing acts of transgressions that some might interpret as violence, and then that woman acts out. How would you interpret that situation? Would you interpret both of those people as violent?
Yeah, but one would be probably a more justified violence. Yeah.
Okay, so why does the justification matter?
Because in terms of
woman, I'll just get very direct about this. If a woman murders her husband and then in a disposition says, "This man has been raping me for 10 years. And today was enough, so I shot him in the face."
I'd say that's self-defense, probably. If she couldn't run away, if that was her only option.
The courts won't believe that. I don't think Base would even believe that. But
then, yeah, I mean, that she did a bad thing.
You don't know if I would believe that?
I'm not too sure if you believe that.
She would be in the wrong, absolutely. But it would be the understandable type of wrong.
It would actually still be murder. Like even if
what was that?
Unless she killed him while she was being assaulted, then
let's say she did.
I think a court. I think
if she did, then that's self-defense.
She was tried again, and enough was enough.
I think she's walking. I don't think a jury would ever.
If I'm a not jury, she's walking. That's all I'm saying.
Plenty of women who haven't.
However,
actually, but okay.
I would like to see those cases. That's pretty interesting because I find it tough to believe a jury would ever convict a woman.
I'd find things tough to believe too if I'd never read, but it's all good.
Ooh, my stats were like right on. 35% of women experience rape, physical violence, or stalking by a male intimate partner in their lifetime.
Is that a survey?
Let me say.
Is that a survey?
National Domestic Violence.
Is that a survey?
The National Department of Domestic Violence. I don't think it's a survey. I don't know how they calculate their data. I mean,
I would hope that you would know that information too.
I have to know how the department constantly collects their data for the point of this conversation.
Because self-report.
Yes, you should
Google.
know.
All y'all niggas got fucking internet at your tips.
Anyway, so Dream.
I wouldn't provide a piece of evidence. I don't know how to get.
There's a part of this stream that I think you might be able to engage at a philosophical level. So I'll try. What's your definition of consent?
Consent is what somebody is willing to allow to happen.
That makes no sense. I'll try again. What's your definition of consent?
That would be his definition.
That's literally what
I don't understand your definition. How can you actualize that definition?
So, for example, if I'm going in for a hug and you allow it to happen and hug me back, you consented to the hug.
Okay, so
it doesn't need to be verbal for it to be consent.
Okay, so do you believe that decontextualized expressions of consent are consent?
I'm not understanding. What you mean? Can you give me an example of that, and then I would answer.
I'm going to send you something in chat right now.
Okay.
I want you to respond with the answer that I say with the exact same inflection. Okay.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Prime, let's have sex.
Let's do it.
Prime, let's have sex.
Let's do it.
Prime, let's have sex.
Let's do it.
And
I
all
don't know if
those
that part was-
expressions were those expressions of consent.
All of them was of various levels of consent, but they met the bare minimum threshold of consent.
What is your subjective ground of consent?
What you're willing to allow, I told you.
What you're willing to allow is your subjective ground of consent.
Yes.
So if you're gonna have to walk me through that, because that is wild to say.
Because you said it met a threshold. What's the threshold?
The threshold is what you're willing to allow. So if somebody asks questioningly, "Hey, let's have sex," the other person's, "Yeah, let's have sex," and then y'all both have sex. Y'all were verbal and action committed to the act that you were talking about, thus meeting the bare minimum threshold of consent.
But you would change that if that person had one of those people had 15 shots. You would change your position on that. That's not enough.
Yeah, because but that you've added a how do you say, were they of sound mind?
All right, so
that's
let me dig into it deeper.
So if you're not of sound mind, you're not willing to allow anything to happen to you.
All right,
because
so
you're not of sound
let
mind.
me load this a little bit to get to the meat of it a little bit. All right, Prime. So I want you to say with the exact same inflection, don't match my tone. Let's do it. I'm going to put context into each of these statements. Dream, I want you to answer to me, do you believe that these are all expressions of consent that would meet your threshold?
Okay.
So the context of this, I'm going to tell Prime that he's going to have sex. The context is he's afraid to lose his job because I'm his boss. So Prime, let's have sex.
Let's do it.
It's not.
So is that consent?
No, because it's coercion.
Based on what?
Okay. Based on what?
You said you said because you're afraid to lose your job if you don't have sex, right?
Well, the context is that I'm his boss and I'm telling him let's have sex. Let's normalize a little bit better. So again, the context is I'm Prime's boss. Prime, let's have sex.
Let's do it.
Is that consent?
Just a let's have sex and that's it?
The context is that I'm Prime's boss.
Right. You're Prime's boss, and all you've said was let's have sex. Just like
Yes.
no foreplay. There was no prior relationship. You just walked up to him. Let's have sex.
I'm in a meeting with him. The meeting's over. I say, no, Prime, let's have sex.
I think that's pretty coercive. Yeah.
Why? He's consenting. Clearly, he says let's do it.
Yeah, but not just the power imbalance. It's like there was no warm up to it. There was no like prior context. It was just like raw. You just raw dog the request. You just raw dog the request.
That's how it's
power imbalance.
So the reason why I went down that road,
what I would say, like realistically, philosophically, what I would say is that inherently it's not liking consent. Like literally, it's literally inherently not liking consent, but it is problematic, and I would try to avoid those situations.
Sure. So for me, to get to what I believe, because that was good. Thanks for that, friend. For me, I define consent as a recognition of free desire. That's it. So the way that you get that, like my normative ground of assuming something to be of consent is that there's a recognition of both parties of free desire.
Yeah, but I would say that's the same thing that I said, because what I said is willing to allow for yourself, right? And then that could be like literally the same thing you said.
No, but you mentioned earlier the idea of persistence. I would consider persistence coercion. Because you're not because what you're doing, whether you want whether you think you're not overtly doing that or not, you're creating conditions that might lead to the probability of that a person agreeing with you. I consider that coercion.
But hold on. Coercion, right, is always bad. But convincing was what I would say that could happen from persistence.
So how do you convince someone if the normative ground is both parties freely deciding?
Because just when you're persistent, I would hope in Prime's approach that he wasn't literally doing the same thing like day after day, all Prime did. How about now? Now,
Mm-hmm.
how about now? I would hope that he would change his approach, and because there was something different with his approach, maybe he got him files this way. Maybe he's like, actually, wait, I'm actually a good guy, or I'm actually a guy that you would actually enjoy because here's how here. Because sometimes a woman rejects a man initially because they don't know the man, and then once they get to know the man, they're more open to being with the man. And so, in Prime's reapproaches, would convince the woman to accept him as a man because she would get to know him after each approach. Where initially, because she didn't know him, and who would be with somebody that they don't know, after multiple approaches of and getting to know the person, be like, hey, actually, Prime might be not too bad. So there's a way where it's not coercion and it's actually convincing because you're showing somebody who you truly are and somebody's accepting you for who you are.
That's not. That's still coercion, friend.
How? Wait, can you tell? Is it impossible
when you
to ever convince?
when you build conditions to try to increase a probability, that is still coercion.
Wait, so how can you
So
convince
if I
somebody
go
with
to-
how
if
can
I
you
go to
convince somebody
Prime-
without
If
coercion?
I go to Prime and say, let's have sex, and he says no, something that men do, and what you just described, is try to adjust themselves and create conditions so that the probability of them saying no is higher of saying yes, is higher later. But you have no way to definitively know if they are actually entering into something that is mutually recognized as free because
Let
you're
me ask
creating conditions.
So no.
But
Here's
hold
a
on,
fundamental
Dream,
question of Joe. Here's a fundamental. How can you convince somebody and not coerce them? Where's the line? Where's do you draw the line?
You
for that?
can't convince. Trying to convince somebody is coercion.
So there's
Let
no.
me ask you-
there's-
okay,
you can never convince anybody ever. Is that what I'm
Let me ask you
hearing?
a question.
No, because
In an ethical way?
we're talking about in the
Exactly.
context of sexual assault and consent.
Let me ask.
In this conversation, based on the substantive ground, I know you don't know what big words are based, but my subjective ground here is that desire that is mutually recognized as free. From there, do you understand what that means?
Yes. So let me ask.
What does that mean? You said yes, so articulate it. What does that mean?
What that means is that the person has the will and the want to do the activity when presently asked. If I understand that.
Just that person? Just that person.
It would have to be both people.
So both people.
So let me ask you a question. Hold on, Dream, because this is gonna help you out, right? Let me ask you a question, right? Let's say I'm gonna build a scenario and then I'm gonna ask the question. Let's say someone comes to, well, just use a woman prior to overweight, fat, and they say, would you like to?
Why does
to
a
go
woman
out?
have to be overweight for your hypothetical?
Not the
Let's
woman.
just
The
start
man
there.
is overweight. The man is overweight.
Okay.
Initially, the woman says, "You're not really my type. You're sweet, not my type." Let's say 5 months later, he loses weight. He's a little bit more handsome. He's clean cut. Now he's more physically attractive. And he comes back and asks again, and the woman says yes, now that he's more attractive. Is that coercion? Because time and the conditions have changed? Is that coercive?
I don't agree with naive expressions of consent. You're presupposing that the person who entered into this did this thing only to try to gain approval of that other person. So
Let's
the
say he
desire,
did.
it's a secondary desire. I don't engage with secondary desires like that. He did not. The secondary desire here, because I know you don't read philosophy, and that's okay. We'll work through it. A secondary desire is doing something as a secondary or tertiary thing to the thing that you want. By that person losing weight, there's no way to definitively know that is he doing that because he likes that woman, or is he doing that because he wants to go into some type of relations with that woman, and relations and wanting to be with someone are two different things. There's too much context there, which is why it's a secondary desire. A primary desire would be, I want to be with that person because I like them and I think they're X, Y, and Z. And then if they say no, I'm not engaging further. Because that's consent.
Here's the thing, Joe.
They're not agreeing.
I've agreed to sex when I didn't really feel like it because I was willing to allow it to happen. So I didn't have the.
Yeah, and that's assault. You were assaulted.
I disagree because I was under my definition of what consent is something that I was willing to allow to happen.
Right.
Even though it wasn't
for
my.
me, that's assault.
I understand. So I'm trying to say that me and you, and I'm sure you versus other people in this panel have a fundamental disagreement on what consent and assault is. Because, like I said, I think what you're willing to allow to happen to yourself, even if it's not a primary want in your mind, is like, yeah, I'm not really in the mood, but you know what? I'm okay with doing this act because I'm okay with making my partner happy, and this is something that they want, so I'm willing to do that. Right? It's not a primary. It's like, I'm not, affirmatively happy to do it. I'm not the best, but especially with asexual people, for example, Lita Watakai, Lithi is somebody who is asexual and he's willing to have sex with his partner to benefit them, but this is something that they wouldn't want. That's just as an example. So what I'm saying is, just because I disagree that it would be, who's talking right now?
Sorry,
I disagree that just because it's not the first thing on your mind that you really want to do in that moment doesn't mean that it can be less on your hierarchy of preferences and it still be meeting the threshold of a bare minimum of what you want to do, and you're willing to allow that to happen. It meets the threshold of allowance, so therefore it is within the realm of consent. That's one. And two, I disagree with your notion that doing things to increase the likelihood of an act necessarily equals coercion. I disagree with that. I think there are ethical, meaningful ways that you can increase the likelihood of something where otherwise somebody wouldn't have said no, and it would be a convincing act instead of a coercive act. Convincing in a positive way, not convincing in a negative way, which would be coercion.
So the reason why I believe is coercion and engaging in second order desires or coercion is because you're creating conditions for the possibility of fulfilling a desire using hope. Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
Yes.
What does that look like to you? So what I just said, creating conditions for the possibility of fulfilling this desire with hope, what does that look like?
That means like sometimes people would
lose weight for a woman that said no to them.
Wait, okay, that's one example, but just broader speaking, that in terms of I'm sorry. What you said basically is, as it broaderly, I can't speak English right now, but typically it means that a lot of times people make agreements and hope that they get something that you really can't guarantee will happen in the future, right? Is that what you said?
Repeat that one more time. I lost you halfway.
Audio
wise, not.
Gotcha. So, well, your statement is kind of like harping on.
I can run it back if you want.
No, I understand. Yeah. You asked me to repeat it back to you, so you know that I know.
Yeah.
Your statement is harping on the idea that when people make agreements or consent on the idea of like secondary wants or whatever you said, that they're making this agreement contingent on hope for something to happen that they can't really guarantee will happen.
Yeah, that's fair. And to be clear, the thing that I take issue with, and again, I have two subjective, it's pretty simple. I have two subjective grounds on this. For assault, in the context of like relationships and stuff, it's just a desire that's primarily a response to coercion.
Say that one more time.
The other ground for actual consent is just a desire that is mutually recognized as free, which means two parties both agreeing at the initial point that this is what we ought to do and what we ought to enter into. Does that make sense?
Can you say it clearer, please?
One requires both parties at the nexus point of interaction, the first point of interaction, agreeing. The second one is one party building conditions for the chance of that person saying yes.
Oh, okay. So I don't think.
And again,
you're talking strictly on the basis of trying to convince somebody, correct?
Yeah, I say building conditions of the possibility because assault doesn't always express itself as just like a man just pricking and persisting. It could be a man trying to completely change their look for that person. So morphing in such a way that might not be an actual expression of who they are. They're entering into that exchange of like, I got rejected initially, but let me change how I look, change how I behave, and now maybe I'll have the chance. I don't agree with that as actual consent.
I think you're talking about like it's typically like against the best interest of the person taking this risk. But I think that's just what comes with dating. That's like you have to be personally. This is my belief that you have to be willing to take risks to get things that you're willing to risk to get things that you want. You have to be willing to have some sort of risk. So if this woman, for example, just random woman out there says, I won't have a relationship with you, I won't have sex with you unless you're willing to cough up 3 months of your salary for an engagement ring with me, and you may change your whole life and and say, you know what, I didn't want this before, but I'm willing to change for this person because I really like them, and then you took that risk.
Yeah.
You proposed to her, and she said, "You know what? You're not my type." So even though you changed to meet the standards that I want, you still don't get it. And guess what? He has to charge it to the game.
But to that point, that's where I don't agree with that as being someone entering into something that is free, right? Because if somebody's creating certain conditions and saying, if you meet these conditions, then I will do this. You don't really have control over that. That's not really your desire anymore.
Yeah, but you may not have control, but you have control over whether or not you take the risk.
Sure, but again,
you don't have control of the outcomes. You can't make
not,
somebody love you,
Yeah, but again, that's why I don't think it's a free desire. Those aren't free desires. So
we're just gonna recycle. Well, let's just move on.
Yeah, no, I again, this is a fundamental disagreement, which I think is important. But
Sorry, I'm still here. My camera just cut out.
Yeah.
Okay. I was confused. Like, what happened there? Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Did anyone else want to jump in on this? Right. I know Bass. I know you definitely want to. But Champloo, Irvin. Anyone?
I mean, so you guys are really talking about this on a deep level in terms of what Joe Lewis is saying about because really you're taking a expansive understanding of assault and just of violence in general, and I respect that because I think that men often don't see the ways in which they are violated in relationships because they're used to we're kind of socialized to understand that things that happen to us that are bad are only physical. And so we don't really register those emotional attacks as being
Right. Yeah.
worthy as being worthy of just honest and vulnerable communication about those things. Like if somebody says something to you, like for example, right, when you're with your homeboys and shit, motherfuckers is roasting and shit, and somebody says something that crosses the line, right? You as a nigga have a choice, right? You have like 3 choices.
You check him.
You could go, but there's 3 choices to me. It's like you go off the handle because it's so egregious that you don't even have time to like, you know, re, center yourself, or you center yourself and you respond in a way that's like, listen, man, I understand we joke around and shit, but that is over the line. Don't do that shit. Oh, me and you, there's a problem there, right? And then you just let it go. And I think that what it is like people have tolerances to the things that they're willing to deal with. And I think that the relationship, that also depends on the strength of a relationship, what you're willing to tolerate. I think this is why romantic relationships tend to sometimes veer off into violent territory, in the sense that it becomes physically violent, because oftentimes physical violence is even though physical violence should always be met with jurisdiction, physical violence is a cry for help. And if you want to look at it in a certain frame, it is a cry for help in the sense that the person is unable to control themselves. They are mentally, they're fucking gone. You know what I'm saying? They're fucking gone. And they've lost all sense of, like, the ability to be social and to work through verbally what they're going through. They've now lost their cool. And I think that when it comes to
Oh,
rejection,
the humanity.
I think that when it comes to rejection, me myself was a person who, when I was very like timid with women when I was younger, and then I came across like a lot of that like manosphere type shit, but when I was way younger, and I was like, it kind of told you to just go out there and talk to women, don't be scared of rejection. It's a numbers game type of shit. And if you're the type of person who's gonna be violent, I think that I think that I don't know what the proportion of those type of people are, but they certainly do exist, and there's enough of them that I think that women. I've heard a lot of stories about women telling me that men, you know, the way they get violent, it doesn't have to be like he fucking decked her in the face. It could be that he restricted her ability to like walk in a certain area, and now every time she's in that area of the city, she's like fucking traumatized.
Oh yeah,
Like,
terrified. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's his fault. You know what I'm saying? That's not nobody's fault, but that motherfucker's fault. And
A
and that
very good
and that
a very good subreddit for people to check out to understand the type of men that Don was just talking about r/nice guys. They'll get rejected and they are dangerous.
But here's the
They
thing,
do
right?
that kind of
I
shit
think
without ever
I
hurting anyone
I
personally,
think I
physically.
think I think where we can come together as men and women just to kind of like bring some uh balance to the conversation is like I think that we could say, okay, women, tell us some instances or communicate to us, and they do, right? Let's understand when men, when they don't know how to handle rejection, what are the ways that they subtly communicate that they don't give a fuck about how you feel and what you got to say. And I think on the man side, we could teach. If I had a son, for example, right? I don't have a son, I have a daughter. But if I had a son, I might want to tell him things like, "Listen, man, if you trying to go at a woman and you like her, you shoot your shot, and if she says no, leave it at that." And there's a lot of things that women have told me that when a man, at first there's been stories, right, where a man shot a shot and at first she wasn't feeling him, but a couple days pass, a couple weeks passes, she's gonna maybe she turns a different eye to him. She's gonna approach him. Women are fully capable of making those decisions and approaching a man. It's happened to me. It's happened to niggas who get pussy. And you know what I'm saying? That happened.
Damn.
No, no. Let me just keep it 100, because a lot of motherfuckers are dealing with antisocial behavior, bro. And this is what a lot of this shit is from. Is like what women are dealing with are just antisocial niggas, and
Yes,
and
they're not
they,
sane.
they're but that's not an excuse.
No,
Because
I agree with you.
they're just as much
But
sane
they are
as any
sane.
motherfucker with
How
any
can you
other
be
type of
sane
social.
if you're
Hold
violent
on,
against
hold
somebody?
on,
You're breaking
hold on.
the
No,
fucking
no, no,
code
no, no, no.
of ethics
Because
in the society.
hold on, because what to Joe Lewis said, right? We live in a society where motherfuckers are not parented correctly. That means that
That
motherfuckers
could be
could
that
appear.
that could be
Hold
the
on, hold
reason
on,
why they're
hold
not
on,
sane.
hold on, hold on, hold
That could
on,
be the
hold on.
reason why they're
Hold,
not sane,
hold
Don.
on, hold on. Sane is a specific word that means how you relate mentally to society at large. And if your society accepts that we can have humans walking around with no home training, then that means that it is sane to be that way with no home training because our
When do
society
we accept
allows it.
that?
No, we do. Understand,
How?
Dream. We have motherfuckers walking around. We have psychopaths, motherfuckers walking around every day to day. Women are telling you this that have no home training, and they're
Okay.
accepted by society.
okay,
They're
Show me how
accepted.
they're accept. Show me how they're accepted. Don't just tell me they're accepted. Show me how.
Hustle culture.
You ain't never
Can I-
heard of a
can I-
story. You ain't never heard of a story of a dude kind of just being like, "Dude, you're kind of fucking weird." You never heard that shit.
What does that have to
If
do with
you
what I just
don't have
asked?
to, if you
That
don't
What does
have
it
time to
that's
read
me.
or sort
Don,
through the
what does that have
subreddit,
to do
just
with what I
look up
just asked you, Don?
r/nice guy
You said
Reddit.
where does it
please.
happen? You said where does it
No,
happen?
nope, that's not what I said.
Okay, sorry.
Don, what I asked you was, show me how we accept them. Don't just tell me that they do
We
when we do
accept them.
accept them.
We
Yeah,
accept
you just
them.
gotta go on Twitter, bro. You can just see it whenever you see some go test shit, bro. You got a bunch of motherfuckers.
No. He
Putting
said
it down.
as a society.
He did
Not
say
is there
that.
a group of niggas that accept this?
Yeah.
As a society, how do we accept them?
Okay.
Do you know what the hustle culture is?
It's not a
No.
group, it's
Is there a group of
community.
niggas that accept them? As a society, how do we
Okay.
accept them?
You're
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
saying,
downplaying.
so do
You're
you know what hustle
Let me
culture
ask
is?
you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Of these
How
people.
do we accept? I'm gonna ask you a question, Dream. How do we accept and reject people in society in your eyes? What are the
That's a good
methods
question.
by which
we-
we accept and
There it
reject
is.
people in
We
society?
shame them, we punish them, we put them in prison, we demerit their value, we give them less opportunities.
Yet somehow a lot of people who have this antisocial attitude that we're talking about.
We're literally shaming them
are-
right now. We're shaming every person that does
Yeah,
this.
totally us right now. But
Do
society
you?
seems to be fine with them because they're working hard.
What are you
Hey guys,
talking
can I jump in
about?
there for 1 second? I have to head out, so I just wanted to say bye. I'm just gonna
Alright, you
like
have a good.
run my own
Hey, you have a
stream.
good one,
I think.
Nice to
Mooncake.
meet you.
Oh yeah,
We
nice
love
meeting
you,
you.
Mooncake. We love you.
Nice
Thank
to
you. I'm
meet
gonna go play some video games. But thank you again. I had a lot of fun.
You playing League?
Maybe not League. I think I'm gonna play Genshin for a bit.
Got you.
Have a good one.
Oh, you
Who's your
guys
main?
actually play League of
Yeah.
Legends. That's cool, man. Y'all are cool.
Damn it.
Like,
I carry her all the time.
really?
Yeah, okay.
You play ADC?
Okay.
And I'll play
Yeah,
every
you
role.
carry?
I'm good at every role.
But no, but as I said, a lot of the time, these small groups that we're talking about, they end up being accepted because they are like hustle
And-
culture is accepted in
In
such
the
a way
land of the
that
internet,
they
Razor,
get
all you
away
need
from
is a
that.
small group to accept you in order to make money. In the
Nope.
land of the internet, all you need is a dedicated
I'm
group
talking
of.
in real life.
That's what I'm saying. Is internet not real life where people make money?
No, I'm talking like IRL. There's internet, yeah. So I'm talking like IRL walking the streets.
So what example do you have of a great man or of a celebrated man that is abusive to this extent?
Yo, you ever heard of the man?
In modern day, I know what
Yo,
you're talking about, like
Dream,
Sean Connery.
You ever watch Abba and
Johnny
Preach?
Depp.
You ever watch
Yeah.
Abba and Preach?
Yeah.
You ever heard of a dude named Skippy? White dude Skippy?
No.
I know
No.
about Skippy.
Have you heard of
Skippy's
Johnny
like,
Depp?
Skippy's an
Skippy-
example of
Skippy
somebody
is
who
a
was
clown,
accepted
though,
and
dude.
being he was a fucking weirdo, bro.
Wait, bro, hold on,
Wait,
hold on.
no?
what are you talking?
No?
What are you talking
Skippy's a
about?
little
No?
bit more complex, right?
Wait,
So
who is
Skippy
Skippy?
is
Can you
is-
link it? Can you link it so I know his face?
Yeah, I can kind of summarize a good bit, but I'll
Go
look
ahead,
for
go ahead,
something
Bass.
too to help you out here. So Skippy is, I think at this point, bro might be what 37-year-old virgin.
Yeah.
One thing that he did to become really popular, interestingly enough, is he would record himself post date with said girl and kind of just do a date debrief, right? And usually it is extremely awkward. Like it's goofy. So Skippy he's a bit of a lolcow. The interesting thing about Skippy, there's this one video I have to edit and put out there. There's
I know
actually one
Skippy.
video,
This guy is not accepted.
You know Skippy. You know Skippy. Yeah. Yeah, you know
He was
Skippy.
accepted by us all.
Is not accepted.
Yeah, you're right. He's
We
not.
all
He
accepted
really
then.
isn't.
This nigga
But
is
there
not.
is,
We all shaved this nigga. All of the fucking chat and Albert Preach shaved that nigga.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Alright,
Everyone does.
alright,
Everyone gets on
alright.
Skippy, and that's kind
I
of the
don't
thing.
know, man.
Okay,
I've
like he
seen
was-
Skippy get accepted by one woman, and ironically enough, there's actually a video Alban Preach was doing where he was
Yep,
talking to
yep.
this one girl, and the girl. Here's the thing: if you pay attention to her body language, what she's saying, she's actually with Skippy. She's actually with it. It's just that Skippy wants.
I
a
just remembered who
relationship,
Skippy was.
and
Holy
she
shit.
doesn't. Yeah, and she didn't, and that's what was so funny about it, because she was like, Skippy could have smashed her. He could have had sex with her, but he wants a relationship. And it was so interesting to me that, like, even though that was the one W Skippy could have had, but he chose not to take it. Most people don't even analyze that because they're
But
mostly
that's-
focused on how weird he is.
Yeah, but
That's
the
what's so
point is
interesting
like-
about that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I now remember
Oh,
him.
Skippy
is not
yeah,
accepted.
Yeah,
Here.
yeah. Hold on. One
But
second. One
that's
second.
what
One
I'm
second.
saying. What I'm saying is
The
Skippy is so not
relationship-
accepted that even when he's got the W in his face, people still don't care. They still.
Sorry, Irvin, Swerve. Did you want to say anything else? I wasn't sure.
Bro, whatever it was that came and left.
Okay.
Nah.
All right. So why don't we leave it here, because I think we've run through it pretty well. But you guys can stick around and talk yourselves. But thank you all for coming through.
I'm
This
doing that
was-
part where he dipping. That's what
Oh
he's saying.
boy.
But
He got the 151 subs and can't stay all night. That's crazy.
Well, I would stay long if for GSU, if GSU was around. I don't think he is. But I will I'll see you fellows later. Guys, if you like this content, hit the follow button. For out there, hit that follow button. And like come back, because we do these conversations all the time. We have great conversations. So if you're on YouTube land, hit that subscribe button, support this community, and come back. We have a lot of good time. So I'm going to. Well, before that, I'll give a quick outro to everyone. Razor, thanks for coming through. Much appreciated.
Hey, no problem. Like I said, I just really like being able to have these kind of conversations. Gets my brain juices a flowing, buzzing, and everything. Uh, Especially when I'm tired. This wakes me up like no other fucking caffeine can. Uh, if you did like what I had to say, or you want to have a conversation, or you ever just want to have a conversation with me, I think you're saying your name Garnitas99. You in the chat there, you're fun to talk. You're fun to talk to. Feel free to follow
Is that
you.
the bait for?
I have no clue. I have no clue. But everyone here would. I just like having conversations. I'll be playing more video games as time goes on. Feel free to follow me here on Twitch. Follow my Twitter. That's what you see there. That's my Twitter tag. Just put the ad, obviously. And interact with me. I like having fun. I like having fun conversation with people.
Thank you so much. Let's go to my man D10 Dream, who as always puts up a good fight. Thanks for being here, friend.
I think my premonitions were true. Base would agree. Most reasonable takes in the panel all day. Now, but on seriousness, I really loved the back and forth. It was really fun. And I appreciate everybody for being here. You can follow me at twitch.tv/D10Dream. And I'll always be here, stick around for the fun. If I can sum up my points, be in relationships that are reciprocated. If somebody doesn't have the same like mind and share the same values, just don't be in that relationship. Find somebody that does. Don't be too selective in your standards, because a lot of those, Disneyfied expectations you have in a relationship is not reflective in reality. So maybe you need a reality check for the most part. I do think it is the case that the vast majority of cases of approaches and rejections are handled well, and we're only talking about the minutia that aren't handled well, and because they are horrible. We don't talk about that's just like the news cycle. We don't talk about you know the normal things that happen, the good things that happen on a day to day. You talk about what's wrong on a day to day. So that's what I understand why we're having this conversation. But I do think the conversation in its flow is skewed towards just the negative, because that's just what we're focused on. But in general, we aren't failing men in terms of how, in general, in terms of knowing how to reject. We're failing certain parts of men that don't have like societal skills. It was really hard. Maybe they might be on the spectrum. I'm trying to talk to one right now. It's really hard to get through him because he has just a different way of speaking. He didn't have the training growing up, but it's not lack of society. It's just very, very hard individual lifestyle that he's had. And there's a bunch of men like this that form groups that like each other, go online and support each other. I think most men in general, if you go to any social place, go to any club, any bar, you would see that a lot of shots are being taken and no fists are being thrown.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Irvin. I was glad to have you here. And thanks for being a part of this.
Yeah, no, seriously, thanks for having me. Everyone that I got to chop it up with today, thanks for the exchange of mind and the exchange of thoughts. Regardless of the disagreement, it's always good to use that thing up here. That's what's important. Uh, today, fundamental disagreements do go on, but I think we can all leave this set agreeing that we all want safety and respect for all parties, women and men included. And that's the bottom line here. But aside from that, it's always fun kicking it, shooting the shit, and figuring out what people are really thinking, because that's what's actually out there in the world. We're not always going to agree with each other, and we actually have to have the hard conversations. So I'm gonna end by saying, it's your boy Swerve, aka Irwin, aka Irvin. Uh, You can catch me at Jervinium on Twitch, or you can follow me at the socials you'll find on that said Twitch. But it's always real.
Yeah, throw your socials in the my Twitch chat. Let's go to DQ. Thank you as well, DQ, for being around.
Thank you so much for having me as always. This is my favorite place to be every Thursday with my black people. We may agree, we may disagree, but at the end of the day, we all get folk.
Mi gente.
See.
So yeah, I think Joe Lewis pretty much helped me make my point. Yeah, I appreciate you, Joe, for on that one. But yeah, it's been real fun. And if you liked anything that I said or wanna, come, support me, my Twitch is in your chat. So come follow me.
Thanks so much. A shout out to our friend Bass here. Bass and I had a real contentious meeting, but like I like talking to people who disagree, who see the world in a way that I don't. And those are the most interesting and oftentimes fulfilling people to talk to. So I really appreciate you coming through on what you might have assumed was enemy territory and like engaging with us. So it means a lot, and I hope you come back.
Yeah, no, I didn't really think it was gonna be enemy territory, but I definitely did know what to expect, and I enjoyed it. I'm glad. I thought it was great. I love hearing the different perspectives. Um, Meeting people and talking to people is just one of my favorite things to do. Absolutely. I truly cannot express how much I enjoy. Not only just hearing people who agree with me, but even hearing people who disagree with me, and kind of having those conversations and those battles are just a joy to me. So I'm glad, you gave me the opportunity to come to this space. As for me shouting myself out, as you can see, I'm Bass FZZ on YouTube. I do social commentary videos, kind of talk about life in the future. I intend on expanding, talking about some other stuff I find interesting, like stories, movies, video games, and I'm gonna get into that some more in the future as well. Like I said, thanks. I'm glad you invited me. I really am. Pretty awesome. Love hearing these different perspectives, and I'm gonna sign out.
Same here. Thanks so much. And Don Champlu, you were fantastic.
Prime, appreciate you as always, my man. Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here with all these people. I get to know you guys more and more every time we do this, and I've really been thinking of y'all outside of these panels and thinking about what you guys say, and just wrapping my head around, trying to really create a model in my head of you guys and understand who you guys are, what you guys think, and I think it's fucking fun as fuck for me to do, and to get to know people. I think that, and just to sum, I want to sum up my point on this. I think that it's really hard. It's really hard to talk to people. That's what I found in life. It's hard to just approach people sometimes, and I think that people, due to that fear, they adopt these methods that they've never tried, but they do them sort of out of this almost this inability to do it organically. So they use these things that they may have heard, may have been taught, and even they may, in some sense, know that it's not right. But people are persistent, and I think that if we can just like educate people, give women the tools that they need to deflect and reject, and give men the tools that they need to understand when a woman is not about that shit. Uh, and I'll end on that. And
Thanks so
thanks for
much.
having me. Thanks for listening.
Absolutely. And last but not least, right? There's a reason I call this man MVP. Joe Lewis was incredible, tearing it up, especially in that last fight. I mean, like, goddamn, Joe. I always like watching you work, whether I agree with you or disagree with you. So shout out to you, man.
Yeah, my job. Listen. I'm retired. I'm enjoying panel retirement. And I just show up on ABE to be a piece of shit. But I still know my objective, which is to rile niggas up so that they can make it onto the open. But I have to use this energy on y'all. So we gotta have more open panel. Like, I mean, Irv was right. I was being a piece of shit. Like, he was subtweeting. I was being a piece of shit. I was being a piece of shit. Like, my big thing is like, just real talk. I like conversations. I do. I don't like panels. So if there's anything, I'm just like an open invite, y'all. Because like, you could DM me on anything. Because I know like sometimes would suck. Because like I was like when Dream and I were talking, I was like, damn, it's just the two of us. Because I know we're like in fucking space right now. It's like
it felt good.
Yeah, but like, and the
Listening
reason
to y'all,
why,
man, y'all be cooking for real. Like, I
yeah,
be
and
just
like,
listening, man.
yeah, and like my thing is like to the topic itself is that like I really find consent. I was talking to chat too about it. I find consent really interesting, and the idea of like free desire and free will really interesting. And again, like I'm not a libertarian. I'm not gonna make like Fabian Liberty Scott come out of hiding wherever he's at. But like, yeah, I don't know. I have some more like I don't know if it's libertarian views on consent, but I think that like a lot of ways we express ourselves isn't actually like who we are, who we want to be. And again, yeah, it's like the byproduct of capitalism and patriarch, but no one gives a shit about those words. But anyway, yeah, my door is always open if you want to chop shop. I usually don't. I stream still, but I don't like stream conversations because people like Chill Logic exist and clip everything. So I'd rather just have like conversations without the geist of like people watching or the potential of watching it, just to kick the shit and have fun. Because these conversations are messy. I think people also don't behave. So like trying to take the barriers out from that. So if you ever want to talk, just DM me. I'm always here.
I actually do want to
Sorry.
talk to you because I want to engage with you on that the marriage topic. Because I got lots of things that I want to say, and we can do it in private. Parallax for the resub.
Or we can do it on or we can do it on or we can do it on live because I have a lot of I'm against divorce, and when liberals hear that, they freak the fuck out.
So we we might actually. I'll talk to you about that in a second. I'm gonna send you guys off to our friend Erudite. I haven't been able to rate this woman like forever because usually it's just the time doesn't work out. But she happens to be streaming. I want to support her, so let's be kind to not so Erudite.
Oh my gosh!
Let Don plug in that art real quick. You gotta show the world his talents.
He's got seconds, and too late.
The anti-reparations woman. Let's go to the anti-reparations.
Goddamn!
Oh my god! Wow.
Chill. I found that out first. Okay, I'm mad. See, it's